Chair Goodman, proceed when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Coster. Good afternoon, and welcome to the National Capital Planning Commission's May 2nd, 2024 open session. First, Ms. Coster, can you please take the roll?
Certainly. Commissioner Kozar?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner McMahon?
Sorry, I'm here.
Okay, great. Commissioner Stidham?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Argo?
I'm here.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hewlett?
Here.
Thank you. Chair Goodman?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Green, I believe, is out right now. Commissioner Tunstall Williams?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Dixon?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Cash?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
Here.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hassett? I know we had Commissioner Hassett on.
I'm here.
So, oh, great. Thank you. I'll also note that Marcella Costa, the Executive Director, Ann Schuyler, General Counsel, and Diane Sullivan with the Urban Design and Plan Review Division are also in the meeting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Coster. Noting the presence of a quorum, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Today's meeting is being live streamed and will be available in a few days as a video on NCPC's website. If there is no objection, the agenda as posted is adopted as an order of business. And now we'd like to play a brief clip of the Pledge of Allegiance. Please feel free to join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chair Goodman, I believe you are on mute.
My apologies. Thank you very much. NCPC will continue to conduct its meetings online until renovations on the commission chambers are complete. I want to share how we will be conducting the meeting and the business today, and that is that following staff presentations and any other testimony, I will ask for a motion and a second as appropriate. During commission deliberations, I will use the round robin format to ask each commissioner if they have any comments. At other times, when commissioners wish to be recognized, they should unmute and ask or raise your hand. Agenda item number 2 is the report of the chair. And I first would like to welcome Christy Tunstall Williams from the General Services Administration. We said goodbye at our last meeting to longtime Commissioner Mina Wright, who is a great asset to this group. And I'm confident that Commissioner Tunstall Williams will also bring a wealth of information and good counsel to our commission. So welcome to the commission, Commissioner Tunstall Williams. Now I would like to ask Julia or Ms. Coster to please read a resolution regarding our general counsel, Ann Schuyler.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Whereas Ann Schuyler has served as NCPC's general counsel since 2010, bringing a wealth of legal and planning experiences and expertise from her prior work with the U.S. Air Force, WMATA, the State Department, other public agencies, and private practice. Whereas she developed thoughtful, detailed guidance on the agency's authorities and various legislation, executive orders, and other documents to ensure that the agency conducted its business in an appropriate, legally sound manner. Whereas Ms. Schuyler helped commissioners and staff understand their unique roles and responsibilities, whether the finer points of the Height of Buildings Act, laws regarding overhead wires, or demystifying the Capper-Crampton Act. Whereas her reviews ensured that NCPC's comprehensive plan policies were legally appropriate and consistent with congressional legislation and executive orders. And further, she advised the commission and staff on proposed legislation related to commemorative works and interpreting and applying the Commemorative Works Act. Whereas, in response to complex and often controversial issues, Ms. Schuyler worked hard to find approaches to advance NCPC's work that met rigorous legal and ethical standards. She tackled these through deep research and a willingness to ask tough questions and provide clear-eyed advice. Whereas Ms. Schuyler was instrumental in advancing the Pennsylvania Avenue Initiative by interpreting legislation and memoranda of agreements and providing opinions that resulted in the ability to fund the planning work to prepare the new plan. Whereas Ms. Schuyler updated NCPC's NEPA regulations, a major undertaking, to support effective, clear agency reviews. Whereas she advised on contracts, personnel issues, and other administrative matters with thoroughness, discretion, and tact. Whereas Ms. Schuyler provided training and guidance for commissioners and staff on ethics-related activities, and she also led the agency's response to Freedom of Information Act requests. Whereas Ms. Schuyler was an incredible teacher, always thoughtful, patient, and willing to help in any way possible. Whereas, as a one-woman shop, Anne was a valued part of the larger NCPC team. Funny, enthusiastic, and kind, she advocated for NCPC staff day in and day out. Therefore, be it resolved that on May 2nd, 2024, the commission members and staff of the National Capital Planning Commission recognize Anne Schuyler for her years of dedicated service as general counsel. And further, as a colleague and advisor, you will be missed, Anne. We wish you the best in your future endeavors, and thank you for your service to the National Capital Planning Commission and the country. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Thank you so much, Ms. Coster. And I just wanted to say, on behalf of the commission, that there is unanimous support for this resolution. And you've been invaluable to me personally in my short tenure here, but I know, and I've heard of your reputation, and you're a legend in our organization, and we're just so grateful for all the support you give to the commission and staff. So congratulations and best wishes to you as you approach this next chapter in your life. We're just so grateful. And I know you'll have a moment to speak after our next agenda item with the executive director, and we're looking forward to hearing you say a few words because you will be very missed. Thank you. Agenda item number 3 is the report from Executive Director, Mr. Acosta.
Thank you, Chair Goodman, and good afternoon. Also, on behalf of the NCPC staff, I'd also like to express our appreciation and best wishes to General Counsel Anne Schuyler. During her tenure at NCPC, Anne has always provided thoughtful and constructive legal services and advice to both the commission and the staff. So we're very thankful for Anne's service to the commission and particularly her generous mentorship to her colleagues over the last decade. We do wish Anne all the best in her well-deserved retirement. NCPC and the Smithsonian Institution invite the public to attend a NEPA public scoping meeting and on-site tour for the Hirshhorn Museum Building and Plaza Revitalization Project. Public comments are due on May 31st. Further details about the meeting and tour are on our website. This concludes my report. You'll find my full report in your packets, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Do commissioners have any questions or comments for Mr. Acosta? Any questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 4. Thank you, Mr. Acosta. And now we will have a legislative update from Ms. Schuyler. Ms. Schuyler, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not have a report, but if I may, could I say a few words?
Absolutely.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so very much for that resolution. It's nice to know that I was able to do my job and do it well. And I'm really grateful for the ability to have served as the Commission's General Counsel for the past 14 years, for your faith in me to help you do what you do so well legally, and for the dedication of the Commission and each and every one of you as an individual to consistently do the right thing. Going forward, please continue the good fight. I, in turn, will be cheering you on from the sidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schuyler. Thank you. We're grateful for your service, and we will look forward to hearing from you in the future. And feel free to share any free legal advice in the future if you have that. Please. Thank you, Ann.
I might wind up in prison. It's an
Okay.
anti-deficiency.
That's all right. We will miss your smiling face. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Agenda item number 5 is the consent agenda. There are 7 items on this month's consent agenda. The first item is the commission's concurrence with the RFK Stadium National Park Service District of Columbia agreement as requested by the National Park Service. Next is to approve preliminary site and building plans with comments for the U.S. National Arboretum Elevated Canopy Trail Project. Third is to approve preliminary site and building plans for the U.S. Naval Observatory booths, gates, parking submitted by the Department of the Navy. Next is to approve the final master plan for the Pentagon Reservation Master Plan update submitted by Washington Headquarters Services Department of Defense. The fifth is to approve comments to the Mayor of the District of Columbia regarding the DC Capital Improvement Plan for FY 2005 to 2030. The next is to approve preliminary site and building plans with comments for the Lecky Education Campus Addition as submitted by the District of Columbia Department of General Services. And finally, we have approve a report to the Zoning Commission of the District of Columbia regarding a planned unit development modification of significance at Square 1299, located at the corner of Wisconsin Avenue and Whitehaven Street Northwest. Are there any questions or discussion on the consent calendar? Any questions or discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
Madam
So
Chair.
moved.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I second the motion to approve items 5A through 5G.
Thank you very much. There's been a motion and a second. Ms. Coster, could you confirm the motion, please, and second and take a vote of the commission?
Certainly. The motion was made by Commissioner Dixon and seconded by Vice Chair Hewlett. With that, Commissioner Cozart,
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon,
Yes.
Commissioner Stidham.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Argo,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hewlett. Vice Chair Hewlett. I'll come on back. Chair Goodman.
Yes.
Aye. Sorry.
Was that a yes? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Tunstall Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Dixon,
Yes.
Commissioner Cash,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
and Commissioner Hassett.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion clearly passes. Thank you very much, Ms. Coster. Next, we have a very busy agenda, as many of you know, and several items on the open session where we have multiple people signed up to testify. So agenda item 6A is a request to approve preliminary and final site and building plans for the Rock Creek Park Golf Course rehabilitation. Ms. Hare will be making a presentation today. Ms. Hare?
Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. The National Park Service has submitted for your review and approval the preliminary and final site and building plans for the Rock Creek Park Golf Course rehabilitation at 6100 16th Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. The golf course is located in Rock Creek Park, west of 16th Street and north of Military Road. The Commission's final review focuses on if the applicant addressed the comments and recommendations made during prior reviews, and if there are any outstanding issues, specifically have the landscape plan, stormwater management, lighting, site circulation and parking, NEPA and National Historic Preservation Act, open spaces, and overall design been finalized in compliance with applicable requirements. Overall, the applicant has worked diligently with NCPC staff to address the Commission's previous comments, and staff recommends approval of the preliminary and final site and building plans. In the following slides, I'll provide a brief overview of the existing site and analysis of the updates made following the previous review. The National Park Service is responsible for 3 historic public golf courses in the district. NPS has signed a 50-year agreement with the National Links Trust to rehabilitate the 3 courses. National Links Trust is a 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to protecting and promoting accessible, affordable, and engaging public golf courses to positively impact local communities across the United States. The Rock Creek Golf Course will be the first course to be renovated, as it is in the worst condition. The proposed design intends to address the following project goals: sustainability and historic preservation, revival of an exemplary golf course, architecture, environmental sustainability, growth in golf participation via non-traditional golf options, and expanded community, non-golf infrastructure, and non-golf programming. The Rock Creek Golf Course is currently listed in the National Register of Historic Places as a contributing resource to the Rock Creek Park Historic District. The site is approximately 100 acres and includes an 18-hole parkland-style golf course, primarily designed by golf course architect William S. Flynn. The purpose of the project are to develop a strategy to address deferred maintenance, increase playability, broaden course appeal to the local community, and achieve financial stability for the operation of the golf course. Since the project is located within an underserved community, the goal to increase access to golf by more diverse populations aligns with NCPC's draft equity guidance. The draft of the introduction chapter of the comprehensive plan guides federal agencies to affirm the importance of local cultural identity and diversity, and to recognize the role that cultural recognition plays in supporting community enrichment. As mentioned, the course was designed by renowned course designer William Flynn between 1921 and 1927, and included 2 9-hole courses that could be combined into an 18-hole course. The front 9 circled in blue, and the back 9 circled in orange. William S. Flynn created a layout that highlighted the topography and incorporated stands of mature trees. An existing 19th century farmhouse was originally renovated for use as a clubhouse, but was eventually replaced in 1964. The current golf course was modified in the 1950s for the redesign of Military Road and impacted the southern portion of the course. The current clubhouse was built in 1964 and has limited facilities and is not accessible to people with disabilities. The course only has 14 active holes, as 4 holes, shown here in blue, are not in service because over time, vegetation has encroached on the fairways, greens, and tees, making these holes unplayable. The main entry to the course is from 16th Street Northwest and winds past a maintenance building and parking area to the clubhouse. As noted, the current course suffers from deferred maintenance that has impacted golf course facilities as well as the playability of the course. Woody vegetation encroaches on the fairways, greens, and tees. Regardless of the proposed design, however, tree removal would be necessary to make the course playable and healthy. In addition, over the years, vegetation was planted in some areas without following any distinct golf course design guidance. In other instances, invasive vegetation, especially vines, has covered original stands of trees which obscure views into forested areas as pictured here. The course also suffers from poor turf conditions caused by traffic patterns, poor cart paths, poor drainage, tree root competition, poor irrigation system, and shade from encroaching trees. The existing 1964 clubhouse is listed as a contributing resource within the Rock Creek Park Historic District. However, after evaluation, it was determined that the building could not be reused due to its small size and lack of accessibility. The extensive use of masonry interior partitions would also make reconfiguration difficult. As such, the demolition and replacement of the clubhouse with a new facility are proposed to meet the needs of National Links Trust, golf course patrons, and the community. At the concept review in January of 2023, the Commission supported the proposed golf course design and new clubhouse and provided comments related to tree preservation, trail connection improvements, the lighting approach, inclusion of bicycle facilities, and reduction of parking, fertilizer, and pesticides. Since that time, the applicant has done extensive work through the NEPA process and revised the plan for final review. The design has not changed significantly since the concept review. To achieve the goals of the project, the applicant proposes to reconfigure the golf course layout and add new amenities. The new design will include a 9-hole regulation course and a 9-hole par 3 course. Par 3 courses are shorter and less difficult, which will appeal to a broader range of golfers. The plan also includes a new and expanded clubhouse with an attached 2-story driving range. The proposed changes start at the entrance. A new maintenance facility is proposed at number 1, off to the side of the main drive instead of a primary visual location. The main drive winds past a parking lot, noted here as number 2, that has been reduced in size since the concept plan and includes a new community pavilion. The proposed driving range, noted as number 3, takes advantage of the existing topography and connects the new clubhouse to the new cart barn. The new course design includes a 9-hole regulation course, circled in blue, and a shorter par 3 course, circled in orange. The shorter par 3 course takes up less space, allowing the northern portion of the site to remain for a large pollinator meadow and a multi-use trail open to the public. One of the concerns raised by the Commission, staff, and the public during the concept review and the EA process was tree removal. The applicant surveyed over 2,500 trees on the site. The tree removal details included in the draft EA stated that approximately 1,200 trees were slated for removal, with a majority of those being dead or invasive. The applicant acknowledged the feedback regarding tree removal and did additional work described in the final EA and the submission to refine the amount of impacted trees and the process by which trees are evaluated for removal. The 5 tree stands shown here in the different colors are in varying health conditions and have a substantial amount of non-native and invasive growth in the understory. The average understory of the stands is made up of approximately 40% non-native and invasive plant material, which is inhibiting the growth of the next generation of healthy native trees. The applicant received several comments that they were in violation of the district's heritage tree preservation law. It is important to note that this law is not applicable to federal land. The site is governed by the federal elements of the Comprehensive Plan's Tree Preservation and Replacement Policy. This policy states that trees 31.85 inches in diameter or 100 inches in circumference or greater may not be removed unless removal is critical to accomplishing the mission of the agency, and planning and design alternatives that would preserve such trees have been explored and determined incapable of accommodating program requirements, or the trees are considered invasive, hazardous, or high risk per an arborist's evaluation. The proposed design requires selective removal of specific areas of trees and focused removal of non-native and invasive plant species, encroaching successional forest, noted here in pink. After thorough review and consideration during the development of the final EA, the applicant determined that they needed to remove 1,139 trees for the rehabilitated course layout. This removal is necessary for the safety of visitors, for healthy growing conditions for the surrounding vegetation, for the health of the rehabilitated course, and to accommodate relocation of the maintenance facility. Of these trees, 51% are unsafe, in poor condition, or dead, or are non-native or invasive species. 35%, or 395 trees, are native healthy trees, and the remaining 14% will be removed to allow for sustainable turf growing conditions, increased sunlight, and air circulation. This tree removal will be selective, focusing on tree condition, non-native and invasive species, and sustainable tree management. Before identifying a tree for removal, consideration will be given to pruning, elevation of lower limbs, opening crowns, and other measures that could achieve the same goals as removal. Certain trees that contribute to the historic integrity of the course will be maintained. To mitigate the removal of the 395 healthy native trees needed to rehabilitate the course, as required by the tree replacement policy, the applicant initially was planning to plant at least 200 trees, including eastern redbud, dogwood, American holly, eastern red cedar, several native oak species, and sassafras. This number was limited given the level of design information during the EA process. As the design process progressed, the applicant and their partner, National Links Trust, in coordination with other partners, transitioned to acreage of tree canopy as a better representation of replacement. The total tree canopy removal of 6.2 acres will be replaced by 7.1 acres of tree canopy, in accordance with the federal elements of the Comprehensive Plan Tree Preservation and Replacement Policy, which allows for tree replacement by acre of canopy. The existing tree canopy shown on the left The proposed final tree canopy is shown on the right. The proposed removal of 6.2 acres amounts to less than 0.5% of the park's approximately 1,420 acres of forested canopy, and the replacement will increase the canopy at maturity and will be healthier and more sustainable in the long run. The applicant will continue to refine the design and identify other areas for additional tree plantings to ensure the tree replacement complies with the tree preservation and replacement policy. While implementation of the selected alternative requires the removal of trees, approximately 7 acres of trees clustered in the northern portion of this course will remain intact, and the contiguous forest that currently surrounds the golf course will also remain. The applicant has demonstrated a thorough process for evaluating which trees will be removed as part of the project, and staff is confident it will comply with the tree preservation and replacement policy. But additional information may be necessary as the project moves through construction to ensure compliance. And staff recommends the commission requires the National Park Service to return to the commission prior to phase 2 construction in 2025, when more informed planting decisions can be made with a briefing on the tree replacement strategy. Landscape plantings will integrate pollinator and native plant species compatible with the historic William Flynn design to create a diversity of landscapes throughout the golf course. The largest pollinator meadow at the northern end is indicated in magenta. The other meadows and riparian improvements are scattered throughout the site. The total is over 11 acres of meadows and grasses. The proposed action includes an ecological trail through the golf course for non-golfers to experience the site on foot, separately from the cart path. This pedestrian trail would be an approximately 1-mile loop trail with the trailhead at the clubhouse and offering a loop to the north and west. While some portions of the trail will be relatively steep with slopes of greater than 1 to 20 to follow the course's rolling topography, all materials for paved paths would be compliant with the Architectural Barriers Act accessibility standards. The proposed planting design focuses on scenic views into the site coming from 16th Street by utilizing a mix of low-growing perennials and grasses while framing views with native canopy and understory trees. The planting design then builds on this sense of enclosure and protection from the elements as patrons progress up Joyce Road toward the future clubhouse. This is created through an addition of canopy trees, evergreens, shrubs, perennials, and grasses. The planting strategy of this location also provides naturalistic screening from the maintenance building and yard. As patrons progress up the hill, they will experience a grand opening to views across the landscape. The landscape design complies with the NCPC Pollinator Best Practice Guide. The planting around the clubhouse and parking lot will build on the collection of existing canopy trees to remain, with a proposed palette of canopy trees and more refined lower perennial, grass, and shrub zones that provide long views across the site from the clubhouse, driving range, and cart barn. The planting plan celebrates the agricultural history of the site with the introduction of meadows in the high rough through the course, pollinator planting zones, natural riparian areas, and refined native planting zones directly around the proposed clubhouse, driving range, and cart barn. The historic LA Road will be acknowledged with the proposal of cedars on the west side to bring back the double row of cedars along both sides of the road. The proposed clubhouse will be located near the existing clubhouse, which will be demolished. The applicant proposes to replace it with a new 10,400 square foot, fully accessible, 2-level clubhouse, offering a food and beverage operation, restrooms, community room, indoor golf training, pro shop, and support areas. In addition, the clubhouse will house classrooms, program spaces, and the administrative headquarters of First Tee of Greater Washington, a golf-based youth development organization. The building would be oriented to enhance and emphasize the panoramic views from the clubhouse to the golf course, sited to preserve the mature trees that surround the existing clubhouse and nestled into the existing topography of the site. From the main approach from the south, the clubhouse appears as a 1-story structure. Aesthetically, the goal is to create a contemporary design which is compatible with the historic context of Rock Creek Park. The massing of the building draws from traditional forms, and the building features extensive use of natural stone, wood timber, horizontal siding, and slate shingles, but combined with large expanses of glass, steel, and other elements. A 2-tier driving range structure will extend west from the main clubhouse building. The range itself will sit within an existing basin that is already cleared of trees, so little to no tree removal occurs with the construction of the range. And the natural topography, combined with the relatively transparent nature of the structure itself, minimizes its visual impact on the landscape. The applicant is also proposing photovoltaic panels on the roof of the driving range. The range terminates on its west end with another two-story structure, the cart barn, graded similarly to the clubhouse to present as a one-story structure around most of the perimeter. The main floor includes an indoor putting green, community and event space, restrooms and support areas, in addition to a covered open-air porch and hitting bays. The ground floor includes storage for golf carts, the range picker cart, general storage, restrooms, and open-air hitting bays. The applicant is also proposing a new maintenance facility that is out of view compared to the original and designed to blend into the surrounding trees. In addition, a new community pavilion is proposed south of the parking area as an amenity for the public. Lighting will be timed appropriately so that areas are only lit when open for operation and when necessary for safety. When the course is closed, all golf course lighting will be off. While hours of operation for the rehabilitated course have not been set, team anticipates the course closing by 10 p.m., subject to ongoing coordination with the National Park Service. Exterior facility lighting will be limited to the clubhouse, including driving range bays and cart storage, maintenance, and parking lot areas. The driving range lighting is minimized to 50 yards to allow the ball tracing technology to function. This technology allows driving range users to see the trajectory of their drive using a digital interface, which requires a minimum of 50 yards of light to track the ball. Beyond this distance, little to no lighting would be used, unlike a typical driving range. If a ball is hit beyond this distance into unlit space at night, the screen at each hitting bay displays the ball's trajectory. Lighting consists of a combination of berm, pole-mounted, and roof-mounted lighting. All lighting will be timed appropriately so that areas are only lit at times when it is necessary for functionality of the course. Fixtures are dark sky approved, and the lighting plan considers institution of lighting professionals' guidance for reduction of obtrusive light, for bats and artificial lighting. Some specific mitigation measures incorporated include use of a color range to reduce sky glow and be less disruptive to bats using the area, use of berm-mounted lighting, use of individual reflectors internally on every LED in each module to reduce light spill, and tightly control where light is put in the environment, and use of an additional visor to help shield the face of the fitting from view and help further control light. The new clubhouse, driving range, golf course, storage facility outlined in blue, patios, and parking lot will introduce increased impervious area to the site. These improvements require the addition of stormwater management. The golf course itself does not require stormwater management as it will continue to be maintained as a golf course, meadow, or woodlands. The applicant is proposing a series of microbiome retention, bioswales noted by the orange arrows, and a modest system of storm drains to divert and treat stormwater, and will continue to coordinate with the District Department of Energy and Environment on their stormwater management permit. The following slides show rendered images of the proposed clubhouse and driving range. The picture on the left is a rendered view looking southwest from the top of the driving range. The view on the right is looking northeast from the 9th hole green. This rendered view shows the new main entry to the new clubhouse facility. This rendered view shows the two-story driving range and cart barn. This rendered view shows the putting green and clubhouse. In summary, as noted here, Rock Creek Park is over 1,700 acres, spanning Washington, D.C. and Maryland. It offers both a natural respite in the middle of the city and plenty of recreational activities, including a large tennis center, miles of biking and hiking, and several cultural sites like Pierce Mill. The Rock Creek Golf Course has existed in Rock Creek for nearly 100 years. The course is a historic cultural landscape that is in the worst condition of the 3 district National Park Service courses due to deferred maintenance. Large parts of the course are unplayable because of overgrowth. The National Park Service has committed to replacing the over 6 acres of trees that need to be removed to restore the course to a playable condition with 7.1 acres of tree canopy. NPS has completed a detailed inventory of tree removal and will come back to NCPC in 2025 with more specificity regarding the new 7.1 acres of tree canopy once they have more information. As stewards of national parks all over the country, the National Park Service preserves the natural and cultural resources and values of the national park system for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration of this and future generations. The National Park Service cooperates with partners to extend the benefits of natural and cultural resource conservation and outdoor recreation throughout the country and the world. This design will provide an important community amenity managed by the National Lakes Trust, who is dedicated to protecting and promoting accessible, affordable, and engaging public golf courses to positively impact local communities across the United States. As such, staff recommends the Commission approve the preliminary and final site and building plans. This concludes my presentation. I have listed the Executive Director's recommendations here for your reference. Brian Joyner, Acting Superintendent of Rock Creek Park, National Park Service, would like to say a few words, followed by Damian Crosby with the National Lakes Trust and Mike Stakowicz from the National Park Service. Myself, along with other members of the applicant team, are also available to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hare. Superintendent Joyner, did you have something to say, to add?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, members of the commission and staff, esteemed members of the public, and featured guests. Thank you for joining us this afternoon at today's open session. As the acting superintendent of Rock Creek Park, I'm excited to share this project with you. Rock Creek Park Golf Course holds a special place in history listed in the National Register of Historic Places as one of the nation's oldest and continuously used public golf courses. Thanks to the dedicated investment, unwavering commitment, and meticulous rehabilitation efforts by the National Lakes Trust, this 100-year-old cultural landscape can be restored to its former glory as designed by renowned golf course architect William Flynn as a parkland-style golf course. The restoration work not only benefits golf enthusiasts, but it also provides updated facilities for non-golfers, enhanced walking trails, and a stronger focus on environmental sustainability. Addressing the course's maintenance backlog, enhancing playability, environmental sustainability, accessibility, and affordability for everyone is at the core of this project. Rock Creek Golf Course stands as a testament to our shared public heritage, portraying the intricate relationship between humanity and the natural world across time. Guided by the invaluable insights of the National Park Service 2019 Cultural Landscape Report, our project team, composed of historians, landscape architects, biologists, and more, carefully crafted a vision that respects the site's rich history, natural resources, and the community. It's essential to note that your voices have been heard. An interdisciplinary team diligently reviewed and incorporated the feedback received during the public comment period, shaping the project's evolution. Today's presentation will showcase how your invaluable input has shaped this rehabilitation project. We listened, we acted, and we hope you'll witness the fruits of our collective efforts in this presentation. Thank you again for your support and important contributions. Together, we're preserving history and creating a brighter future for Rock Creek Park Golf Course and the community. And with me today is our partner, Damian Cosby from National Lakes Trust, who will speak for a few minutes, followed by Michael Stakowicz, Acting Chief of Commercial Services and the Project Manager for the golf course leases. Thank you.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Damian Cosby. I am the Executive Director for National Lakes Trust. I am originally from the Washington, D.C. area, and I've worked in public golf the majority of my career as a PGA golf professional. I have a personal, strong passion for municipal golf because I see it as an on-ramp to the game and as a vehicle to change lives. Go to the next slide, please. Before I discuss some specific elements of the project, I wanted to provide everyone with a brief snapshot of our organization. National Lakes Trust is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to positively impact our community and change lives through affordable, accessible, and engaging municipal golf. We operate Washington, D.C.'s 3 public golf courses, Rock Creek, Langston, and East Potomac, through a 50-year lease with the National Park Service. We intentionally established National Links Trust as a nonprofit so that every dollar spent at the facility is reinvested to the courses, either through paying our hundreds of course employees, short-term course improvement projects, community programming, or long-term capital projects like we're discussing here about Rock Creek. Just to be clear, not $1 spent at our golf courses is used to fund NLT operations, our overhead, and that includes NLT staff salaries. Along with the Park Service, we've embarked on this ambitious campaign at Rock Creek and later at Langston and East Potomac to invest in the rehabilitation of these courses and thus put our mission into action. With this investment, we will increase the ability to positively impact the community and change lives through golf by expanding the reach of our programming and provide better access to quality, affordable recreation and green space. Next slide, please. Some of you in the audience may be wondering, why are NLT and the Park Service deciding to do this project now? So I wanted to provide some clarity. Currently, Rock Creek Park Golf is in dire need of attention. Its facilities are inadequate and lag far behind those of the other 2 courses in the city. The clubhouse is not ADA accessible and does not have food and beverage infrastructure. The golf course suffers from extremely poor conditions due to lack of forest management over many decades. These factors have led to severe underutilization of the property. And simply put, Rock Creek sees the fewest number of visitors at our facilities by far, and thus does not generate a budget that supports community programming and environmental stewardship initiatives. According to the National Golf Foundation and our numbers at East Potomac and Langston, golf is booming in popularity, with more people of color and more women taking up the game every day. Rock Creek's location in the city and ease of access through public transportation makes it an incredible vehicle to reach those historically left behind by the industry and to provide the community with numerous proven mental and physical health benefits associated with playing the game of golf. Next slide, please. With this tremendous opportunity in front of us to make the facility more accessible for all, we need to build a business that will be financially sustainable. The improved facilities will increase Rock Creek's appeal to golfers and non-golfers in the community. The rehabilitated course will be playable and engaging for golfers of all skill levels. The driving range and putting course can introduce new golfers to the game. For those that don't play golf, there will be walking and hiking trails, a picnic pavilion, a restaurant to enjoy, and all in a unique park setting within the city. The increased revenue at the facility will be reinvested into its operations, community programming, and for future projects at the other 2 facilities. Just as one example, our current operations support less than 2 full-time employees to maintain the golf course and the surrounding property. Following this project, we will be able to employ at least 10 employees who will tend to this important work. NLT will also be able to expand our community programs, which I will detail on the next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. At our core, National Links Trust is a community-driven organization that believes in affordable and accessible golf. Our investment into Rock Creek is driven by this core belief. We will maintain affordability and increase accessibility to golf and other passive recreation on the site. To better serve our community as a whole, we will increase the usage of the facility by non-golfers through adding free recreational options like walking and hiking trails, the putting course, and the picnic pavilion. We will also provide environmental education programs, both independently and in partnership with local schools, taking advantage of the facility's easy access and wide variety of native areas, including a properly managed forest with new pollinator meadows. From a golf course perspective, the addition of a driving range and course facilities will allow for expanded free clinics for kids and adults of all backgrounds. One program I would like to specifically highlight is our Jack Vardaman Workforce Development Program. This program provides kids and teens from the community with job and life skills, as well as a pathway to full college scholarships through the Western Golf Association Evans Scholars Program. This past year, the program produced our first Evans Scholar, a young woman who will be the first in her family to attend college. This was made possible through her participation in the Vardaman program. The increased activity and offerings at the facility will allow us to create a Vardaman program cohort at Rock Creek, thus thus increasing access to life-changing opportunities and scholarships. While we are proud of this work, we're also proud to partner with world-class organizations who share our belief that golf can change lives. We partnered with the First Tee of Greater Washington, D.C. on this project. First Tee of Greater Washington, D.C. is a youth development organization that uses golf to help kids build character and tackle challenges throughout their lives. They're in their 25th year of programming, and they annually work with over approximately 2,000 kids from the community. They will have a dedicated headquarters space in the clubhouse at Rock Creek and will have increased capacity for programming. According to their executive director, this project will triple the number of kids who can participate in their programs at the facility. We also plan to expand our partnership with Fairways to Leadership, an organization that uses golf to teach leadership skills to diverse college students. Currently, we partner with them for programming at Langston, and the addition of a new facility will help further their work. Next slide, please. One back. Yeah, thank you. Equally as important to our community programming is our commitment to environmental stewardship at Rock Creek. Again, these efforts will be made possible by the increased financial viability of the facility. We are committed to rehabilitating this historic property in an environmentally sustainable way, including through introduction of pollinators, native meadows, riparian buffer, and modern turf grasses, which need less inputs such as water. The project sets the facility up to be sustainable, economically and environmentally, and improve the business. We'll be able to better support significant work required to maintain the golf course, meadows, and forest over the life of our lease. Part of our mission is to be a positive force in the community, and being a good steward of the land is an integral part. It is our goal to make the facility a model of sustainable golf and an example for other facilities around the world. We are excited to partner with the National Park Service and any other organization that wants to be part of the solution to accomplish this goal. Next slide, please. With that, I would like to thank the commissioners and those who have tuned in, and the many people who have submitted comments both for and against this project. We are always willing to listen and learn to the community. To help everyone better understand our project and the work, we've included a QR code on the screen that leads to a web page that contains more details about the project. We've recently added a frequently asked questions section to our website that we think will be helpful as we continue to navigate this process. Thank everyone so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cosby. And I believe, is Mr. Stackowitz going to be speaking at this time?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Michael Stackowitz. I am the National Park Service Golf Course Lease Manager. Previous to this post, I was a project manager for the National Malls Turf Project, and also more recently, the program lead for landscape preservation training and maintenance in the Northeast region. I came back to DC specifically for this project because I believe in its potential to showcase the highest level of stewardship made possible through the support of a nonprofit and sustainable golf revenue model. Next slide, please. I wanted to share a little bit about our process for developing the plan and the environmental assessment. As part of the NEPA process and to comply with the requirements of Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, the NPS involved the public in project scoping by holding a 30-day public comment period from January 9th, 2023 to February 8th, 2023. A virtual public scoping meeting was held on January 26th, 2023. During the public scoping period, the NPS received comments that covered a wide range of topics, including the project purpose and need, elements of existing alternatives, other alternatives, and issues related to adjacent land, vegetation, wetlands, and riparian areas, lightscapes, wildlife erosion, stormwater, and visitor use and experience. The EA was released on September 25th, 2023, with a 30-day comment period that would have ended on the 24th of October, 2023, but was extended to November 4th, 2023, to allow more time for comments. The Section 106 process was completed during the course of the EA and ended with an MOA that was executed in March 2024. In addition, this project was at NCPC for comments on concept in January 2023 and CFA for concept review in November 2022 and final review October 2023. Next slide, please. Currently, as been alluded to, Rock Creek Golf Course is suffering from a massive amount of deferred maintenance, which has led to the worsening condition of the course. The image in the lower right illustrates the increase in tree canopy, it's in orange, since the original design, which you can see from the 1927 aerial underneath. The increase in tree canopy serves the course well in some places as it added to the parkland character and habitat, while in other areas it choked off sunlight to the turf that is needed for growth and the air circulation needed to limit turf grass disease. The expanded tree canopy has made the course unplayable in places, and as a result, many of the original holes were closed in 2016, as was mentioned. The encroaching forest has been made worse by invasive plants that are thriving at the forest edge. Typically, this would have been managed in such a way to keep the playing quarters free from this type of encroachment, but revenues at the golf course have not supported the staff necessary to manage this. The property has lost turf, leaving much of the course bare, with bare or compacted soil, which has contributed to runoff, poor water penetration, erosion, and compacted unhealthy soil. In addition, invasive plants like Oriental bittersweet, porcelain berry, and mile-a-minute weed, which are abundant in this picture, choke native vegetation and harm tree health. This project aims to balance the restoration of the cultural landscape of the historic golf course with improving the tree canopy and wildlife habitat and natural resources. Next slide, please. As many are aware, we'll be removing 1,139 trees in order to rehabilitate the course layout to accommodate 2 accessible par 3 holes for the safety of visitors, for healthy growing conditions for the surrounding vegetation, and to accommodate the relocation of the maintenance facility. This tree removal will be selective, focusing on tree condition, non-native species, and sustainable tree management. Before identifying a tree for removal, consideration will be given to pruning, elevation of lower limbs, opening crowns, and other measures that could achieve the same goals as removal. Certain trees that contribute to the historic integrity of the course will be maintained. The NPS created an ArcGIS dashboard that's online, and it's pictured here. The QR code that is there will bring you to the park planning page where you can access that and other materials on the tree inventory. This was a tool to be able to accurately understand the tree canopy and make educated decisions related to trees. That is reflected in the design presented by NCPC today with tree replacement numbers, acreage set aside for trees, and meadow sizes. Initially, the NPSA identified at least 200 trees to be replanted. We are now planning to implement a 3-to-1 replacement of healthy trees, resulting in the implementation of 7.1 acres of canopy to be replaced, an increase of 0.9 acres overall. Next slide, please. To maximize habitat, rehabilitation will reduce the amount of turf on the course by 20% compared to the original design. This approach has allowed for more meadow and tree habitat to be incorporated. Meadow sizes and breakdown are documented here. The potential habitat diversity we feel will be beneficial. We understand the level of effort needed to maintain meadows, especially given the prevalence of invasive non-native plants at this property, but feel that a successful golf course operation can support this work based on standard industry practices. Next slide, please. Here you will see the difference from the current condition to what is planned as part of the rehabilitation. There's another QR code to bring you to the park planning site where a slider graphic has been put in place to be able to view this. This shows the current tree cover and the proposed future tree cover and meadows. After implementation is planned, the course will have less forest fragmentation, more natural habitat connections, and better habitat diversity. You will also see here in pink the conversion of 2 golf holes to 4.5 acres of pollinator meadows. Plans to restore these holes were considered, but the tree impacts would have been greater, and we would not have been able to improve the accessibility of the facility. Next slide, please. Environmental considerations have been at the forefront of this project. We have taken steps to minimize our carbon footprint. Trees that are removed as part of this project will be used for wood chips for mulch and for repurposed for clubhouse construction, as you can see by this table on the right. A 3-to-1 tree planting strategy will help A 3-to-1 tree planting strategy will help us sequester more carbon than a typical mature forest. As we improve soil health through nurturing native vegetation and maintaining turf, we expect even greater carbon sequestration from healthy soil. And while meadows may not match forests in carbon sequestration, they still contribute significantly more than turf areas that they have replaced, underscoring our commitment to sustainability. Next slide, please. The golf course currently contains minimal lighting. With this project, a lighting plan has been developed that minimizes light pollution and directs light downwards in an effort to be compliant with dark sky best practices. The plan includes lighting for the driving range, parking lot, and clubhouse, not the entire golf course. The lights will be shut off at a maximum of 90 minutes after sunset. This will exceed bird migration best practices guidance that is states about lights off between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. We are continuing to work on this and minimize effects of lighting through the continued design of the project. We are committed to minimizing neighborhood lighting nuisances by greatly reducing allowable spill and glare, managing high angle glare, implementing a lighting curfew, limit light level to the minimum needed, and promoting best lighting practices. Next slide, please. This is a slide of the current growing environment for turf, which we touched on earlier, and it does not promote sustainable practices. What you see here is typical of the treat holes on the golf course. Thin turf and turf that is there is crabgrass. Many types of grass have been tried over the years and none have succeeded. Sustainability in horticulture requires good growing environments to allow the plant to grow robustly on its own without a lot of manipulation from the gardener. On this slide, you'll see the many components that go into successful management of landscapes, gardens, farms, meadows, forests, etc. At Rock Creek Golf Course, the trees and the accompanying density brought by invasive plants are reducing sunlight and air circulation. The disease and drought-resistant turf varieties that are slated to be planted do require sunlight and will not survive in these current conditions. Other items on this list will be addressed with this project and will help provide a full vegetated cover for the golf course, which will be good for golfers, but also good for stormwater management in instances like water penetration, filtering, limiting silt and erosion, and slowing surface water flow. Next slide, please. This shows an informal path that can catch and that has caught and funneled water and causing erosion. Instances like this will be avoided with an improved circulation plan. I also want to highlight other efforts we are proposing to manage stormwater, including bioretention basins, an irrigation cistern, and new riparian plantings. Next slide. Oh, do I have a next slide? Yep. In closing, I'd like to thank the public for their participation and the commissioners for their efforts through this process.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Ms. Hare, Superintendent Joyner, Mr. Cosby, and Mr. Stackowitz for that thorough presentation. Thank you very much. Now, do commissioners have any questions for the presenters at this time? Any questions? Yes. Yes, sir. Mr. Commissioner Dixon.
I'm going to limit, as I promised, 2 questions. One, the presence of any restroom facilities that could be strategically placed for golfers and maybe for the hiking community. And secondly, whether there's going to be any golf paths created in the plan, hard surface golf paths or soft surface golf paths.
Michael, you want to take that?
Yeah, so I'll start with the paths. We're right now going to do, so when we start the project, we're looking at doing some mock-ups of different types of cart paths. We're looking to try to get cart paths that will be allow for water penetration into them and not contribute to runoff. We're going to be testing that to see how those go, but they will be limited in scope to only high traffic areas. As far as restroom facilities, the restroom facilities in the clubhouse will be open to the public. There are returning nines, so having a restroom out elsewhere on the golf course is not nearly as important as it would be maybe at another 18-hole golf course.
Thank you, Mr. Stakowitz. Do any of the other commissioners have questions? Any questions for the presenters? Hearing none, I'd like to move on. Now, we do have over 40 people here today who have signed up to speak. So I ask everyone to keep to the time that's allocated, and that is 3 minutes for individuals and 5 minutes if you represent a civic organization or group. And I'd also ask people if they could provide their testimony in groups of 4, then the commission will stop and we will direct questions to that group of 4 rather than taking each questioner one or each presenter one at a time. So just to begin, the first group of 4 will be Mr. Anthony Start, Massey Rich, Vanessa Bertelli, and Bernard Byrne. So if we could begin with Anthony Start, you will have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Please let us know when you're ready. Anthony Start. I think we'll move on then to Massey Rich. You have 3 minutes to provide testimony.
Hi, this is Anthony Start. I was just unmuted.
No worries. Okay, great. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Start.
Okay, good afternoon, members of the commission. As I said, my name is Anthony Start. I'm a resident of Tacoma Park, Maryland, and I strongly support the proposed renovation of Rock Creek Golf Course. I've been a resident of the DC area for over 25 years, but my formative years were spent in my native city of Baltimore, where at the age of 12, I played my first round of golf at a municipal course. I then spent a significant portion of my teen years playing rounds at the 10 municipal courses in Baltimore City and County. During that time, I learned the value of municipal golf provides to a community and how lucky I was to have access to such high quality and affordable courses. During my time in the DC area, I've often lamented the lack of municipal golf access in the heart of the city. Most public courses in the area are located in the far suburbs. As the only 3 truly public courses in the region that are easily accessible by mass transit, Langston, East Potomac, and Rock Creek golf courses are of immense importance in providing access to golf for city residents. But all these courses have seen better days. All have been severely neglected for years and have suffered from poor to non-existent maintenance and capital improvements. Rock Creek especially has become partially unplayable and is in dire need of new life, which is why I was thrilled to hear of the plans of the NLT to renovate, upgrade, and modify Rock Creek Golf Course. The plan to convert the outdated short course to a regulation length 9-hole course, while also adding a par 3 course, driving range, and practice areas, will promote accessible and affordable golf to a broad range of skill levels. I understand the concerns of my fellow community members regarding the removal of trees. I too was taken aback by the clickbait headlines and various blogs and media sources about the removal of close to 1,200 trees. But after further reviewing the NLT plan, I learned that nearly half of the planned removal is of dead, dying, or non-native trees, and I also learned of plans to mitigate tree removal by planting hundreds of new trees and acres of native grasses. I truly believe the NLT's plan provides a perfect balance of enhancing recreational opportunities while minimizing negative impacts on the environment. Urban parks are meant for recreation, and I believe Rock Creek Park is the best urban park in the nation because of the wide range of recreational activities it provides. A renovated golf course will further enhance the park by providing city residents of all backgrounds the access to high-quality, affordable golf that I had while I was growing up. My 11-year-old son, like me, has taken up golf at an early age, and like me, he is beyond excited about playing on a renovated Rock Creek course. While my son plays a variety of sports, I frequently remind him that golf is the sport he is most likely to still be playing when he is 80 years old. My hope is that 70 years from now, he will still be playing rounds with his grandkids at Rock Creek. Therefore, I encourage the commission to support the plan proposed by NLT to renovate and restore Rock Creek Golf Course. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Start. Massey Rich, please.
Thank you, Chair Goodman. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Massey Rich, and I strongly support this project as well. My family and I live in DC's Crestwood neighborhood, about a half block from Rock Creek Park's eastern boundary. I was just in there minutes ago with my dogs. And we're near the Carter Barron Amphitheater, which is a renovation project we can discuss another time. Today, I want to talk about the many beneficiaries of Rock Creek Park Golf Course in this project. Many of those beneficiaries are unavailable to testify today because they are at school. One of them is my 14-year-old son. Rock Creek's golf course is a convenient Metro bus, bike, or car ride from our home and many others but in the course's current neglected condition and without a driving range or a robust instructional program, the facility is a poor place for DC area youth who lack access to private courses, to get outdoors, develop their golf skills, and pursue their dreams of playing in college or even professionally. There's a campaign underway to block this project, or at least to delay it indefinitely, because it does require some trees to be removed, as you've heard. What opponents ignore, however, is that the golf course already exists within a densely forested national park of more than 1,700 acres. The acreage proposed for tree removal for this project amounts to less than 0.4% of Rock Creek Park's total size. Currently, Rock Creek Park's mix of publicly accessible, affordable recreation includes tennis courts, fields for soccer and other sports, exercise courses, playgrounds, hiking trails, biking and running paths, picnic shelters, and even a horseback riding stable. Like Rock Creek's 100-year-old golf course, creating these amenities did necessitate the removal of trees to provide a variety of uses for our diverse national capital region. The golf course project seeks to mitigate negative impacts on Rock Creek's healthy and native trees and on wildlife that depend on them. The rehabilitated course will contain more than 11 acres of meadow habitat, which is in short supply in Rock Creek Park and will benefit creatures of all kinds. The plan also envisions features that can appeal to non-golfers as well. To summarize, the plan before you responsibly balances natural habitat and recreation. And importantly, it promotes the accessibility of an all-ages athletic activity that has been historically inaccessible to too many in our region. On behalf of the junior golfer in my own household and future golf champions of our region, I urge you to approve this project as proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ritz. Ms. Vanessa Bertelli, please.
Hello.
Ms.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Bertelli, and I am certified by the National Park Service to remove invasive vegetation. I work as a volunteer for National Links Trust, and over the last 3 years, I have worked across all areas of Rock Creek Park Golf Course. I object to the current rehabilitation plan because the public has been misled, and you commissioners are being misled too. It does not feel good to be misled, particularly from a federal agency. From January of 2023, when the plans were made public, until late October, no mention of the extensive tree removal was ever made. In the many public engagement meetings, NLT and MPS representatives referred to addressing deferred maintenance or encroaching vegetation and touted the environmental sustainability of the plan. Once the extent of the tree removal was revealed in the fall of 2023, there was general outcry, and 3,212 members of the public sent comments to NPS. Throughout, NPS and NLT referred to a tree survey that finds that over 546 trees are in poor condition or dying. After months of asking for this detailed survey, we received the detailed ArcGIS map of trees to be removed yesterday, less than 2 hours before the deadline to submit comments to you. I now know why NPS was so cagey about this tree survey. This morning, I went to take pictures of those trees in poor condition or dying to show you, commissioners. Unfortunately, your staff would not allow me to share pictures during this testimony. But the trees listed as in poor condition or dying are instead thriving and full of flowers: robinias, cedars, oaks, poplars. You're being misled. Please postpone your decision until the data can be properly evaluated by you and your team, who has only received the ArcGIS map earlier this week. You're also being misled on acres and acres of meadows. The Rock Creek Park Conservancy has devoted years and invested tens of thousands of dollars to partially restore a meadow near the 8th hole that is less than 1/3 of an acre. In January of 2023, NLT stated that implementation and maintenance of the meadows will be carried out by volunteers. As one of the 3 regular volunteers who work on the golf course, I can tell you that is not going to happen. NLT has unsuccessfully tried to increase the number of volunteers for over 2 years. The problem here is that when NLT will pull the plug on the meadows, the NCPC will not be able to bring back the over 1,300 trees it agreed to have removed. Please make the cutting of the trees contingent on the successful meadow implementation. You're also being misled on participation by youth. In fact, all of the students and youth organizations who identified themselves as such and submitting comments are emphatically against the plan. I ask that NCPC do not approve this plan until the youth have been asked whether they're willing to sacrifice trees to play this course. And finally, you're being misled about course appeal to the local community. A quick analysis of the 3,212
Thank you.
shows that approximately 90% of the commenters in zip code 2011 adjacent to the golf course on the east side of the park are categorically opposed to the current proposal.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you very much, Ms. Bertelli. Mr. Bernard Byrne, please.
Yes, thank you for letting me speak. I submitted a recent an update to my testimony, which yesterday, which you may or may not have had in your files. So it won't be the same that I've written. It was based on information sent recently. The project fails to follow many of the recommendations in the NCPC's Pollinator Best Practices Research Guide. For example, and most importantly, the project does not contain any milkweeds. This is despicable, actually, when you think about it. The NCP guide supports the planting of milkweeds to help restore the National Capital Region's declining monarch butterfly populations. This follows a recommendation in 2015 National Strategy to promote the health of honeybees and other pollinators. The NPS should therefore add common milkweed, Asclepias syriaca, to the plant sunny areas, which the NCP guide strongly recommends and which monarchs require for preservation, as well as poke milkweed, Asclepias exaltata, to the shady areas. These are especially important for the project pollination meadows. You just can't have a pollination meadow without milkweed. The NCPC should also add black cherry, Prunus serratensis, to the planting plan to replace the many that they are removing. This tree offers nectar and pollen to native pollinators and honeybees when it flowers in March through June. Most importantly, the P. serotana is a host for caterpillars of 450 species of butterflies and moths, including the tiger swallowtail, viceroy, red spotted purple butterflies, and for the Cecropia, Promethea, and Columbia silk moths. More than 40 species of birds feed on its fruit. You are removing some, but there's no evidence you're going to replace any. The golf course, this is a really bad one here. The golf course will contain Bermuda grass, which is not native to the United States, to North America. Maryland and Utah laws have declared it to be invasive, as have Virginia's Colonial National Historic Park and seven other national parks. It's been found outside of cultivation throughout the National Capital Planning Commission, the National Capital Region. To protect Rock Creek Park and its neighborhood, which is supposed to be challenged, the NPS should not use it on the golf course. You just don't plant invasive plants in the middle of a national park. The project's planting plan contains devilwood, an evergreen tree that is not native to the National Capital Region. The NPS should remove this from the plant list as it can invade Rock Creek Park and displace the park's native species. The NCPC guide states on page 4, take care when selecting plant cultivars. Some plants are selected for traits attracted to humans, but not pollinators, such as size, colors, and shape. Therefore, prioritize the original native species whenever possible. However, the project's planting plan contains 9 cultivars that have no more resistance to disease than their parents. I have identified these in messages. You should replace such cultivars with its parents or with another species if the parent is not native to the National Capital Region.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Now we've had our first 4 speakers, and if the commission has any questions for any of the 4, that would be Mr. Start, Mr. Ritz, Ms. Bertelli, and Mr. Byrne. Any questions from the commission at this time? Any questions? Third time. Any questions for these first 4 speakers? Thank you very much. Now we'll be moving on to the next 4 speakers. And I do encourage anyone, we want to hear all of your comments. If anyone, however, wants to say, I support this statement or that, we're for or against, we also appreciate that type of support and comment. Okay, the next 4. we have Gerald Andrioli, followed by Anne Dubis, Kelly Collins Choi, and Dr. Trish O'Kane. So first we will have Mr. Andrioli, please.
I believe he's not present right now.
Okay, then we'll move on, and I do apologize with these name pronunciations. Is Anne on, please? And could you correct me on how to pronounce your last name, please?
Thank you, Chair Goodman. It's Anne Dubuis.
Dubuis.
Yes, thank you. And good afternoon to you and members of the commission, also those who are listening and testifying today. Thank you for this opportunity to testify as a district resident concerned about the mitigation plan following the removal of 1,368 of the total 2,763 trees in the Rock Creek Park Golf Course Rehabilitation Project area. I understand that during the second phase of the project, additional trees will be assessed for elimination, with about half presumably to be culled. The mitigation plan for tree replacement is incompletely developed and insufficient at this time. After 395 healthy native trees have been destroyed, only about half that number, 200 trees, will be replaced. The goal has been amended to say at least 200 trees, only a token improvement, and there is still limited data on the size, planting density, and species of trees. Not until 2025 will NPS return with a better informed scheme. We already know that a number of the replacements are not canopy species trees. The oak replacements will require decades of growth to reach the carbon sequestration capacity of the massive trees being removed, if, that is, they ever do, given our increasingly worsening climate. I bring your attention to the National Capital Planning Commission's own regulations as set out in the Comprehensive Plan Federal Elements. Section FEG2, Item 2, Parts A and B, prescribe tree replacement with great specificity, including, quote, replacement trees should have a mature canopy spread equivalent to or greater than the trees removed, unquote. Furthermore, there is a precise formula for how many new trees are required to take the place of just one existing tree using a scoring system. For example, a 25-inch diameter tree with a species rating of 60% and a condition rating of 75% equates to 3 trees to be planted to replace this one moderately large tree. A number of massive trees on the property exceed this size and could require planting as many as 6 new trees. I would like to point out that Part C of this procedure, which directs the planting of 1 acre minimum for every 1 acre removed, is given equal but not superior importance to the foregoing elements and is not intended to supersede them, as evidently has been done. How closely will the NCPC's own specifications be followed? Is there an adequate budget and plan for the consistent watering and other types of care the young trees will need over time to become established? Otherwise, we can expect a significant failure rate and a net loss of tree canopy that the district cannot afford. Replacement trees must be maintained in accordance with the most current American Horticulture Association industry standards. One more sentence, please, sir. Approving the final rehabilitation plan at this afternoon's meeting is premature. I urge the commission to defer a vote pending submission of essential details regarding the mitigation plan. Thank you.
My apologies, I was on mute. I wanted to ask Ms. Choi to speak now, please. Ms. Choi?
Yes, so I'm trying to turn my video on.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Kelly Collins Choi, and I'm the Director of Policy and Land Conservation at Casey Trees. Our mission is to restore, enhance, and protect the tree canopy of our nation's capital. The District of Columbia has a goal of 40% tree canopy by 2032, but recent data shows our canopy is declining, with 3 times the rate of loss happening on our public land and parklands. During the public comment period for the Rock Creek Golf Course environmental assessment, Casey Trees submitted comments regarding significant concerns with the project, primarily the extensive loss of over 1,200 trees, including healthy native trees and an estimate of over 200 heritage trees. Very little detail was given at that time on the project's tree inventory or how replacement plantings would adequately offset the proposed 8 acres of canopy loss. Transparency and communication have been consistent issues throughout this process. Many of the organizations testifying today, including Casey Trees, petitioned to extend the EA's original public comment deadline because they were not notified of such a large project in their own backyard. This speaks to a broader lack of engagement that should be addressed in any future projects, particularly as this may be the first of NLT's 3 golf course rehabilitation projects located on NPS land within the district. We also felt the environmental assessment did not sufficiently address alternative design plans. For instance, the design plan prioritized minimizing public sightlines associated with the maintenance facility and employee parking location over forest stand preservation. At least 8 healthy native heritage trees will be removed for visual, non-critical purposes to be replaced with impervious surface. To say that removing these trees preserves the historic characteristics of the site ignores that these trees are older than the golf course itself. Maps provided in the EA showed a total of 8 acres of trees to be removed, and new plans reduced that removal to 6.1 acres. While we welcome this reduction, the documents still note individual tree removal numbers have not changed. It's not clear how the canopy removal acreage has shrunk by 2 acres, given the number of trees slated for removal remain the same, and clarity on this reduction would be appreciated. Through this project, the district is losing ecosystem services that will take decades to replace through reforestation efforts that are currently minimally defined. We are pleased to see that canopy replacement acreage has increased, but we are lacking many details such as size, density, and species to help us understand how exactly this will be accomplished. NCPC's own tree preservation and replacement guidelines state that local stakeholders should be consulted in forest stand replacement. We encourage NPS and NLT to include local stakeholders in the reforestation planning, including DC's Urban Forestry Division, Department of Energy Environment, and Rock Creek Conservancy. If mitigation is necessary offsite, it should be guided by Rock Creek Park's Forest Resilience Plan. Casey Trees also stands ready, if invited, to consult on reforestation efforts moving forward. We also strongly support the NCPC Executive Director's recommendation requiring NPS to return to the Commission prior to Phase 2 construction begins to ensure the tree replacement strategy is meeting requirements. We continue to ask that heritage trees be respected and retained to the greatest extent possible, and that NPS work closely with NLT throughout the construction process to minimize the loss of these precious natural and historic resources. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Ms. Choi. We appreciate your comments. Now we have Dr. Trish O'Kane, please, and that you have 3 minutes to speak.
Can you see me?
Yes.
You can hear me. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I teach environmental justice at the University of Vermont. Environmental justice means, as you probably know, where the environment is where we live, work, and play, not some distant wilderness. It's a movement founded by leaders of color who were fed up with a white environmentalism that ignored racism and social injustice. It means urban heat islands and factory corridors and toxins are also urgent environmental issues, not just endangered species. In the environmental justice world, our species is the endangered species. The National Links Trust proposal states that the renovated course will create programs to introduce kids to golf. We urgently need to get kids outside because our children and the college students I teach are facing an unprecedented mental health crisis. As part of my environmental justice work, I've spent the last 13 years getting kids outside through an after-school program that has worked with more than 1,000 children. But I was struck by the fact that in the NLS initial stakeholder survey, 25% or less of those surveyed were under the age of 35. How many were under 18? How many of the district's children were asked how they felt about 1,200 trees getting cut down? I work in a world of climate science, We just had the hottest summer on record, followed by the hottest winter. According to Duke University, heat is now the leading cause of death from extreme weather in our country. And right now, on the other side of the planet, millions of children in Southeast Asia cannot go to school, much less play outside because of a record-breaking heat wave. The situation on whole swaths of our planet is frightening. But we have a solution: trees. According to the EPA, one large tree is a massive free air conditioner that can cool the air beneath it by as much as 45 degrees Fahrenheit. In a world where we are already losing millions of trees and are going to lose millions more because of disease, invasive insects, stronger hurricanes and storms, flooding, and fire, every healthy tree should become a heritage tree. There are so many good ideas in this proposal, especially kids' scholarships, but the proposal does not take climate change into account. Please think of our children before you approve the destruction of over 1,200 life-giving trees. Trees are our children's life insurance policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. O'Kane. We appreciate your comments. Is Mr. Gerald Andrioli on now, Julia or Ms. Coster? Do you
No,
see?
he is not.
Then we're going to move on, but first I will ask the commissioners if they have any questions for the three speakers, and Luis, Kelly Collins-Choi, or Dr. Trish O'Kane. Any questions from the commissioners? Any questions from the commissioners? Okay, hearing no questions from the commissioners, we're going to move on to the next cohort, which is going to include Courtney Talbot, followed by Jose Morales, Michael Smaha, and Beth Rocha. I'm trying here, folks. Please feel free to correct me when your opportunity to speak comes up. So first we will have Ms. Talbot. Please feel free to share now.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for hearing me. I hope I'm visible. Yeah?
You are. We can hear you and see you. Yes, thank you.
It's Courtney Tolbert, and I am pleased to be a part of this event. Now, due to the previous testimonies, I have amended what I wanted to say because I don't want to be redundant. Although I am supportive in part of this project, my deep concerns are with the removal of the trees. So I think the previous testimonies with the factual information about carbon mitigation, the replacement of heritage trees with new growth, the ratio is not 1-to-1, and that is something that is very important to me. I am pleased that we have upped the amount of acres for planting of new trees to 7.1 to replace the 6.2. I do have acres that would be removed. I have concerns about how this will be implemented. My latest understanding is that our woodlands are under such great duress that the types of trees to be planted and how they will be cared for is of concern. I don't understand why so many black cherry trees are being removed and not replaced. They are an integral part of our ecological system. And I don't know what is the accountability to the follow through with these proposed plantings, and how will the public be informed on the ongoing progress of these plantings and care of these trees? Is there an effort to preserve the ecosystem that has developed due to the deferred maintenance of the area, or is that ecosystem deemed to be detrimental to the development? Is there any evidence of beaver activity within the area? And if so, what will be done to encourage and preserve their presence? And also, will the environmental education sessions simply recall how the destruction of the ecosystem has generated a profitable, viable recreation facility, or will we take the opportunity to do the comprehensively right thing, not just for the now, but for generations to come? As we hearken back to historical precedents, 1927 wasn't a banner year for thinking of the ecology, and certainly there were decisions made within our city that were detrimental to the ecological layout of the city, and they were fixed later on. 16 years ago, it was estimated that we cut down about 41 million trees a year, which equates to about 15 billion. And that level of removal of the carbon mitigating factors and part of the instrumental and key component of our thriving ecosystem within this urban situation is very concerning to me. And I really hope that as a native Washingtonian, not only I will be able to live out the last of my years in relative confidence that we are conscientious of this economic and environmental footprint, but that my children will as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments, Ms. Tolbert. Thank you very much. Jose Morales, are you present? Mr. Morales, are you present? Okay, we'll move on. Mr. Smaha, is that proper? I'm sorry.
You got it. You nailed it. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
No problem at all. Commission, I appreciate this opportunity to speak. For the record, my name is Michael Smaha, proud resident of Ward 5 in the Brooklyn neighborhood. I'm here today to lend my support to the National Link Trust's commendable proposal to rehabilitate the Rock Creek Golf Course. National Link's Trust has proven itself to be a responsible custodian of DC's public golf courses, a fact underscored since its lease granted back in August of 2022. The trust has been transparent and reliable, fulfilling their commitments to both Langston and East Potomac courses, and their dedication to the mission of making public courses accessible and affordable to all here in the city and the region is really commendable. Moreover, their collaboration with community groups to preserve and enhance the natural environment of those two courses is a testament, I think, to their overall commitment to sustainability. The proposal is a unique opportunity for both golfers and non-golfers alike. And I think there's great benefits that the community could see, such as updating the landscape, which really needs some tender loving care in its current condition. New trees will be added to replace the dead ones and those that are overwhelmed by invasive plants. And right outside my window, as I speak, there are several honeybees buzzing around a flowering tree. And these bees do need more fields to collect pollen, and I'm glad that the trust's proposal does include that. Nature paths that will be created add to opportunities for DC residents and visitors to reconnect with nature. And best of all, this is paid for by the trust and private philanthropy. So in conclusion, I do hope that the trust listens to the concerns that have been brought up here, and that there can be some agreements and concessions made. But I really think it's important that the commission allow this plan to progress forward. And I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smaha. We appreciate your remarks. And I see Mr. Morales joined us, I believe. I thought I saw you on. Okay,
yeah,
awesome.
I'm sorry. I got kicked out as a panelist, so I'm glad I'm back.
Okay, well, sorry about that too. Welcome, and you have 3 minutes to provide testimony. Please go forward.
Thank you. I have been a 12-year resident of Ward 5. I live in Northeast in the Trinidad neighborhood, so close to the Arboretum, but a frequent visitor to the golf courses in DC, East Potomac, Rock Creek, and Langston, which is also in my neighborhood. Rock Creek holds a special place in my heart. It was one of the first rounds of golf I ever got to play. I grew up in an underserved community on the West Coast and see the opportunity that we have here to really have an egalitarian place for the entire city of DC and especially underserved communities to have access to great golf facilities. Currently, Rock Creek Park, unfortunately, is not one of those because of the disrepair that it is in, but it is such a beautiful place to enjoy the game of golf. And I do think that the game of golf, is a place where people of all skill levels, all socioeconomic levels, creeds, races get to join and enjoy an activity together. And because I learned how to play as an adult, I'm playing catch up, and I do want the opportunity for my son and daughter to have great public options in our area to play golf. So I really appreciate everyone's support and everyone's hard work in putting this thoughtful plan together. And again, just throw my resounding support behind it and hope that we can get it accomplished. So thank you very much for everyone's hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Morales, for your patience and for your comments. Now we have Ms. Beth Scrochon.
My understanding is she is not in the meeting.
Oh, okay. Well, then, thank you very much, Ms. Coster. Then we will take a break here and ask, does anyone have a question? Any of the commissioners have questions for the last three speakers? Ms. Tolbert, Mr. Morales, or Mr. Smaha? Any questions? Any questions? Not seeing any, not hearing any. Okay, well, thank you very much. Next, we have Jim Monsma, Elsa Bohm, Haya Hubert, and Sam Kraus. And please, I accept my apologies in advance. Mr. Monsma?
Yes, good afternoon. Good
Yes, and
afternoon, everyone.
you do have 5 minutes because you're an organization, not an individual.
Yes,
So thank you.
I'll try not to take it all, but I do appreciate this opportunity. My name, as you've heard, is Jim Monsma. I am the executive director of City Wildlife, a community-based nonprofit that provides wildlife rehabilitation services to the District of Columbia. City Wildlife was one of the many organizations that submitted statements of concerns about the National Links Trust plan to rehabilitate the Rock Creek Park Golf Course last October. And my comments today are offered as friendly suggestions on how we believe this renovation can be accomplished, because no one, absolutely no one, is against that basic goal. We're all for it, but accomplished in a way that builds trust and a spirit of mutual cooperation between National Links Trust and the community. To do this would require taking another look at the renovation plans, and that we realize would require time, but a delay of the NCPC's approval might well be warranted in the interest of getting this right. First attempts at a plan do not often result in the best plan. And despite the fact that more than 3,000 comments were submitted in response to the call for input, the plans as initially proposed by the NLT appear not to have been significantly changed. Perhaps I would suggest this represents a disconnect between the plans and the needs and desires of many members of the broader community. Among those who expressed the need to alter the plans was DC Council member Janice Lewis George, whose ward includes the golf course. Last fall, she told the Washington Post, quote, "I hope the National Park Service and National Links Trust will modify their proposal to reduce the total loss of trees and strengthen mitigation measures," unquote. That did not happen, but it certainly should be possible. And a good place to start might be to ensure that the golf course renovation conforms to the laws of the District of Columbia. It is well known that the National Links Trust plan for removing trees sidesteps the district laws concerning heritage trees, more than 200 of which are currently slated to come down. Neither do the plans conform to the district's goal of expanding the city's tree canopy by 40% by 2032. In my own field, City Wildlife worked very hard to get a new bird-friendly architecture law passed, which it was when Mayor Bowser signed the bill in January of 2023. So I was very pleased when I was told by the National Links Trust that their new clubhouse would be built with bird-friendly glass. But then I noticed that the Fonzie stated on the contrary, that they will be, quote, placing window decals or bird-friendly films on select windows to make the glass more visible to birds. This is not the same thing at all, and it would not meet the requirements of the district's new law. I wonder what the real plan is: decals on select windows or bird-friendly glass? And there are numerous other points of confusion in the Fonzie, information that should, we believe, be clarified before the permit to proceed is granted. The meadow, for instance. Will the meadow be 11 acres, as stated on page B1 of the Fonzie, or 19 acres, as stated in the environmental assessment on page 16, or 13 acres, as the assessment says on page 46? I imagine that there's probably a good explanation for these discrepancies, but at the moment, the extent of the meadow is not clear. Also, a list of specific trees to be removed was just released on April 30th. Would it not make sense to take the time to review this list before any permits to proceed were issued? Similarly, with the National Links Trust claim that the plan meets dark sky criteria, but which we now understand might in fact not allow for new lighting on the golf course. How can the driving range and practice greens be lit with new lighting, which does not now exist, in a way that is dark sky compliant? Perhaps this should be discussed prior to the approval of the plan. I could go on, but I think the point is clear. The National Links Trust may not be obligated to comply with the district laws, but would it not be something that they would want to do in the interest of solutions which respect and build trust with the community? And clearly, environmental concerns have been an important consideration for National Links Trust. But it seems a bit worrisome that despite their efforts, so many local environmental groups, including my own, have expressed their opposition to the plans as they exist. That too could be rectified given time, and we believe that is something that all parties should be welcoming as a goal. Thank you for your opportunity to share these thoughts, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Monsma. We appreciate your testimony. Now we'll be moving on to Elsa Boehm. Can you help me with that, please?
Yeah, Boehm. Yeah, you basically said it right.
Okay, great. Well, you have 3 minutes, and thank you for your participation.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Chair Goodman and everyone here today, and thank you for the opportunity to share why I believe cutting down trees to renovate the Rock Creek Park Golf Course would be detrimental to the well-being of the DC community. My name is Elsa Boehm. I'm a 16-year-old DC resident, and I am testifying today to call on the committee to hear the voices of the youth and the DC stakeholders who are asking to preserve the natural environment of this golf course. It has been argued that cutting down 1,000 trees will help youth by increasing their access to golf. As a young person, I can say I care much more about the future of this planet for the next generation and the natural beauty of DC parks than the opportunity to golf with greater visibility. The heritage trees that this proposal would cut down have been alive for around 100 years, long enough to see our city warm. They've been alive long enough to see our city warm nearly 5 degrees and our tree canopy deteriorate significantly. It would be unfortunate if the almost 100-year anniversary of the creation of this golf course was inaugurated by backsliding in terms of environmental protections. Like many others here today, I applaud the idea of having another community space and rehabilitating this golf course to better serve this function. And I do agree that we should cut down trees and other plants that are invasive or that are genuinely dead or near death. But as has been mentioned by community leaders so far, moderation and mitigation are key. This commission has done vital work in the past to ensure economic projects are in keeping with regulation. Chopping down unhazardous native heritage trees without strong exigency goes against DC regulation, and the mitigation measures proposed to remedy this are few in comparison to the amount of environmental destruction enacted. If we want to help the DC community and provide them with opportunity, we should protect our tree canopy, elevate youth and stakeholder voices, and make space for us to enjoy our forests even as we play sports. Writing a blank check to deforestation efforts would hurt our communities more than helping them. Youth across DC are prepared to help support our environment. I represent a working group of like-minded students from across the city who have proposed the Youth Climate Advisory Council to the Transportation and Environment Committee, and it is in the same spirit of mobilization and desire for representation that we kindly request that you save these trees. I admire all your dedication to the environment and to genuinely improving our communities, and truly hope that if you do approve this project, you approve the preliminary plans only out of consideration for the process of law and local stakeholders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boehm. Appreciate your comments. And now, Mr. Jobert, I have 3 minutes to speak, and welcome. Please continue.
Hello, my name is Jaya Jobert. I am with Elsa, and we are raising concerns about this proposal. I am a 17-year-old DC resident. I've been here since I was very, very young. And this proposal has a lot of issues, and some that were not said already was, one, the publicity on this was not great. I didn't even know about this until the 24th of last month. There should be an extension on the comment period and allow more community nonprofits to be consulted. And then on the topic of the trees themselves, I'd like to bring up that not all of the non-native trees are invasive and serve their purpose in the ecosystems there. In addition to that, the wildlife that is already inhabiting these forested areas will be displaced, and aside from a few pollinators, I haven't heard plans about how to reintegrate that wildlife. Next, I want to just really bring to light that these 1,300 trees being cut down and then only 200 added, they are saying that they're going to expand the canopy, but this just does not, that doesn't really add up. 1,300 cut down, 200 added. And then we also don't know much about the added trees, like the age. And I really just want to say all of the mitigation that has been stated has not been enough. I think it is my view that the National Park Service should not have this black or white mentality. We should.
30 minutes.
Thank you. We should not have this black or white mentality. We can change the plans. We don't have to cut down 1,300
Thank you.
because the initial plan says. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Mr. Joubert, and thanks for attending today and sharing your thoughts. Now we have Mr. Sam Kraus, and Sam is with the Claytonia Garden Design Organization, and he will have 5 minutes to provide testimony. Are you here?
Hi, yes, and I'm not a he.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. No worries.
Okay,
Hi, commissioners.
I apologize.
No, it's okay. Hi, commissioners. Thank you for being here. And I want to say thank you to all of the community members who are here speaking as well. I think it's really encouraging. My cat is here too. But I think it's really encouraging to hear from so many different people. And I'd like to just bridge these communities together. And to make a point that the golf course can still be restored. It just requires more selective tree removal that can allow for the rehabilitation to proceed while protecting the important habitat for birds and amphibians. It doesn't have to be either or. And so Rock Creek Park is my front yard. I have gotten super involved in the park, and I have learned so much from the amazing environmental stewards as well as community activists here, which has allowed me to create my own business, which has been really fun. And my mission is to restore bird habitat through plantings and gardening. And I've learned from like specifically the National Park Service botanist here in Rock Creek Park. I used to work at the Conservancy, so I was learning about race and its impact on Rock Creek Park. And so there are so many different sort of people and communities that are involved in this. And I do want to point out that it would be great to restore this golf course. And I know that the National Links Trust says that they're doing this for and by the community, but according to their Sustainability Spotlight materiality assessment written by their sustainability consultant, Andrew Zanyog, sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, The people, there are 645 external shareholders that they interviewed to drive their sustainability initiatives, consist of 88% male, 85% white, 73% over the age of 35, and 88% are golfers. They do mention they included 5% of those engaged being from the community or a nonprofit. So we don't actually have numbers on community members that were engaged. And they do also mention that from those external shareholders, 3% were civil or public service professionals. So the sustainability report is not factoring in people who know the environment, who know Rock Creek Park like the back of their hands. And regarding the invasive removal, in my line of business, last week, I hired someone to remove 40 feet of English ivy and porcelain berry that was strangling a fence, which in my opinion is harder to remove because it wraps itself in every crevice. And he did that within 12 hours. And I think it's important to note that the people maintaining the course and doing the invasive plant management are volunteers for Rock Creek Conservancy, and they're not allowed to use any power tools. If we had people out there who were committed and knowledgeable about the invasive plant removal, we could get this work done and we could free these trees from their demise. And so I'm asking that you guys, the NCPC, go back to the drawing board with NPS. And I know that historically the NPS consistently looks at third alternatives that just present an alternative plan. And as a designer, I never show someone one set plan. I work with my client and I say, here are a few options, pick the one that you like the most. And it's clear that the community wants a third option. And we have so many intelligent people from all walks of life, not just 88% male and 85% white golfers. We have people who know the wildlife. We have people who are out there golfing every day, and they know the plan. And just yesterday, I went out with the DC Bird Alliance and we held a bird walk around the golf course. And we engaged some of those golfers who, might I say, go to the course every single day and were not alerted to this plan. They didn't know what was going on. They didn't know how many trees would be cut down. And then one of the golfers that I was talking to actually reached out to us afterwards. And he was like, I would love to help and talk to the National Links Trust. I'd love to bridge that divide and get my golfing community out here to work with the birders and to work with the people who know so much plants and trees. And so let me just have one sentence. Again, the point of my comments was to bridge a divide and to bring people together to create a plan that works for everyone. And that is usually what the NPS has historically done, a third option.
Very good. We appreciate your comments about both and. Thank you very much. Ms. Kraus, I got that right. Now, do any commissioners have questions for the four speakers? Mr. Monsma, Ms. Boehm, Mr. Jobert, or Ms. Kraus? Any questions from the commissioners for our speakers? Any questions? Any questions? Hearing none, we will move along to the next cohort. We have Nathan Harrington, Dolores Bouchon. Oops, I'm getting a lot of reverb. Nancy Sandberg and Guy Brandenburg. Mr. Harrington.
I think this might be coming from Ms. Bouchon.
I'll try again. No.
Ms. Bouchon, if you are on, you should just be on one device, please.
I'm only on one device. I don't have anything else on. Except my phone, I'll turn it off.
If we could.
I have nothing else on.
Perhaps you could turn off and Mr. Harrington.
So you want me to do mute?
Yes, if you could mute Ms. Bouchon until Mr. Harrington is finished with his comments. I'm just going to
All
try
right.
that.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, Mr. Harrington.
Hi, thank you. My name is Nathan Harrington. I'm the founder and executive director of Ward 8 Woods Conservancy. We work to improve the health, beauty, and public enjoyment of urban forests on the east side of DC in Ward 7 and 8. So it's rare for me to speak out or become involved in anything that's happening in Northwest as a general matter. Areas like Rock Creek Park receive a lot more resources and attention and protection than do the parklands on the east side of the city. So usually I'm able to just kind of, stand back, support other groups who are doing works in those areas and assume that they're going to be okay. They don't need the kind of intensive attention that we do east of the river. But this is an exception because what's being proposed for the Rock Creek Golf Course is truly egregious. It is bad enough that we're losing thousands of mature trees each year to development on private land. In the work that we do, I would never dare to ask the Park Service for permission to cut down a tree. They are usually a strong defender of the natural areas entrusted to us. East of the river, the Park Service will tell us we can't build a trail. We can't put in a bench or a sign. We can't even dig a hole to plant a tree because the level of protection of the historical and natural resources is so high that you can't do any of that without an extensive compliance process, which takes years. And yet here we have a proposal to cut down more than 1,200 trees, including 237 heritage trees in a process that has been rushed with completely inadequate and undiverse public input. As has been said, the DC Heritage Tree Law enacted by the Mayor and Council makes it illegal to cut down a heritage tree on district land or on private land. So if I were a landowner and I wanted to cut down 237 trees, I would have to pay over $100,000 to have each and every one of those relocated. I understand that as a technical legal matter, those laws don't apply to federal parkland, but think about this logically. To say that federal parkland, the trees there receive less protection, the sort of wide wanton deforestation that would never be allowed on city-owned land or private land is happening on this land that should be the lungs of the city with the highest level of protection. It's just outrageous. The claim here, we've just heard so much gaslighting and misleading rhetoric. We're being told that 200 trees are going to cover as much acreage of canopy as the 1,200 are being lost. They must think we're stupid. That is crazy. That cannot possibly be true. DC can still afford to lose more trees in this time of extreme heat. I respect the goal of making this course more playable. I have nothing against golf, but as the other witnesses have said, they need to go back to the drawing board and do this in a much more sustainable and much more inclusive way. So I urge the NCPC to block this reckless plan, send National Links Trust back to the drawing board, and create a plan that actually strikes the correct balance, because this is not it. And I'm frankly astonished that we're having to have this discussion. It's shameful.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. We appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. And now we have Ms. Bouchon.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Dolores Bouchon, and I live in Ward 5. And I'm testifying today on behalf of Langdon Park Forest Stewards. I've long advocated for the protection of heritage trees in the District of Columbia. Heritage trees are those trees over 100 inches in circumference. Healthy heritage trees cannot legally be removed in the District of Columbia. I look at their beauty and size and all, but it is not just their beauty that needs to be considered. They provide an amazing amount of benefits to all of us. Why do these trees receive such great protection in the district? Because our citizens and our elected officials realize their importance to all of us, no matter where in the city we live. Large canopy trees provide many ecosystem benefits. Our local government understands that to protect residents from the effects of climate change, they need to protect the natural environment first. Our futures are linked. Large canopy trees mitigate the high temperatures that come with a large amount of impervious pavement and buildings that are part of living in a large city. They store carbon. help control stormwater runoff, provide cleaner air, provide habitat and food for animals, and contribute to our physical and emotional well-being. I think the National Park Service should be just as concerned about global warming and the need to protect citizens as the district is by protecting our large canopy trees. Yet, instead, the National Park Service plans to cut down 1,200 trees, including special and heritage-sized trees, as part of their proposed rehabilitation. I understand that NPS land is not district land in the legal sense, but the benefits of these large canopy trees do not stop at the boundary of district and federal property, nor will the detrimental effects caused by the removal of over 250 heritage trees. Air does not stop at this artificial boundary. Water does not stop at this boundary. There was a white oak in my yard that was over 140 inches in circumference, and I used to think of it as my white oak. Then one day I realized it wasn't mine. It was on my property, but I was only its guardian, for it provided benefits for the entire community and city, not just shade and beauty for me and my neighbors. Please think about that. You're guardians. You don't own them. The entity that is asking for this rehabilitation of the golf course is National Links Trust. We believe they should be held to the same laws as any developer in the district when it comes to tree protection. Trees, no matter where they are growing within the District of Columbia, even on federal land, provide ecosystem benefits to our entire city and should be protected. NPS is only their guardian. I ask them to stand up for trees, not cut them down. Thank you very much.
Chair Goodman, it's my understanding that Ms. Sainberg is not here. And I know you're muted right now, and Mr. Brandenburg should be able to I think go ahead and we have allowed him to talk, or he can accept the change to being a panelist so we can hear him.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. And thank you.
Great. Okay. I was having difficulty.
All right,
Sorry
Mr.
about
Sainberg, yes, you have 5 minutes because you
Okay,
represent National Capital Astronomers. So please go ahead.
Okay. I'm a DC native, current president of National Capital Astronomers, or NCA, and that's a local educational and scientific nonprofit astronomy club. I also teach at a school that is directly across 16th Street from the Rock Creek Golf Course. I and every member of NCA that I've spoken to are opposed to installing a brightly lit nighttime golf driving range there. Right now, the golf course is one of the most nearly pristine areas of the District of Columbia. Installing a illuminated nighttime golf driving range will have a very severe impact on all night-loving creatures in that part of the park. And those creatures include not only insects, birds, and four-footed mammals and plants, but also humans nearby. One special reason for my testimony is that members of my club have been literally holding Exploring the Sky sessions for the public inside Rock Creek Park every month, except winter, in conjunction with the National Park Service rangers that are stationed at the Nature Center and the planetarium for over 75 continuous years, only a short distance from this driving range. So the field where we show planets, stars, and galaxies to the public at no cost, including just 2 days from now, May 4th, if the weather is clear, is located just south of the intersection of Military Road and Oregon Avenue. And according to Google Maps, it's about 4,000 feet, less than a mile away from these new lights. Now, despite today's testimony about Jamie Herr about the lights, which don't sound as bad as I originally thought, I still fear that those new lights will make observing the sky from our site nearly impossible and also affect residents along Upper 16th Street. And having a lit up installation like this in Rock Creek Park contradicts the fact that the Park Service turned off all of the street lights in the park some years ago. I wish more publicity had been given to this nighttime illumination aspect. Previously, I'd only heard about the cutting of mature trees. And I think that more review of this issue is needed by the local chapter of Dark Sky International. And yes, I'm biased. I love being outside in a field at night during clear weather. In fact, one of my first dates with my wife over 40 years ago was a nighttime stroll on a moonlit golf course in College Park, serenaded by owls. And nighttime is the only time that people can see into the deep universe with their own eyes and see the Milky Way and the stellar furnaces that produce the very molecules that we are all composed of. But wasted, useless lighting at night, or wulan, like what I fear this proposed driving range will cause, make it impossible for people to see any of this. And as an aside, even if there are habitable planets out there somewhere, laws of physics and the vast distances mean there's no way at all ever to reach them. So there's no planet B, and we do not need to pave over poison and light up all of this planet, and especially not this lovely national park. So I've only been in the park, in the golf course twice myself, and I find it's actually quite lovely. It's a series of beautiful open meadows in the heart of the nation's capital, surrounded by large trees. Now, not being a golfer, the only changes that I would recommend would be to remove all those invasive alien vines, the mile-a-minute stuff and the porcelain berry, English ivy, and so on, that are smothering so many of those trees. But let us not bulldoze and light up this lovely set of meadows. And I recommend reviewing the lighting proposal again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments, Mr. Brandenburg. And now that cohort is finished speaking, do commissioners have any questions for these four people? Any questions? Any questions? Hearing none, we're going to move on to the next cohort. Next is Joel Merriman, Sterling Washington, Tima Masters, and Richard Lambert. And so we will begin with Joel Merriman. Mr. Merriman, you have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. And good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Joel Merriman. I'm a DC resident and a wildlife biologist with 20 years of experience in land use planning, environmental impact assessment, and habitat management. By my reading, it appears that the Rock Creek Golf Course Rehabilitation Plan may fail to meet the Commission's tree retention and replacement policy on 3 counts. First, the plan intends to only replace healthy native trees. I find no exception in the policy for dead, dying, unhealthy, or hazardous trees. Indeed, Section FEG3 specifically states that trees should be replaced where they have died. It would be logical that this would extend to dying or otherwise perceived unhealthy trees. Second, the proportion of trees deemed unhealthy is unusually high. It raises the question of whether some of these trees could be retained through stand management, such as removing vines. This warrants additional scrutiny. Third, I find no data or methodology for how the acreage was calculated for the eventual canopy of trees to be planted or what this entails. The FONSI specifies 200 trees to be planted, which would be woefully inadequate to replace trees removed. Today, we heard about a forestry plan and a 3-to-1 tree replacement ratio. This is new news, and I have not seen this in any formal documentation that I have reviewed. Information about tree removal and replacement is unclear and in multiple cases appears contradictory. Far too little information has been provided regarding tree replacement, and this seems to be evolving on the fly. For the preceding reasons, I respectfully submit that the project's adherence to the Commission's tree retention and replacement policy should be further scrutinized, and that the details be provided in formal documentation for public review and comment. The project proponents assert that the removal of trees at the level planned is necessary to rehabilitate the golf course. How do we know that this is necessary? It's difficult to believe that there is no other option for course layout that would reduce environmental impacts. This is why alternatives are required, which the project proponents failed to do. Alternatives offer the public a choice for how our lands are managed. In contrast, the National Park Service's preliminary renderings to improve the Rock Creek Park Visitor Center complex included 3 alternative layouts plus no action. The golf course project, which is on a much larger property and proposing considerably greater impacts, should do no less. I urge you not to approve the project as currently proposed. Instead, please require the project proponents to provide additional alternatives for course layout and provide a concrete plan to fully compensate for tree loss. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you very much, Mr. Merriman. We appreciate your comments. And now we have Sterling Washington. You have 3 minutes to provide testimony, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here to testify against the current rehabilitation plans for the Rock Creek Golf Course, which calls for the removal of 1,364 trees. As a longtime resident of 4A, I have benefited from the tree cover on the course and surrounded areas and feel that losing it is unnecessary and very harmful. No doubt some who testify today will try to convince us that trees on the course are currently dying or that heritage trees provide few benefits. On the contrary, even dying trees provide unique habitats for myriad organisms, from fungi to birds to amphibians. Trees continue to provide nutrients and create humus, which is invaluable to the growth of new trees. Not that most of the trees on the course are dying. In terms of heritage trees, of which there are 237 on the course, their benefits are innumerable. Older trees sequester carbon, fix nitrogen levels, create below ground conditions that are ideal for the growth of beneficial lichen, which also sequester carbon. According to Peter Volobin in his landmark book, The Hidden Life of Trees, trees nurture their saplings, allowing them an edge in their early years. In addition, older trees provide superior genetics to their offspring as they themselves possess characteristics allowing them to weather existence in an urban environment. Trees help prevent overpopulation of animal species and provide a better microclimate for animal species than newer forests do. Therefore, the National Park Service's FONSI on April 17th was puzzling and falls short of the promise of environmental sustainability and cannot be fixed by environmental education programs. As it relates to the current plan and the National Links petition, I would argue that the Rock Creek Golf Course plan can be altered to maintain the trees. Unfortunately, the minor changes made to the plan after blowback from the FONSI calls for the removal of even more trees. The FONSI is non-compliant with the law by not providing alternatives to the current plan as dictated by the National Environmental Policy Act after several legal precedents established that, namely Ticatac County versus Columbia River Gorge Commission and Friends of Congaree Swamp versus FHWA. The current plan has no viable alternative project configuration. And this at a time that we are facing environmental challenges that the presence of those trees can mitigate. I believe that the changes to the current plan can be made so that we truly have a win-win scenario: protected trees and a rehabilitated golf course that is ADA accessible. This only takes willingness on the part of the National Park Service, the National Links Trust, the community, and stakeholder organizations like the Rock Creek Conservancy and Casey Trees. Therefore, I urge NCPC to reject the current proposal until such time as the tree survey results can be evaluated, the current plan has some viable alternatives, and the community can truly weigh in at that time. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Mr. Masters. We appreciate your participation.
Mr. Washington.
I apologize, Mr. Washington. I'm moving to Mr. Masters. I do apologize. Mr. Masters, you have 3 minutes to provide testimony. Thank you, Mr. Washington, for participating.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to all the commissioners. I'm Tima Masters. I've been a DC native, grew up in DC, didn't pick up golf until later going into high school. And I actually had my very first experience with Rock Creek in my high school tryouts for St. John's College High School. I believe the Rock Creek plans are going to bring accessible golf for all walks of life. Me coming from a family that was a working family, we did not belong to a club. A lot of the golf courses around here are private or semi-private. They have initiation fees that are astronomical. People can't afford to be a part of these clubs. Rock Creek, Langston, and East Potomac, they provide that for the people. For me, it was beneficial because I was able to go right from St. John's over to Rock Creek. It was nice to be able to actually have a facility close because I took public transportation to school. I had to have my clubs on the bus or the metro every day when I would transport. So it was nice to be able to go there because when we would have high school matches out at Maryland or something or different courses, we had buses provided, but it only was for matches. For practice, we had to get there on our own way. Rock Creek being right there was easy access, and the course is amazing. I mean, the bones of that facility are just amazing. And what the renovation and the rehabilitation is going to bring, it's going to bring so much positive outlook for the community. The community is going to be able to get stronger. They're going to be able to have a place where they can come and just hang out. Golf courses are meant for people to be able to play golf, learn the game of golf, but also a place to go and socialize. It's going to be an amazing community center for all of the people that live around the area. Living in Ward 6, you know, we only have nothing but hot apartment complexes, housing and housing. Having that kind of park right there where people live, it's going to be amazing. And just the next junior golfers, as I'm a golf professional, teaching professional, it's amazing. We want this. The growth of golf is through the next generation. It's not you, me, and everyone else. It's the young kids today. That is who's going to keep the business of golf moving forward and making it as prominent as is from the COVID boom. I really think that this is going to be amazing. I know we talk a lot about all the trees that are going to be cut down, but these 2 new 100 native trees are going to be planted. They're going to provide so much canopy for golfers. There's going to be plenty of trees. Sometimes you have to think, right? I understand, you know, taking a bunch of trees out, but the way that the plan is, these trees are going to provide so much shade and cover at the facility that you're going to be growing actually the amount of space and coverage from these big natural trees. I also think it provides an amazing opportunity for First Tee Greater Washington, D.C., as they're a nonprofit youth development organization. They're teaching life skills through the game of golf. They are doing the work that everyone in the community should do. They are changing people and creating game changers. That is the whole purpose of what Rock Creek, NLT, and First Tee. They want to bring community together. And I believe this plan is going to bring community together, and it's going to enhance everything. The life is going to become just amazing. The park, being able to go, having the natural hike, being able to walk around, see golfers, see 100-foot Himalaya green that you can just putt on and have a drink, relax, and enjoy on a Friday evening. That's why I believe it's an amazing opportunity, and this project is going to be so cool when it comes through. Thank you.
Madam Chair, you're on mute.
Unmute.
I do appreciate that. Thank you. I'm sorry. And now we are at the point where we ask these 4 speakers if we have any questions for them.
One more, I think.
Mr. Lambert, number 4.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Chair.
I appreciate all of this guidance.
Perfect pass off, Richard, to you.
Thank you, team. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Richard Lambert. I live in Kansas Avenue in Ward 4. As a black father in DC with 2 black boys, 11 and 5 years old, who are passionate about golf, we are incredibly excited about the Rock Creek Golf Course Rehabilitation Project. This initiative goes far beyond simply renovating a course. It's about unlocking doors of opportunity for communities of color who are woefully underrepresented in golf, in business, in places of power, and on this call. I think about the words of President Eisenhower, who says, "You can learn a lot about a person in a few hours on a golf course." This rings true. Golf offers a unique space to build relationships, the kind that can lead to opportunities often out of reach for Black and Latino communities. Consider what President Clinton once remarked. Sometimes the most important things in politics are discussed playing golf. These informal conversations can shape careers and policies, and Black and Latino youth often lack access to these circles. Some on this call may not understand that. Imagine the possibilities. This project will not only create 60 new jobs, revitalize green spaces, and plant new trees, but it will also provide a platform for our youth, like my Black son, Tyler, who dreams of playing college and professional golf and also wants to be an entrepreneur, to connect with mentors and build networks that can shape their futures. Speaker Pelosi perfectly captured the essence of golf's potential when she stated, "Golf is a great way to bond with people." This project is about building those bonds, fostering a sense of belonging, and ensuring that the playing field in DC becomes a little more level. The National Links Trust vision goes beyond just golf course itself. The project will also include multi-use trails, a picnic pavilion, and crucially, a dedicated headquarters for First Tee Greater Washington, D.C., an organization committed to empowering youth through golf. The presence of First Tee within the project adds another layer of transformative potential. Right here in DC, First Tee has impacted 2,000 young people annually through its on-course programming and a staggering 200,000 young people through school programming. This rehabilitation project, coupled with the unwavering dedication of First Tee, presents a unique opportunity to level the playing field for our children, not just in golf, but in life itself. In closing, this project isn't just about improving the golf course. It's about giving our children, especially those in underserved communities, a fighting chance to succeed in a sport and establishing relationships that have historically been out of reach for us. Let's support this initiative and ensure that every child, regardless of background, has the opportunity to thrive on the golf course and beyond. Sorry for the trees, my kids mean much more to me right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lambert. Thanks for participating. Thanks for keeping me on task here. Now we can ask questions from the commissioners. For these four speakers, that would be Mr. Merriman, Mr. Washington, Mr. Masters, and Mr. Lambert. Any questions from the commissioners? Any questions? Any questions? Hearing none, we're going to move on. I want to thank you all for your participation. Next, we have Benjamin Foster, Jane Sherman, David Roberts, and Greg Van Houten. First, we have Mr. Benjamin Foster. You have 3 minutes for your testimony, please. I see you, Mr. Foster. Julia, is he allowed as a panelist?
Why don't we proceed to the next one and then circle back?
Okay, Jane Sherman. Ms. Sherman, would you like to begin, please?
Yes, thank you for this opportunity to testify. I've been a resident of Ward 4 for 26 years. My youngest son developed an interest in golf in 8th grade, and the easy access and affordability of the Rock Creek Golf Course enabled him and many of his high school friends to learn how to play. I agree that the course has been long neglected and needs care. However, I agree with Rock Creek Conservancy, Nature Forward, and Casey Trees that the planned removal of almost 1,200 trees is unnecessary and unwarranted. In my immediate neighborhood, Murray School recently cut down over 60 mature trees, many of which were healthy. The result has been a dramatic and palpable increase in temperatures in our neighborhood. Removing so many trees from Rock Creek will add to urban heat, both by removing canopy and by eliminating the natural cooling effects of transpiration. In addition, I have serious concerns about the effect of the tree removal on native wildlife and migratory birds. Even dead and dying trees provide critical habitat for woodland creatures.
Julia, you're mute now. Thank you.
I asked the National Park Service to work with Casey Trees to eliminate all unnecessary tree removal in a revised plan. I also asked for a commitment not to use any plastic grass as part of the renovation. All artificial turf contains PFAS, forever chemicals which are linked to a host of adverse health effects, even with minimal exposure. Last month, the EPA introduced stringent drinking water standards limiting PFAS to 0 to 4 parts per trillion. Plastic also leaches microplastics and nanoplastics into the environment. Microplastics are now being found in many of our freshwater fish populations. Any use of plastic will increase the toxic load of PFAS and microplastics leaching into Rock Creek. Finally, I ask that National Links make a commitment to organic management of an entirely natural grass course. Natural turf management has made enormous strides, and there are many examples of successful organic grass athletic facilities. Resources supporting organic management abound, including TURI, the Toxics Use Reduction Institute at the University of Massachusetts Lowell, Osborne Organics, who has worked with the MPS in the past, and Beyond Pesticides, based right here in DC. I hope National Links will commit not to use toxic pesticides, herbicides, and other chemicals in the Rock Creek watershed. The National Park Service has an obligation to lead the way on all aspects of environmental stewardship. I hope they will find a way to rehabilitate the Rock Creek course in a more environmentally sensitive way. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, Ms. Sherman. And is Mr. Foster alive yet? I don't see a microphone there, so I'm going to keep going and ask Mr. Roberts, please, if you could provide your 3 minutes of testimony, and I'll get back to you, Mr. Foster, when we can get you on. Thank you. Mr. Roberts, please.
Thank you very much. Members of the commission, it's my pleasure to address you today as you consider plans for the course at Rock Creek Park. I urge you to approve these plans without hesitation. The opportunity for public comment now and the ongoing public engagement throughout this process is a testament to your mission, the work of the National Park Service, and to the seriousness with which the National Links Trust understands their role as stewards of the 3 courses located on National Park Service land. I commend everyone involved for your commitment to this process and to ensuring that the many individuals and organizations with interest in this project have the opportunity to engage in meaningful ways. As a DC resident, a dad, and yes, a golfer, it has also been extremely frustrating to watch as organized interests continue to argue for the preservation of something that only exists as it does today because Rock Creek and the other courses in DC were, for decades, treated the same as the concession stands on the National Mall. To be clear, many of those arguing against the removal of trees as part of this project are not just arguing against this plan, they are arguing against the very existence of a golf course at Rock Creek Park. If it was the intent of the National Park Service to maintain the course at Rock Creek Park as it has become, a maintenance nightmare and a missed opportunity, they would never have engaged with the National Links Trust in the first place. But for as much as people may want to talk about preserving what stands now, that was never the intent. The intent was always to rehabilitate the course at Rock Creek Park into what it once was and what it should be, a beacon of affordable, accessible golf in our nation's capital. Many people today will talk about maintaining the beauty of Rock Creek Park, and rightfully so. It is an oasis of opportunity surrounded by the vibrancy of urban life. That there is inherent tension between those 2 opposing forces is understandable. But to me, the real beauty of having a place like Rock Creek Park in an urban center isn't just the trees or the wildlife or even the sense of escape. It's that Rock Creek Park offers a little something for everyone. Want to hike along a stream, bike for miles without seeing a car, have a birthday party, a picnic, ride a horse, or explore the remnants of a Civil War fort? Head to Rock Creek Park. It truly has something for everyone. And as much as some may want you to forget or ignore, that something includes a golf course where golf was meant to be experienced and enjoyed by everyone. It's easy to paint golf and by association golfers with a broad brush. It's easy to point to the ring of pricey private courses that surround DC as an example of golf exclusionary path. But golf in DC is anything but. Rock Creek, East Potomac, and Langston are great equalizers in this city. No matter who you are, where you work, where you grew up, what car, bike, or public transportation you rode to get there, when you pay your extremely modest fee, the course is yours. Within a park that offers something for everyone, golfers deserve a course that is accessible, affordable, and engaging. And the local community deserves a place that is open and inviting for golfers and non-golfers alike. The existing course with its overgrown corridors is not that. It is a shell of its historic self, and it deserves better. The plan proposed by the National Links Trust does not take away anyone else's something. It rightfully restores one of the many somethings that Rock Creek Park offers. This plan is a continuation of the work put in motion when the National Links Trust responded to the National Park Service's plea for help to rediscover these courses' place in history and rethink the fundamental way in which the course at Rock Creek Park was maintained and managed. The National Links Trust has followed the rules. They have been responsive to public comments, and they have been unwavering in their commitment to creating community spaces that welcome all.
Thank
the
you
National
very
Park
much.
Service did its job in selecting the right partner. It's time to let the National Links Trust do their job in restoring Rock Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Thank you very much. And I'm going to jump back here. Do I see, is Benjamin Foster online? I don't see him right now. So I'm going to move to Mr. Van Houten next. Thank you for coming, and you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony, and we'll still circle back to Mr. Foster if we can find him. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I live in Brookland. I've been there 6 years. I have a 2-year-old who's already using his plastic golf clubs in Turkey Thicket across the street. And I can't wait to take him to Rock Creek Park to the refurbished golf course. I strongly support the project. In my opinion, we need more places that bring people together. When I go to the public golf courses in DC, I play alongside people who don't look like me, who don't think like me, and it's great. It's a great melting pot, and I can't wait for my son to experience that at these courses, when he's old enough to be there. If the trees are not removed, the property and all of its benefits will fall into further disrepair and will die. It's in its current state, it's junk. It's embarrassing. And it suggests that you need to live in Potomac, Maryland, be rich and white to play golf. That's not how it should be. And, you know, all great things, all great development often comes at a cost. And in my opinion, the cost, the loss of trees, the minimal light pollution, is more than outweighed by the benefits that I just mentioned, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Hoot. We appreciate your input today, and I'm going to again circle back to Benjamin Foster. Is Ms. Coster, do you see him anywhere online here? I could tell he was, yeah, he was trying to get his,
he was trying. So
Yeah.
why don't we proceed, and I'll have staff reach out and see if we
Sure.
can
If we can
connect that.
include him before the,
Yep.
you know, this testimony is finished, we'd like to include him. So thank you, Ms. Coster. Do commissioners have any questions for these three people? Ms. Sherman, Mr. Roberts, or Mr. Van Houten? Any questions? Commissioners, any questions? Hearing none, we'll move on then. And next we have Daniel Wolkoff, Greg Schmidt, Mr. Peter Jones, and Ms. Paula Edwards. So we will begin with Mr. Wolkoff. You have 3 minutes to provide testimony. Thank you for coming. Okay. Mr. Wolkoff is not here. I don't see him, or yes, I do see him. Mr. Wolkoff, you're on mute. Would you like to unmute and speak? Mr. Wolkoff? Okay, I'm going to move on to Mr. Schmidt, and Greg, I see you're there. Oh, okay, Mr. Wolkoff.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Goodman.
You bet.
All right, I'm a historic preservation specialist with Adams Morgan Stained Glass. I spent 8 years trying to save McMillan Park from the massive development, the monstrosity on Michigan Avenue. You are the stewards of a future for posterity to live in a healthy environment. I see the conflict on your faces. I went through 8 years of the pressure of big business, corruption, and how much money is made on these projects. You're intelligent, and I don't love to see the compromises you're going to be making. It's obvious. We have to adapt our priorities to the present reality. We have to find alternatives. There are 2 other golf courses. We need to return our lands to native plants. We have to have a healthy ecosystem. We have to adapt and reuse properly and intelligently. And the DC government obviously isn't. 20 years ago, I testified to transition away from gas-powered lawn equipment. This Rock Creek Golf Course will be nothing but gas-powered lawn equipment. All right, so we're going to change carbon fixing to carbon emissions, of course. You know, the NPS is being ingenuous all the time. It's obvious. We 20 years ago, and we didn't transition away from gas-powered lawn equipment. Everywhere we go, the district is mowing lawns. All right, you know, I watched the corruption to push the McMillan development ahead. Your commission approved it, okay? 30,000 more cars will be coming to North Capitol when a young 28-year-old arborist, Tim Clark, who lived on North Capitol, and he supported McMillan Park, he died of asthma. The pollution from these projects is unacceptable. We're not giving us clean air, clean water. It's funny, they're going to remove the dead trees. Everyone knows dead trees are part of the environment. Your commission needs to be in the reality of what's really going on this planet. Wildfires, dead animals, mass extinctions, floods. Maybe some of your houses need to be wiped out in a flood before you'll recognize The real responsibility you have is not to corruption, not to National Park Service, which is being totally ingenuous and breaking all kinds of laws. All right. Golfing is not a priority. Golfing is a nice sport for a minority of people, a tiny fraction of the population.
Mr. Wolkoff, we appreciate your comments. Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Greg Schmidt. I live in Chevy Chase, DC, and I'm honored to testify in support of a plan which I believe will provide one of the most significant improvements in the quality of life for DC residents, young and old, since I first played Rock Creek Golf Course in 1966. I was a member of the then Wilson, now Jackson Reed high school golf team for whom Rock Creek was our home course. One of my fondest memories comes from being a member of the '68 Wilson team that won the city championship over Anacostia High at East Potomac Golf Course. I'm sad to say that in recent years, public school golf in DC has largely fallen away. I think there's a vigorous private school program, but not the public courses, not the public schools. I believe only one DCPS team played in the state championships last year. But the restoration of these 3 public courses could catalyze the revival of public school golf. Rock Creek Golf Course in particular is surrounded by at least 4 public high schools, 3 on the east side of the park, plus Jackson Reed. With Langston and East Potomac serving the southern end of the city, and with the plan to not only improve the courses and add practice facilities, but to make them as affordable and accessible as possible, I'm optimistic that NLT, with its partnership with First Tee, can jumpstart public high school golf throughout the city. The NLT plan for Rock Creek is also ideally configured to serve my neighborhood with its bookended demographics. We have both the largest concentration of seniors in the city and, because of a recent influx of young families, the most overcrowded schools. There are 6 over 65 golfers on my block alone, and now a couple of teenagers learning the game as well. A 9-hole course with a par 3 and, crucially, a driving range will optimize the experience of both of these constituencies. I'm also confident that NLT's plans will result in a far richer and healthier forest with more native trees and more lively meadowland than were present when the course was first reclaimed from a farm 100 years ago, and indeed at any point since then. Forests, as we have learned, once materially altered, require active management, and active management requires financial resources. For Rock Creek, a critical source of these resources will come from the driving range, which I can assure you will draw vast numbers from DC and nearby Maryland golfers, whose only alternatives now are places like Potomac or College Park, or going downtown to Langston and East Potomac. In short, this is a very strong proposal from a very strong proponent that will have a great impact on our city and our region, and I urge you to endorse it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schmidt. Thank you for participating today. And now we have Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, are you prepared? Yes. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Peter Jones, and I speak today in support of the Rock Creek Golf Course renovations. I look forward to introducing my 2 young daughters to butterflies in the pollinator gardens, nature trails, the putting green, and yes, the golf courses. But I also want to speak in support of returning a DC gym to its historic golden era. Like a Wardman row house missing its front porch, Rock Creek Golf Course lacks the playability and conditions envisioned by architect William Flynn. Flynn is one of the greatest golf architects of his generation, having designed dozens of courses that consistently find their way on top 10 lists, including Shinnecock Hills, host of numerous major tournaments like the 2026 US Open. Most of these Flynn courses are private country clubs available only to those that can afford them. Rock Creek has offered many, many thousands of DMV residents an affordable opportunity to play a course whose design and location is truly unique over the past 100 years. Due to deferred maintenance and overgrown conditions, the course has steadily deteriorated and received less and less use, even hindering management of the other DC public courses. Golf in Rock Creek has always been controversial. Woodrow Wilson called it an unforgivable piece of vandalism to have sporting facilities in Rock Creek before being informed that the land purchased for the course was already cleared former farmland. Yet golf amongst the trees and beauty of Rock Creek National Park has also been wildly popular. A year after the full course opened in 1926, it hosted 75,000 rounds of golf. It has hosted Supreme Court justices, U.S. presidents. It was actually one of President Harding's final rounds before he passed away, and regular folks from all over D.C. It has also been altered over the years, first for the expansion of Military Road, and later by various course operators without modifying Military Road. Of course, the original Flynn full course cannot be restored, and I believe the proposed plan preserves many of Flynn's best original whole corridors with vastly improved and sustainable facilities. It's fitting that Gil Hance, one of the great golf architects of our time, will be given the opportunity to restore Flynn's Rock Creek. Hance, who designed the course for the 2016 Rio Olympics, will provide his signature touch on a world-class short course while preserving space for non-golf activities and habitat in the footprint of the original back nine. When completed, Rock Creek Golf Course will change from an underutilized, overgrown space to a world-class course suitable to be played by presidents, pros, and neighborhood kids picking up the game through first tee. I'm excited to enjoy what will likely be the most affordable Flynn or Gil Hance course in the country, which is a testament to public golf in our nation's capital, and all without any taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. We appreciate your comments and your participation. Moving on to Ms. Edwards. Ms. Paula Edwards, I see you there. If you'd like to unmute.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh,
yes.
hi. Thank you. My name is okay. My name is Paula Edwards. I'm the commissioner for ANC 4A01. My comments are my own and do not represent my constituents or the commission. I'm a native Washingtonian who grew up in the Shepherd Park neighborhood north of the golf course. I'm very familiar with the golf course when it was more fully used. I'm still a frequent user of the park and its trails and appreciate any efforts to maintain and improve it. This discussion mimics the discussion in the early 20th century of the conservationists versus the preservationists when this golf course was designed. Indeed, the Organic Act of 1916 still informs much of our current discussion. I've read the report and recent studies on park management and environmental diversity. This situation offers no course of action that will not have negative effects. I'm impressed by the acknowledgement of the downsides of the various options and the efforts of risk mitigation, but specific methodology is needed. I'm not an expert in forestry management and environmental effects and defer to those who are. I know that there are a variety of opinions on this matter, but I urge the Commission to follow the science in making this decision. I think it's essential to quantify the effect of the trees being removed in light of recent research regarding the effects of dense forests on climate change mitigation. I think we need much less rhetoric and more science. As others have pointed out, this will affect less than 0.5% of the total tree canopy of Rock Creek Park. It is equally important to ascertain that the mitigation plan will ameliorate the...
Diane, Julia, thank you. Go ahead. I apologize.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Paula. Sorry for that interruption.
Will ameliorate the removal of existing trees to the greatest extent possible if that's the option chosen. I believe that bringing this facility back to its usefulness will enhance the educational, recreational, and employment opportunities open to the neighborhood and will benefit young people who need more outside recreation. The devil is in the details, and NPS should work with our community and with DC government agencies, city wildlife, and other nonprofit groups to the greatest extent possible to ensure that whatever option is chosen is successful. Again, there's no perfect solution here. The existing situation is the result of decades of neglect. Overmanagement poses its own risks. Some of us are expressing our fears and concerns, and they should be taken seriously. However, this can be a wonderful opportunity to develop a model for human recreation and natural coexistence to arrive at the best solution possible. I urge that we work out the details and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Edwards. We appreciate your comments. I would like now to take a moment and see if any of the commissioners have questions for any of the four speakers, Mr. Wolkoff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Jones, or Ms. Edwards. Do we have any questions from the commissioners? Any questions? Hearing no questions, we're going to move on to the next cohort. And that group includes Mr. Adrian Stewart, Mr. Clint Sanchez, Mr. Aaron Rosenthal, Mr. Brian Wee. If we could please begin with Mr. Stewart. And
Yes.
You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for having me. As you mentioned, my name is Adrian Stewart. I am a chef instructor at Crossland High School and a adjunct professor at Prince George's Community College. I don't live in DC, but as a child, I grew up at all three of the golf courses in Langston, more specifically Langston and Rock Creek. I heard someone mention earlier, you know, golf is just a sport, it's leisure, it's things like that. For me growing up, that was not the case. Without these golf courses, I honestly would not, I do not know where I would be. My parents were very hardworking. They used to drop us off at the golf course in the morning and pick us up in the evening. And programs like the Vardaman Caddy program at Langston, programs like that kept me out of trouble, kept a lot of my friends out of trouble. And now I'm in a position where I can teach our young people about golf and how to be better people. And programs like the Vardaman group help me to kind of connect those students to that. I also started a golf team at Crossland High School this past school year for the first time, with the help of National Trust Links and Langston Golf Course and Rock Creek. So I just want to let everyone know I am a huge supporter of the plan. I believe it's detrimental to our young people, especially in DC, with the crime rates being astronomical. And yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments, Mr. Stewart. Thank you for providing testimony today. Mr. Clint Sanchez, you will have 5 minutes as you are representing the first tee.
Thank you, Madam Chair Goodman. It's good to be here. Yes, I am the executive director of the First Tee Greater Washington, D.C. chapter for a youth development organization that teaches golf and life skills. As Damian Cosby mentioned earlier, we are in our 25th year, so big year for the First Tee, 25th anniversary. And we've had a lot of impact in that time, and our mission really is about impact. It's to impact the lives of young people by providing educational opportunities to build character and instill life-enhancing values through the game of golf. So that the last word of our mission is golf, for a lot of different things before the game of golf. But I'm here to talk about the First Tee and the overall project. We've had a lot of growth in those 25 years. 25 years ago, we were just at Langston Golf Course, historic Langston Golf Course. We had 90 young people in our program, and now we're up to 2,000 in our program, as Damian and Tima both mentioned. And over 700 of those young people are in DC alone. We provide programming at all three courses in DC, and as well as courses in Northern Virginia, Montgomery County, and Prince George's County, Maryland. 70% of the young people in our program are diverse. We're one of the most diverse chapters in the country. There's 150 chapters of the First Tee total across the country. So with that, we were really excited in 2020 when this bid came up for the National Park Service RFP. And when National Links Trust, we were very supportive of the National Links Trust then. And when they received the bid, we were really excited about the opportunity that they had here, which we've heard a lot about today. We remain excited about that. And we were really excited a couple weeks ago when they received their FONSI approval, the finding of no significant impact, which is a big step in this process. I can tell you that National Links Trust has been very discerning and patient with this process, and very open-minded, which I think we've heard a lot of that today. So this project really will have a great impact on the youth in the area. To have a dedicated learning center for the First Tee and the kids in our program, it'll really allow us to serve our young people and serve them better. So we're excited about the opportunity to have a dedicated learning center, which will all be housed within the Rock Creek Park Golf Course as part of a new clubhouse that the National Links Trust is going to build, and it'll help us really further the mission of preserving and renovating the historic golf course that's at Rock Creek. So really excited about that opportunity to have that safe space, a place where our kids can call home. We've never had that, and I think to have it at Rock Creek would be a tremendous opportunity. So appreciate everyone's time and spoke on that behalf today. As Damian mentioned, we'll be able to triple our impact right here at Rock Creek. Instead of having 60 young people at a very limited practice facility, we'll be able to have well over 200 people annually, young people annually, at Rock Creek Golf Course, to be able to provide year-round programming, winter programming, after-school programming, amenities that'll include a classroom, multi-purpose classroom, indoor to outdoor hitting space for our young people. Just a great place, as Team of Masters mentioned, just to hang out and be the best version of themselves. So we'll have a great opportunity here, and I'm really excited about sharing it with you, and just really I think it's a tremendous opportunity, and one that I'm happy to have the opportunity to talk to you about. In closing, I think this opportunity in the Learning Center will be a transformative opportunity, a transformative project, not just for the young people of the First Tee, Greater Washington, D.C., but for young people in the community, which is a very diverse community, which you've heard about today. So I fully support the initiative and the project, and I really appreciate everyone's time today and everyone's comments. It's a great job, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanchez. We appreciate your input today. And I'd like to move now to Aaron Rosenthal. Yes, I see you. There you are, Mr. Rosenthal. Thank you. You have 3 moments for testimony, or 3 minutes for testimony, please.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. I'm a resident in Ward 4 near the golf course, and cannot wait for work to begin on rehabilitating Rock Creek Park Golf Course, owned by the Park Service. The National Links Trust, or NLT, is an organization that is responsive to the community. NLT addressed concerns regarding tree removal and practice facilities. As a father of 4 young children, I'm elated that NLT elected to include a dedicated short game area. As a result of this, a parent will be able to drop off their child after school and let them be outside and practice golf with their friends or family. And even if they don't have any money for the driving range or a round of golf, a junior golfer can just show up and practice putting, chipping, and hitting shots from the bunker. But what is so great about the vision for this space is how it takes a cue from successful models from golf courses abroad, where everyone shares the nature space together. So people walk their dogs, go on hikes alongside others who want to play golf. And the golf course is that vessel to connect people to nature, each other, and the local community. Most importantly, I know the founders and have the utmost faith that they will do right by DC's residents, our environment, and the U.S. taxpayer. And just to reference some of the other points, I think this isn't an issue of the environment or choosing between that, but exposing more children to nature actually will get them to appreciate the outdoors and hopefully protect our natural resources moving forward. So please excuse the bad pun, but the National Capital Planning Commission hit a hole in one with this project. So thank you, and fully support your efforts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosenthal. We appreciate your input today. Dr. Brian Wee, you have 3 minutes.
Chair Goodman, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Brian Wee. I'm a retired PhD ecologist. I live in Adams Morgan, and I visit the golf course regularly to photograph wildlife. I'm presenting my concerns with the proposed tree removal plan. I commend the NCPC to require the NPS to brief the Commission on the tree replacement strategy prior to phase 2 of the construction project. However, I would also urge the NPS to give consideration to the following 3 issues which have been stressed by other concerned citizens. Issue number 1, biodiversity impacts. Now, within the 0.32 square miles occupied by the golf course and the surrounding forest, there are at least 573 species of organisms, as reported by 336 community scientist volunteers between January 2019 and April 2024. Now, the NPS correctly points out that animal and bird wildlife will likely be temporarily disturbed and displaced. However, the NPS failed to address the potential impact of these types of movement patterns on non-motile organisms like plant, fungi, and protozoan life forms in the surrounding forest as a result of that displacement. Now, Replaced trees will naturally require time to grow to maturity. You don't plant a tree there one day and have a 20 feet tall tree in 2 days, right? So the temporary displacement of these animals will have its impacts on the intact surrounding forests. That kind of impact will be measured in decades, not weeks, not days, all right? And this is not pointed out in the publicly released materials. Issue number 2, dead trees. Now, dead trees provide nesting and denning sites for various birds, mammals, insects, reptiles, and amphibians that utilize cavities and crevices for shelter and reproduction. The decomposition of woody materials support healthy soils due to its beneficial effects on water retention and nutrient cycling. The tree removal plan does not acknowledge this fact, nor does it propose a clear rationale to evaluate which dead trees to remove. Provided that the dead trees do not pose a threat to humans, they are a natural part of the natural landscape that the golf course aims to blend into, and should therefore be retained to a certain extent. Last issue, issue number 3, heritage trees. The plan includes the removal of more than 200 trees considered heritage trees, which is allowed given that this is federal land. However, what message does this send to developers in Washington, D.C., who already routinely flout DC's heritage tree laws, or who rather pay a fine because of the return on investment on such illegal actions? The NPS must act as a responsible corporate citizen by not giving prospective bad actors a template for illegal action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Wee, and thank you for your testimony today. Do commissioners have questions for these most recent 4 folks, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Sanchez, Mr. Rosenthal, or Dr. Wee? Any questions from the commissioners? Any questions? I don't see any, so we're going to move on. Our next cohort is Mr. Rabb, Ms. Merrick, Ms. Hayes Allen, and Mr. Bednash. So we will begin with Hunter Rabb or Rob. Are you here?
Present, yes. And you got it right the second time. It's right.
Thank you, Rob. I apologize. Thank you.
Please, no apology needed. Yeah, so hello, my name is Hunter Robb. And today I would like to do briefly my favorite thing, which is talk about birds. So let's take the American kestrel, for example. The American kestrel is known to help prevent against crop damage and help pest control, and is also known to return after migrating to the same place year after year after year after year. An American kestrel has also brought economic benefit to DC that lives on the course of the Rock Creek Golf Course by a photographer who shot it and then won a photo contest that is then bringing money into a small photography community and is then bringing more money into a Georgetown art gallery. Now let's talk about woodpeckers. Woodpeckers are used dead trees, as some other people have noted, and they are also at the forefront of a study to help against CTE for football players. And birds of all kind are in dire need, and so to produce the home of woodpeckers may also reduce some ecological studies. Tree swallows, which are also home at the Rock Creek Golf Course, are among one of the most studied and have brought some of the most advanced advancements in ecology as a field out of the majority of most species. And now to address someone's comment earlier of like the Rock Creek Golf Course is perhaps a drop in the bucket of the whole Rock Creek Park. The eastern whippoorwill was spotted just last week or week and a half ago, which is actually a fairly rare sighting, and that was spotted on the grounds of the golf course. To protect such a rare sighting is not only just valuable to every birder, but if it doesn't return, and the silence of one that is returned is actually a very bad omen in Native American culture and is a sign for death. That's just maybe a fun fact for other people. There's also a great horned owl that lives on the Rock Creek Golf Course. And the other night around sunset, I actually got to hear it do some hunting and feed its feed its little babies. But that was actually in the area that the driving range would then be. So those are some birds that live on the Rock Creek Golf Course. And if you wish to take the time to, go and visit the golf course as a birder or as a nature enthusiast, one of the beautiful aspects of it is you can. I myself also enjoy golf. I don't think that there needs to be, but there can be cohabitation between birders and golfers. Many birders are golfers. Many golfers are birders.
3 minutes.
Thank you. And so to sum it up, forgive the bad pun, but I think National Links Trust needs to take a mulligan and rethink this plan over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rob. We appreciate your input. Thanks for coming today.
I
Next,
appreciate you.
thank you. Next, we have Ms. Merrick, and you have 3 minutes to provide testimony. I see you're there.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Merrick, and I am a concerned DC resident testifying against the development plan for the Rock Creek Golf Course. We are all aware that deaths and illness caused by increased heat through climate change are on the rise, and each summer is the hottest we have ever experienced and the coldest we will ever experience unless climate change action is taken immediately. We all know that trees and their large capacity for carbon sequestration contributes to mitigating climate change. Our local actions have global effects. So why are we removing approximately 1,200 trees in an urban heat island for turf with increased resource needs? As mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, approximately half of these trees are healthy, native, and heritage trees. NLT's website, under the sustainability section, states that there will be a 200 net gain in tree canopy with no mention of the tree loss for this project. How long will this replacement actually take? Also, the Rock Creek Park Conservancy, which has been mentioned, and the Wheat Warriors put in hundreds of hours to remove invasive species. NLT's plan to clear-cut trees and undergrowth is not the answer and will release the invasive seed bank in the soil, therefore spreading the invasive species. NLT's website states that there will be significant reduction in soil erosion and sediment runoff into Rock Creek through rain gardens, healthy turf coverage, meadow grasses, and other stormwater management techniques. The disruption from moving this vast amount of trees will cause the loss of soil and large amounts of sediment runoff into Rock Creek. Turf does not hold onto water the same way deep tapping tree roots do. Having a forest is a stormwater management technique. NLT's website also states that it will create healthy native habitats created for wildlife. There is already an established habitat and home for native wildlife that will be destroyed and diminished through this project. It further states development of hiking and running trails. Again, these already exist throughout the golf course area and are protected from harsh summer heat by the existing canopy coverage. This also does not have to be an either-or situation. People can still golf while allowing the trees to exist. The information provided does not convince me the removal of the trees is necessary for people to golf in the course, nor that the updated plan suffices to protect the environment. I will end with a quote from Indigenous ethnobotanist and writer Robin Wall Kimmerer. I am trying to understand what it means to own a thing. Especially a wild and living being. To have exclusive rights to its fate, ownership seems a uniquely human behavior and control. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Merrick. We appreciate your comments. And now we have, Nicola Hayes Allen. Are you ready to speak?
Yes. Am I in?
Yes. Yes,
oh,
we
brilliant.
can.
Okay.
We can
Perfect.
hear you and
Yeah.
see you. Thank you much,
Okay.
Ms. Hayes Allen.
Thank you. So I'm Nicola Hayes Allen, and I suppose I just want to repeat some of the concerns you've heard before. The fact that repeatedly there's been such a limited time window allowed for stakeholders to respond, with their comments prior to, NCPC meetings. Okay. We want to hear from people on both sides. And considering that the 2 million visitors each year to Rock Creek mainly come to enjoy the woods, to enjoy nature, their views do matter. And I can't remember, a very large number of people did respond back in November, apparently, very concerned about protection of trees. And they weren't invited. They weren't informed of future meetings or invited to come and testify again. That's really important, you know? So both sides need to be looked at. And frankly, I think that probably what we need to do is have some accommodation between the two sides, as it were. So yes, children obviously need access to the outdoors and to, you know, an opportunity to play sports, including golf, but including other things. And they need access, by the way, to enjoy nature. So it seems to me that we have to, the problem of global warming is extreme. And I think we need to take that seriously. If we lose half of 1% of the canopy in Rock Creek, well, a change of half a degree Fahrenheit in our temperature in DC matters. My own mother died in a heat wave a few years ago. You know, one of the heat waves that have been hitting countries internationally. Anyway, there's still no full accounting of which trees have been removed. There's actually no plan, no information as to when new trees will be planted, who will make the planting decisions, and especially what new species are to be planted. As it's called, the NLT, they actually want to plant, apparently, they want to plant what? Redbud, dogwood, cedar, hollies, and they do mention some oaks. But where is the beech, the maple, the black cherry, and other hardwoods? You know, this would involve a huge loss of biodiversity. And it matters, you know, because bird species and bat species are very specific about where they need to find food, what species of tree they need to sustain them. And especially it's true of migrating warblers. And Rock Creek is a major north-south migration corridor. So anyway, I do think the removal and planting decisions must not be left to NLT if you do go ahead with this plan. They're not a conservation organization. They don't have the skills. An organization such as KC Trees should come in to advise, to monitor, to report back to NCPC, and to ensure that any new saplings are maintained and cared for. So often trees get planted and they're just left to die. So the existing plan was just a vague promise, oh, we'll plant new trees 3 to 1, you know, is not enough. Okay. So anyway,
thank you.
Did you say I've done the 3 minutes?
Yes, ma'am, you have.
Okay.
But
So anyway, I
just
just request then that you defer your final decision
Yes.
until all stakeholders on both sides have a full opportunity to bring their concerns.
And thank you for your input, thoughtful input. Thank you. And now we'll move on to Mr. Isaiah Bednash. You have 3 minutes for your testimony, please.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Great. So hi, my name is Isaiah Bednash. I am an activist. I'm also a professional native ecologist. I study diversity through DNA sequencing and taxonomic analysis. I'd just like to start by saying rehabilitation means restoration to full health. Trees are keystone to our healthy ecosystems. A single tree removed without just cause is going to lower the health of the park, which is opposite to rehabilitation. Our DC green space is sacred. Trees are critical for stormwater mitigation, carbon sequestration, and the promotion of biodiversity. That's biological diversity. Their destruction for profit exacerbates the crisis we are currently facing due to climate change. As DC is expanding more each day, prioritizing these green spaces remains sacrosanct. The irony of Rock Creek Park being named an urban oasis and considering the felling of 1,200 trees is palpable. We must protect the essential foundations of our capital's community, which is ecological diversity. This forest keeps our waterways healthy. It promotes the pollinators that feed us and all other organisms that maintain our fragile natural balance. I heard mention of turfgrass. Turfgrass is indeed sustainable for water use, but your lack of informed area on microplastic danger are going to be in one of DC's key waterways is utterly alarming. NCPS can call this improvement a target for serving an underserved community or removing invasive plants all they want, but they won't take a step for Black or brown folks, weed warrior programs, or new planting unless a multi-million-dollar plan is going to line your pockets first. And take a walk through Rock Creek Park. NPS cannot currently maintain the invasive species that are there. This is a pure protection for status quo. Keep selling out our community. Please do. Soon there won't be anything left to stand for. Please protect the golf course as it is and protect our trees. And this is a call to the rest of the folks on this meeting. Please become ungovernable before it's too late. I will cede the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments, Mr. Bednash. Thanks for joining us today. And now I'm going to ask the commissioners, do we have any questions for these four, Mr. Robb, Ms. Merrick, Ms. Hayes Allen, or Mr. Bednash? Any questions from commissioners at this time? No questions? Hearing no questions, we'll move to the next cohort, and that will be Judith Taylor, David Yardas, Elizabeth Berry, and James Doherty. So we'll begin with Ms. Taylor. Would you like to begin, please? I see you there. If you can unmute. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to testify today. My name's Judy Taylor. I've been a DC resident for about over 30 years. I'll speak quickly because I have a lot here. I request that the commission postpone a decision until serious issues with the project planning and public participation process have been addressed. Important information has not been provided that both the public and the commission need to fully understand the project's impact. I'm particularly concerned about climate change, tree removal, mitigation measures, and threatened and endangered species. Climate change impacts such as reduced carbon sequestration and cooling in the area are hardly addressed. The National Park Service only says that the process of investigating ways of preserving carbon on site has not been completed. This is clearly inadequate given the risk that climate change poses today. Tree removal was not given enough attention in the FONSI. It gives little information on the trees to be removed, including heritage trees. On April 30th, only 48 hours prior to the upcoming meeting, the NPS posted additional information regarding the removal of trees. There seems to be new information, such as the project would remove up to 1,368 of the total 2,763 trees. The number did increase from 1,262 trees. It doesn't offer important information such as the heritage trees to be removed. Regarding mitigation measures, several are not final as of the time of the FONSI. For example, final mitigation measures currently include only planting 200 trees, while other areas have not been finalized as of the publication of this document. Tree replacement is largely up in the air. This information is needed to give a proper review of this project. While NPS has generally committed to replacing 7.1 acres of tree canopy to replace the 6.1 acres they're removing, they haven't given the specific details on what they'll be replanted. The NCPC has precise guidelines on tree replacement, but proposes to give the project the go-ahead without seeing this information in advance. NCPS has said they will require a briefing on tree replacement further down the road, but still proposes to give all approvals for this project at today's meeting before knowing this information. Regarding threatened and endangered species, NPS has acknowledged that the project may impact several threatened and endangered species, including the long-eared bat. NPS admits in the FONSI that after it consulted with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as is required by the Endangered Species Act, its project planning has been altered. This is a serious problem and needs to be addressed to the satisfaction of the Commission and the public. NPS's NEPA process is also inadequate in that the environmental assessment only analyzed one alternative to the preferred action, which is no action. There may be other alternatives with fewer impacts, such as with less tree removal, avoidance of removing heritage trees, or less nighttime lighting. NEPA requires a reasonable range of alternatives, and these should be provided. Due to these significant concerns regarding the inadequate and rushed process to this project and remaining questions, I request that the Commission postpone consideration of the project until the NPS addresses these shortcomings and makes all information available to the public. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor. We appreciate your comments and your participation today. Mr. Yardis, you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Yes, you're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Commission and all the participants in today's session. This has been quite interesting and informative. I'm speaking to you today as the 10-year resident of DC Ward 3 and a huge fan of Rock Creek Golf Course. I started playing golf with my wife as we all broke out of COVID restrictions in the fall of 2020. And the 3 courses in DC are even as beat up as they are gems, and it's delightful that there's an opportunity to try to improve them. So I've been super excited around the time we started. That was around when National Links Trust came into at least my awareness, and have been, as we've tried to learn the game of golf and learn how to be patient and all those great things, have been very hopeful about the opportunities that their ambitions and resources might present. I learned through sort of public information that there was a big controversy about tree harvest last fall, I guess it was, and was hopeful at that point that because of the importance of the project and at Rock Creek, and because of the opportunity that this would create an opportunity for folks to come together and find some kind of a compromise path forward that would address those concerns and result in something that everybody could be happy with. So it was disappointing only yesterday, to learn, I haven't been as plugged in as I should have been, that the current plans are, perhaps tweaked around the edges, but there's really been no significant change from the primary plan, including all of the impacts, tree harvest, et cetera, that so many folks have spoken to today. And what really stood out to me was that this whole idea of there was no alternative other than a no action alternative. So it's kind of like take it or leave it, all or nothing. And that doesn't seem appropriate as a matter of process, good government, community relations, whatever. So I honestly believe there's a better path. I know time matters, particularly from an investment perspective, and that makes it harder the farther down you get and the closer you get to thinking you're almost where you need to be. But if there's any way at this point, as part of any approval or provisional approval or preliminary approval, whatever, to also try to look at what should have been done first, which would be a plan that starts with the idea of preservation of the heritage trees.
3 minutes.
And, start from there, build forward some kind of collaborative process that everybody can be part of.
Yes, and
Thank you for the opportunity to talk.
Thank you, Mr. Yardis, and we appreciate your comments and your participation. Thank you very much. We do have Ms. Elizabeth Berry at this time.
Hi, thank you. Commissioners, I'm Elizabeth Berry. I grew up a block from Rock Creek Park, and I was DC's first environmental director. I worked for 6 years during the Williams administration, and I set up the District Department of Energy and the Environment. I urge you to visit the golf course in person to see for yourself what hangs in the balance. The proposed rehabilitation can be done in a way that is far more sustainable and protective of the natural resource than the one alternative that is being considered. As many people have said, the fact that there wasn't a meaningful alternative, just my way or the highway, A or nothing, really is an issue that I hope that you will recognize and take to heart. Your decision today will be the most consequential decision in the history of Rock Creek Park since it was founded in 1890. And it should not be rushed. It should not be based on incomplete information. The FONSI defies common sense and the straight face test. There is obviously a significant environmental impact, and one that hasn't even been quantified by the National Park Service. In my opinion, they have abdicated responsibility as stewards of Rock Creek Park and are now pushing a reckless, unreasoned plan that has not provided any data and is lacking in solid analysis. The promised detailed information, or any information in many cases, has not been provided, at least not to the public. Rock Creek Conservancy states, quote, "The environmental effects of the EA's preferred alternative are not well documented or supported. The more detailed analysis mentioned throughout the document should be included in the FONSI and should have quantitative goals and metrics for evaluating ongoing implementation. We are disappointed that the FONSI released by the MPS did not include the detailed studies referenced in the environmental assessment. The NLT constantly asserts that all of its decisions, big or small, are done through a lens of sustainability, but that is false. There are many golf course designers known to focus on sustainability, yet the NLT did not select one. They have not meaningfully, the Park Service has not meaningfully considered public input, both from knowledgeable subject matter experts such as Casey Treat, City Wildlife, and others, or the many members of the public. I urge you to review personally at least some of the 3,200 comments that were submitted on the environmental assessment. They're very eloquent and very heartfelt. In addition to the fact that many trees can and should be protected, the irrigation pond is highly problematic and poorly conceived. Like the high maintenance, difficult to establish and maintain meadow proposal, the irrigation pond is likely doomed to fail. It is so high up that it won't capture stormwater runoff effectively, and it's a massive disturbance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We do appreciate your input today. Thank you, Ms. Berry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Doherty, you are representing Dark Sky International, so you have 5 minutes. And I do want to mention, and hope he's prepared, Mr. Jerry Andrioli will be speaking after you, and that will be the final speaker, but he was having technical difficulties and is on with us now. So first, we'll have Mr. Doherty, please.
Thank you. Jim Doherty, DC chapter, Dark Sky. I submitted an 8-page memo yesterday. I'm not going to read it, but I will try and share a PowerPoint via Zoom if I have that skill.
Mr. Doherty, we ask that you not do a screen share and simply use your time as allocated. We've not allowed anyone else to use the screen sharing function. Thank you.
I thought you allowed the presenter from the links to do that. No. The golf course fellow. All right. Well, satellite photos of the district will show you that there's a very special place up in the upper northwest in Rock Creek Park that's largely dark. The Park Service has gone to great lengths over the years to keep it dark. They turned off all the street lights along Beach Drive in 1980. All the streets around there, Ross Drive, Ridge Road, Morrow, Bingham, and the rest, are all dark. They're not lit. And I have photos of the golf course at night. It's an incredibly dark place. And the lighting scheme that they're planning on introducing here will disrupt all of that profoundly. The proponents have said that they are going to install light fixtures that are dark sky approved. That's ludicrous for at least 2 reasons. We have very exacting standards for approving outdoor lighting fixtures, especially sporting fixtures. They have to be shielded. Just like the lights in your home, the lights have to point down and they need lampshades. We require shields around all of our lights. And the only outdoor lighting systems that we've approved have send the light 100% down. What they're proposing for this, and I wish I could show you the diagram, it's in the EA, page 19, they're going to put in flat panels of LED lights and just point them to the sky. We've never seen anything so crazy. And I guess you have to do that if people are hitting golf balls 100 feet up in the air. There's some reference to golfers hitting golf balls and then watching them fly on television screens or something. It's all kind of ludicrous. And let me add, secondly, Dark Sky will not entertain an application to approve sports lighting in a very dark locale or in an environmentally sensitive locale like Rock Creek Park. They won't take the application. They won't take their money. This is a non-starter. The lighting is terrible and will never be approved. And I really think it's duplicitous of the proponents to make these claims. They're utterly false. The other point I would make is that this proposal violates the comprehensive plan. And since I can't refer to my slides, I'll have to do it from memory, but element B25 in the federal environmental elements spends paragraphs talking about light pollution and the need to protect our dark skies. And it's a fairly recent addition to the comp plan. I think wasn't around when they put the tennis center up at the Fitzgerald site, but the plan has evolved, and we now don't do these things. We don't put sports lighting complexes in the middle of the park. The comprehensive plan also in B14 of the Parks and Open Space element says no lighting in parks unless it's necessary for safety. In other words, no decorative lighting and no sports lighting. And I think that means if they're going to put in a facility RFK, which is in Parkland, they're going to have to put a roof on it. You can't have lighting in a park according to the comp plan. And it's the responsibility of this entity to enforce the comp plan. So I urge you to read my testimony and see those references. That concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doherty. I just wanted to clarify too, the presentation of the proposed golf project was part of the applicant's presentation, not part of someone testifying. So I just want you to know we're being very fair here, and that was part of the original application, the presentation of the plan. So just FYI, but we do appreciate your comments and thank you for the reference to look at your testimony. Thank you very much. And then this last person we have is Jerry Adrioli. I'm not sure that's the correct pronunciation. Are you here?
Yeah, thank you.
Great.
I really appreciate shout out to Steven Sandigal for helping me through and getting on the agenda. My name is Cheryl Andriel. I've been a permanent Washington, D.C. resident since 2011 and currently reside in Ward 2. During my time in D.C., I've grown to love spending weekends in Rock Creek Park. My dog Charlie is a park ranger and loves to hike the trails on his leash, of course. I enjoy cycling along Beach Drive all the way down to the National Mall and Haynes Point. I also enjoy playing golf. As such, I've been closely following the National Links Trust work since 2019. 5 years later, I'm thrilled to see the Trust plans for Rock Creek Park, not only as a golfer, but also a hiker and a biker. I believe this plan will not only add critical practice space for golfers in the region, restore aspects of William Flynn's masterful original design, but will also create spaces for community use and gatherings of all kinds. This could include hikers and bikers stopping to enjoy the great scenery with a nice refreshment or food to help them on their journey further into the park. The National Links Trust has established an all-star team intimately familiar with the park's history, the park's importance to this region, and is positioned to make a positive impact in the region for decades to come. I look forward to continuing to support the National Links Trust plans and watching their collaboration with this commission and the National Park Service to honor the historical significance of this space while making it more accessible and engaging for everyone, not just golfers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have the last five speakers. Mr. Andriol, thank you very much. And Mr. Doherty, Ms. Berry, Mr. Yardis, and Ms. Taylor. Any questions for those presenters or testifiers today from the commission? Hearing any questions from the commission? No questions. Then we will move on. So the commission also received 233 comment letters on this project as of Wednesday afternoon deadline. And of those, a third were in support and 2/3 were against. So I do want to thank all of the members of the public who joined us today. I'm grateful for the public input contributing to our conversation. Now we'll move on. This concludes the public testimony, and is there a motion to approve the preliminary and final site and building plans for the Rock Creek Park golf course rehabilitation? Understand we need a motion in order to discuss this presentation and issue and content today. So is there a motion?
I so move for approval.
Okay, Commissioner Tammy Stidham has moved for approval. Is there a second? Is there a second? A third time. Is there a second to this motion here? If not, I'm sorry.
Seconded.
Okay, someone has seconded. I'm looking for.
Sorry, Commissioner Giacchetti.
Thank you. Commissioner Giacchetti, thank you. Seconded the motion. So it has been moved and seconded and is now open for discussion. Can everyone please turn on your cameras? So we will begin the discussion right now. And I would like to begin then with comments, if in the round robin fashion, from Commissioner Stidham.
Thank you, Chair Goodman. And thank you to everyone who not only testified here today, but who also took the time to send in their comment letters. Public engagement is greatly important and we appreciate it. The National Park Service does not take tree removal lightly by any sense. As many know, our mission is that of preservation. This is not a new golf course. This is a golf course that has existed in Rock Creek Park for a long number of years, that is suffering from a lack of good golf course maintenance. Had this had proper golf course maintenance over the year, I don't think we would be having this discussion today. Much of the tree growth that has occurred has disabled play or has further affected the ability of the forest here to be healthy and jubilant. Forest health and resilience is at the highest of our priorities, especially in Rock Creek Park, which consists about a little over 1,400 acres of forest canopy. After much study, we had determined that there was a need to remove the trees that we are talking about here today in order to allow for the rehabilitation of the golf course and for its continued health. There are a large number of trees. We will be the first to admit that. And we have been working with the stakeholders that we heard here today, as well as many others, to discuss trees. This was not, as was described, an offhanded decision. I think we showed our GIS information that showed our tree inventory. We have shared that with the public. It shows actual individual numbers of trees, their condition, their species, and their size, all the information that you need to make really good decisions. I think a lot of misinformation has been shared during the course of this process. That while 200 trees was initially what was being considered as a minimum for replacement, we are currently looking at a replacement of a 3-to-1. And as the design process continues, we will continue to reevaluate and determine where more trees are going to be placed. There were a number of alternatives in the EA that were evaluated besides just what was analyzed in the FONSI. That seems to be lost on a number of people, and that this is not a clear cut. This is selective removal. This is removing those who are dead or dying that propose a safety issue to those using the golf course, either as a golfer or as a visitor to the course, as well as the removal of non-natives or invasives that are deter public health, deter the forest health, and further degrade it from being what it should be. So I think that I'm not sure where the 237 heritage trees came from. That is not accurate. If you evaluate the definition of heritage trees, then we have maybe 57 that would qualify for that, 20 of which are either in poor condition or an invasive. And I can further break that down if anyone needs that. So as I said, trees are extremely important to the Park Service. This is not something we do on a regular basis, but this is a golf course. This is a historic property. And we often have to balance historic preservation with natural resources. And we do that in a very careful, disciplined manner. In evaluating and using the science in order to make those decisions. So I offer that up in the discussion as I think there's a lot of misinformation that was presented today. We will and are continuing to work with stakeholders, both that were here and are not here, for the golf course, for the overall health of the larger park itself. But this is a golf course, and you can't play golf if there's trees in the fairway. And this is, bringing back the golf course to the historic resource that it was to be and was to be maintained as. And in addition to increase foresight, I think the other things that this project brings is getting lost as well. This is, we are working on stormwater. We are adding meadows. There's a lot of the project here that I think has gotten missed. As the design continues, we will continue to work through both the trees and the lighting. That is sort of another piece that did not get accurately portrayed. The fixtures, it's about downlighting. It is not about upcasting of light. We have been in consultation with Fish and Wildlife related to bats and birds and other animals that are affected by light. There is existing light on the property. Today, we are increasing that light, yes, but that light will be turned off 90 minutes after dark. I welcome the discussion as we move forward.
You're on mute, Chair Goodman.
I apologize. Thank you very much, Commissioner Stidham. That is what I said, and I'll say it again. Thank you for your your input and your reflection on today's comments. Vice Chair Hewlett.
Thank you. So this has been a marathon, and I'm one of these people who takes like copious notes. I've taken notes on pretty much every speaker, and they're all over the place here. But I do have a lot to say because I have very strong feelings on this. So first, I want to thank Ms. Hura and staff for everyone who did so much work on this presentation. To thank all the people who stayed with us this entire time, because that took some perseverance, and we thank you for your passionate, insightful, well-reasoned statements and testimony today. So we really appreciate that. Commissioner Stidham, I appreciate your comments as well. And I have somewhat of a background in Parks and Recreation, which I'll explain momentarily. So I know you didn't take any of this lightly, but I will tell you up front, I am about to respectfully not support your motion to come up with a substitute motion. But I wanted to give you that in full transparency. So I am the former chair of, I heard so many positive things. I'm the former chair of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, which is Prince George's and Montgomery counties, and which includes the record-holding National Recreation and Parks Association Gold Medal Awards for excellence in parks and recreation services. And one of the things that we do is we operate golf courses, public golf courses, own and operate them. And we know that they need to be renovated and restored. Maintenance is critical for these golf courses. So this plan on many, many, many levels is a very, very good plan. And I wanted to talk about some of the testimony that I heard. When I said what I chaired, I heard a lot of testimony from about leveling the playing field. And it is important to level the playing field because a lot of these decisions are made on, business decisions are made on golf courses. And the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission was founded in 1927. It took until my appointment in the 97 years to be the first woman and first African-American to ever chair that agency. So I know about leveling the playing field. And I also had to run hearings, and it's very challenging to balance competing interests. This side makes a lot of sense, this side makes a lot of sense, and you've got to bring the two together some kind of way and come out with the best outcome. One of the things that we did, and I wanted to support what Mr. Cosby said and Mr. Sanchez said, with the Department of Parks and Recreation, we partnered with the First Tee program, and it was invaluable to expose people who might not be able to afford it otherwise, to expose young kids to the game of golf. The Freeways to Leadership, vital program as well. So it's very, very important. I commend the Fair Lakes Trust, and I like the Learning Center. I think that's really important as well. But I do also have to say, one of the speakers, Adrian Stewart, I'm sorry, was a young kid who started on our parks and recreation golf courses, and he's just soared now. He's teaching. Kudos to him. He did. But I do want to say at the outset, I do not accept, condone, believe, or allege in any way that there's been any kind of corruption here. That I have to put out on the table right now. But the thing I'm having a problem with now is the constant testimony that I heard about the public not having notice of the tree removal. And one person, I think it was Ms. Borelli, who said she got it 2 hours before the deadline to submit comments in response. Now, I know, I understand it went out yesterday. That may or may not be accurate, but the thing I have a problem with is if our public doesn't have an opportunity to really review everything and to submit their comments in response, and to have the time and the ability to digest it as well. So while I support the golf course and the much needed overhaul and renovations and improvements to this golf course, it's a historic golf course at that. I support that, and maybe it does require the removal of a lot of trees, and I do support the 3-to-1 improvement ratio and the 6.2 to 7.1 improvement. That all of that is very, very good, but can it be better? I don't know the answer to that, but I think there needs to be more communication between the stakeholders and everyone in this matter. I get the feeling that we would benefit from a little more, and I see this as an opportunity for win-win. I think it's good, but I think it's an opportunity, and I don't understand or know, or if anyone can tell me why 1 month continuance of this matter wouldn't be helpful. And when I say continuance, I'm ready to perhaps go forward with the preliminary approval, but charging everyone else to get more additional public engagement on the tree inventory and the removal and the replacement plan, because that's imperative. There are many other environmental issues that were raised as well. If we could have more public engagement on that prior to submitting a final review, that would be beneficial to me. And so I don't know how this motion is going to go, but I cannot support this motion fully, although I can support a preliminary motion, a preliminary approval, with that proviso that there's additional public engagement. And I would ask, I don't know how this motion is going to go, but in the event this one fails and a substitute motion prevails, then I would ask if our team, our staff would have any proposed amendments based on the concerns that we heard today. But I think that this is an opportunity to get it right. And I just think it's win-win. It's an opportunity to get it right. And I think 1 month would be beneficial. And that's where I'm headed, just so you know. I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hewitt. Thank you for that input here.
Madam
And
Chair,
now,
are you
yes,
going to round robin?
yes, I am. And
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay. And Commissioner Argo, please.
I would
add one more thing. Is it too late for me? Yes.
no, since I don't have my act together. Go ahead. Commissioner.
So I wanted to say, I know it was Mr. Lambert who talked about his sons, getting his sons exposed, but I wanted to give a shout out to Mr. Jones too, because he said he wanted to get his daughters exposed to the golf course. And we don't want the girls to be left off, left out of the game either, left out of that game of golf, left out of the business game either. So thank you for that.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to get us on I think we need to take some kind of action. I'm going to make a motion that we delay this action until next month. I don't think the month would matter. I first of all want to associate myself with the vice chair's comments completely. And also I want to make it clear, I kind of trouble that there were comments made about the Park Service, because I believe that they've been forthcoming and did a great job on this, and the staff presented it well. But I think that if we delay it for 1 month, it can clear the air of all the speculation that folks haven't been engaged or don't know or got things late. And hopefully they will come back and can even now begin to honestly work on trying to address some of the issues that have been presented, at least the ones that are true and relevant. So I'm a golfer, and I have been a golfer, and obviously we understand the value of nature and the trees. We all do. And I've been on that course. But I think we need to, I'm making a motion now. Will I get a second? I don't know. But then that gives us something to debate up or down and move forward.
And I appreciate that, Commissioner Dixon. Unfortunately, I think if we have a motion with a second on the floor, we have to act on this motion.
But this is a substitute motion.
First.
Give me a substitute motion.
Well, I'll ask our soon-to-be ex-counselor, Ms. Schuyler, to rule on that, but I think we have to, I'm not sure that we can do that, but you, Commissioner Dixon, you may know that, and I'd like to ask Ann Schuyler her opinion on that. We have a motion on the floor and a second. So I think we have to act on this one first before we go on. We can call a question and we can vote on this, or we can continue with comments from commissioners, and then if this motion fails for lack of a majority, then we could have a second motion, unless we can do something else. Ann.
I agree with you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so let's move forward, and if you will hold that thought, Commissioner Dixon, and we heard that we'll still have another chance to speak up, but we're on this motion right now, which is to approve preliminary and final design for this project. And it's been seconded. So Commissioner Argo, your thoughts on this?
My thoughts are a little jumbled right now and complicated. I'd like to hear from, I'm always hesitant to move forward on something that I know has some of the other commissioners that has the kind of issues that are coming up here today, and has other commissioners concerned about taking action, which may be not so much preliminary, but may need additional consideration.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Argo. Commissioner Green.
Thank you very much. I wanted to just begin by saying, kind of take the application in order, that I really I appreciate the improvements in the architecture. On the architecture side, I think the siding, massing, detailing is excellent. It picks up the character of the site. It conveys the sort of the best of the Mission 66 projects, conveys that well. And I like the future expansion of the clubhouse design, and appreciate the adjustments to the siding of this. I think architecturally this is terrific, and I think that's absolutely approvable. Everything about the architecture right now. My only concern is the gulf between the applicant stance and what we're hearing from the public in terms of perception of transparency, and but I appreciate the motives of this. I really enjoyed the applicant's presentation of the goals. I think are incredibly laudable for this, and would love to see this project move forward. But again, architecture is terrific. I just have some concerns about the gulf between perceptions on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Tunstall Williams, welcome to your first meeting.
Wow, you're welcome. If only Mina could have held on for one more month. This is a tough one. I feel woefully unprepared because I had not seen the concept presentation and how we have evolved here. As you know, we bring as a federal agency through our projects through this process and understand there can be a lot that happens. So lots of great comments. I do, like Commissioner Green, appreciate the architecture and the overall plan and thinking, but do have some discomfort with the perception that maybe all of the public consultation has not been executed, although as a federal agency, I know that the Park Service has probably done their due diligence, but it is a challenge as a federal agency to make sure that you're reaching the public as deep as maybe you need to. I wonder whether, and maybe this is where the vice chair was going, and the commission action is for preliminary and final approval, and maybe it's that we start with the preliminary approval and allow the discussion to continue before we get to the final approval, because just a 1 month extension, I'm not sure what that gets us. I don't know what the mechanism is for that in terms of NEPA or how the public consultation will continue. So I'm a little at loose ends with that and hope that some of the other commissioners can guide us there. But overall, I think the design, the concept, the rehabilitation of the golf course are all laudable. Obviously, there is concern about the loss of the tree canopy, and we want to make sure that happens in the most judicious and sort of right-minded way. And I look forward to hearing other people's comments about how to bridge that gap.
Thank you for your comments, and again, welcome, Commissioner Tunstall Williams. And Commissioner Dixon, you're next. Did you have anything else? Okay.
No, I think I've made my position clear. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Dixon. Commissioner Cash.
Thanks. I also, like others have commented, I think some of the good changes that have been put into this since our last review of this. I understand that we had a lot of witnesses for an NCPC hearing, at least, where providing public testimony, and that there's 20 or so people that seem very much against this. But I do just want to say, I've been looking online to see what kind of notices out there. NCPC, we looked at this a year ago. The Park Service put up on January 3rd last year that this was happening, talking about all the public meetings that were going to be happening. So I do understand that there's what seems to be a big gulf here between what folks want and what's been put on the table. But the council tomorrow, we have 313 people signed up for witnesses to go over our budget. There's a lot of people that are sometimes disappointed, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we can't move forward. So while I very much appreciate all of the public engagement that we've had here, and I know that a lot of people aren't that excited about it, I also, working on the council, I understand that when people don't like something, they're much more willing to come out than if they do like it. So I know we didn't have 25 people coming out saying they love it, while 15 people came out and said they don't like it. So I think in this case, I'm going to put my faith in the executive director's recommendation. And if the body's willing to move forward, I understand that the process can be tough, but I don't know what we would gain out of bringing this back next month, because I think as was mentioned, at the end of the day, as much as I'm always advocate for the trees, I think that given the unique function of this golf course in the middle of a public park, a national park at that, is not just very common. So while we might normally not put lighting into a park, this is a golf course in the middle of a national park. So while I very much appreciate the concerns that have been raised, I'm prepared to move forward with this, with the work that's been done by the commission, and knowing that they'll continue to look at this as further reviews are done.
Thank you, Commissioner Cash. Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, thanks. I definitely appreciate hearing the diverse viewpoints here and hearing from all the public comments. No further comments from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Cicchetti.
Echoing the sentiment from Commissioner Davis, no more comments and concerns from me at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cicchetti. Commissioner Kozar.
Really want to thank the staff for their work on this and really thank everyone who came out to testify. And I'll just associate myself with the comments of Commissioner Cash. I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Cozart. Commissioner McMahon.
Can you hear me? Okay, just
Yes.
make sure. Yeah, thanks. No, it's maybe a longer presentation discussion than Union Station, hard to believe, but it strikes me as that, which kind of gets to the importance of the project and the dedication, I think, of the people, many people who spoke on both sides of what we're trying to do here. But what I've heard, is seen as significant improvement since the concept in terms of what they're doing on the site. Reduction of the size of the golf course itself. I think 9 holes par 3, 9 holes standard par 72 course, the meadow, the walkway, all that. So, and a lot of testimony talked about the importance and goodness of this type of facility to the District of Columbia and its residents. That being said, it appears that we've had a lot of concern, even with the notice that Commissioner Cash talked about, and I know that's out there of this project about what some of the impacts are. I'm ready to vote either way, on the motion. The question I've got from a process perspective is, and now we've got our council here, is the impacts of, up and down, approve, disapprove, and, the motion is to disapprove, what that means moving forward versus, a modification of the motion to approve preliminary and what we want them to come back with. Or just a delay in actually voting on this so we can, absorb ourselves, and staff, I think, absorb themselves some of the discussion about the trees and the, especially the heritage trees and the lighting issue, to inform us as we make a decision. So those are my comments. And again, thanks to staff for great work putting this package together today.
Thank you, Commissioner McMahon. Thank you very much. Ann Schuyler, I don't think there's been a friendly amendment to this motion made, and I don't think that's what's been suggested. So unless there would be a friendly amendment to support a preliminary
I would move a
approval.
friendly amendment if that would be accepted, a preliminary. Madam Chair, with proviso, I would like to see if our staff has any recommendation, that would be of assistance here, given what we've heard.
And I think Commissioner Stidham has something she wanted to say.
Yes, so I would just ask, before we consider an amendment, I don't think another month is going to change the number of trees that need to be removed in order for the golf course to be rehabilitated. We have done our due diligence in investigating each individual tree and determining what should and could stay versus what needs to be removed. So another month is not going to change the number. And we have done a robust engagement. Unfortunately, ahead of us was a lot of misinformation that continues. And we will continue, Commissioner Hewitt, just let me finish. We will continue our engagement as we do with all projects, and especially a project of this magnitude, where we will continue to engage with the public, all the stakeholders that were here today. We had already been in discussion with and will continue to work through the design with. So none of that is really going to change regardless of what happens here today, other than we would have to come back again with most likely the same number of trees, only having had more conversations about the same number of trees. So I just put that out there. I'm sorry, it's a golf course. Is it against our nature to cut down this many trees? It very much is. And this is not an easy decision for the Park Service. But it's a requirement of management of a golf course. You can't manage a golf course if there are 3 trees in the fairway. And that is what the situation is. There are trees in the fairway prohibiting the play of golf. And that is what we're doing here. This is part of Rock Creek Park, which I mentioned is for over 14,000 acres of forest, which we actively are managing for the forest health and the revitalization of that, and continue to do so. We continue to plant trees everywhere. So in this particular case, we are looking at a 3-to-1 ratio of replacement. That is, I would say maybe that's the floor. And as we move through the design, that would change, can change, as will tree replacement throughout the entire park, throughout the entire park service spaces across the city. We are concerned with climate change. We are concerned with tree canopy. But in this instance, this is a golf course. This is not, wilderness. This is not a forest. And it requires different management. And that's coming from the Park Service, who is here to preserve and protect forever, not just today, but forever. And this golf course is intended to be here forever. And that is our mandate. So I just throw that out there.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I
Commissioner.
have a question of Commissioner Stidham. Here's the thing. Commissioner Stidham, I respect you and I respect what the National Park Service does tremendously. I have long time familiarity with it, so I'm very, very respectful of that. And in your comments and in Commissioner Cash's comments, you both talked about the extensive outreach with the stakeholders and communication with the stakeholders. And I don't doubt that for 1 second. My question is that a couple of them said that while there has been communication, they didn't find out about the tree removal, the number of tree removals until yesterday. And that's the part one I had a question about.
Well, we had 2 public comment periods. We had one back in January of 2023, January to February 2023. We had been to this commission, we've been to CFA and talking about this project. We had a public meeting, a virtual public meeting that was well intended in January when the project kicked off. We had a public comment period from October something till November something when the EA was released. We did get over 3,000 comments, which we went through every single one and made adjustments and continue to make adjustments. So I don't know what to say. We have been out there talking about this project and holding meetings. So I believe that of this particular meeting and the ability to speak at this meeting.
Exactly. Number of trees.
Yes, it's the number of trees. It's not the outreach. It's the number of. They said they didn't know about the number of trees until recently. So that's the I'm asking you.
It was part of the EA, and it was so. Okay. I'm sorry that it was missed, but we are willing to continue the conversation.
Well, again, I appreciate the robust conversation, and unless there's something else, I'd like to close with my observations. And number one is, I too am a person who doesn't believe it's either or. I think it's both, and I think the
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would like you. I know you will summarize, but I want to make this comment before. It's not just about trees. It's about a water pond that they say the water will not be full according to water. They got lighting issues. There are a number of other things that people spoke to more than the trees. And I just want to be hope the staff and how we move forward with the Park Service. We'll look at all those issues as we obviously are going to move forward, but that there's more than just trees that are being discussed here.
So my point, thank you, Commissioner Dixon. I just want to say that I think it can be both and. I'm in support of a preliminary approval today because I do think there's some outline questions that could be answered for us as we move forward at the final approval. That's just my opinion. As I said, I think it can be both and. I think we know that the work that the National Park Service has done and the work that NLT has done is in the right direction. I think in some ways this discussion is climate change meets equity in many ways from what we heard in testimony. And I think that's why it's particularly challenging. But I do think we can perhaps answer some of the questions that came up today and give the National Park Service an opportunity to respond in a month. And that would be my preference. But I understand that, we are a commission and everyone has one vote. I think this is an excellent plan. I want it to go forward. I certainly don't want to see it stopped. I wanted to go forward. I just would like to have some more clarity on some of the issues raised, particularly trees, public engagement, and some of the other environmental impacts that were raised, and hear from NLT and perhaps from NPS. So that's all. And with that, I'm just going to suggest that we move to the vote because we're going to be here till midnight. Yes, I'm sorry.
I made a friendly amendment. I don't think it was accepted, but
And I have a question.
for the preliminary.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, so I guess the question is you're offering a friendly amendment to Commissioner Stidham.
I don't know that it has been accepted. But now you have a question.
What are we amending?
I'm sorry, I think I'll restate it. Vice Chair Hewlett is offering a friendly amendment to Commissioner Stidham to change her motion from calling for preliminary and final approval to being just a preliminary approval of the plan.
With the
So
continued stakeholder engagement, and to see if our staff has any input that they would like to add to this based on what we heard. That was my friendly amendment.
I
And
can
that's-
suggest something, but
second
maybe
that.
Commissioner McMahon first.
Yeah.
I want to hear from Commissioner McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just again, more of a process issue here. As we're discussing and listening where we're headed, we're talking about taking a motion to approve or disapprove either, and then Commissioner Cash will go over to me, a recommendation from the executive director. I think isn't there a third option we have here? And I think that, of tabling further discussion on this motion until next month, rather than going through a whole process of a new package so the staff can work the questions and then come back next month and then conclude the conversation and take the appropriate votes. Over.
Yes, that's a possibility. I mean, tabling is a possibility. We have.
And I was actually going to ask in the same vein of parliamentary inquiry. So tabling might be the wrong word. Ms. Schuyler maybe can correct, but if we could just move to postpone this until the next meeting, because I'm afraid that if we split this vote and have a preliminary now and come back for a final, we're going to have 22 witnesses sign up again. We're going to hear the exact same things because the EDR is not going to change between now and a month from now if we go preliminary and then final. I think just procedurally, maybe we can get through this if we continue this over to the next meeting so that we don't have to have the entire discussion again, because we've heard from the public now. We can give the staff a month to maybe come up with how they want to brief us in a month, bring this same EDR back up and hopefully have those questions answered. But otherwise, I think we're going to have paralysis by analysis where if we bump this again, we're going to just churn and have the same people and feel like people's questions haven't been answered. So I think in the same vein as what Commissioner McMahon said, but I'd be comfortable waiting on a vote, but I'd feel less comfortable splitting this vote and having this come up as a new agenda item because I think the process wise, we're going to be in the same boat and feel that we're not going to be able to kick it down again by having another vote on another preliminary.
So I offer maybe a twist to what has already been proposed.
Yes.
I feel like tabling it, which there's got to be a better word for that. Tabling it is not quite the right move. But if there is the feeling from the commission that more is needed, then what about preliminary approval with a requirement to come back next month on certain items that are still of question, and we'll lay those out. That way we're not back to what Commissioner Cash and McMahon had concerns over.
Okay, so that would, that sounds like that would be to accept the friendly amendment and it would be amended and then we would have those included in the friendly amendment and we will, if you accept that, then we would, I think, ask for a second on that.
I hereby accept the friendly amendment offered by Commissioner Hewlett with the addition of specific items to be come back with.
Seconded.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. It's a friendly amendment, so I'm not sure if there's discussion.
Well, yes, I'd like to hear if Ms. Sullivan or Ms. Hurd has any comment on that.
Well, one
Ms.
question.
Schuyler?
Oh, yeah, well, I was just gonna say, so if we do preliminary review, technically the NPS would be back at the July commission meeting, which is fine with us. That does allow us a little more time because I do think that there's discussion with some of the stakeholders and people that we heard here today. The hard part for us is that there's, as Tammy said, I think we feel like we have a lot of information. The question is are we trying to work again with the stakeholders and the people that we heard today and having more public engagement? So I do have an amendment. Maybe I would ask Anne, do you have something that you're on mute, Anne.
I think Commissioner Green, excuse me, I think Commissioner Green has something to say if we could first, Anne. That's all right.
Sure, no problem.
Oh, no, no, my question was, I just wanted to know specifically what is the content of the amendment? What are those specific items that we're talking about now as opposed to talking about next month? I don't know what they are.
Okay, so I'll read what I had put together based on everything that I heard from most commissioners, which was to drop it down just to preliminary review and then request the applicant coordinate additional public engagement on the tree inventory removal and replacement plan and other environmental issues raised in public testimony to allow time to consider any potential improvements prior to submitting for final review. So that is what I had put together.
Chair Goodman, that sounds good to me.
Okay, and that is the amendment. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Green? Okay, and Anne,
I was just going to say that you had been talking about a postponement of 1 month. I'm also hearing Commissioner Stidham say that there is considerable amount of disinformation out there. So whether 1 month is enough or not, I think that at least the preliminary approach that Ms. Sullivan has outlined affords an opportunity for both of the parties, stakeholders, to get together, for the Park Service to try to get the correct information out there, not this information that's not correct, and for maybe the parties to come together a little bit more.
Yeah.
okay, so Commissioner Stidham has accepted the friendly amendment. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by Commissioner Dixon. Any further discussion?
Friendly amendment, yes.
Call the question.
Call the question is called. All those in favor? Would you like to take the roll, please, Ms. Coster?
Yes, I'd be delighted to. This is a motion and second, recognizing the friendly amendment. So with that, I would call Commissioner Cozart.
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon.
Yes.
Commissioner Stidham.
Yes.
Commissioner Argo.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hewlett.
Yes.
Chair Goodman.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Tunstall Williams.
Yes.
Commissioner Dixon.
Yes.
Commissioner Cash.
Yes.
Commissioner Davis.
Abstain.
And Commissioner Giacchetti.
Abstain.
Okay, thank you very much. That motion has somebody's two devices on. Okay, thank you. The motion has carried. Thank you. I know it's been a long day so far, but we have more work to do. So thank you for all your patience and thoughts and input on that. And a special thank you to staff for the work on this and to Commissioner Stidham for the excellent work from MPS. I'm going to move on now to agenda item 6B is to request and approve the final master plan for the Washington Navy Yard Southeast Corner Master Plan. Mr. Fliss, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair Goodman, and good afternoon, commissioners. The Navy has submitted the final Washington Navy Yard Southeast Corner Master Plan for your review and approval. You'll remember that back in November of last year, the Commission commented favorably on the draft master plan and requested additional information for final review. That also included a request for additional coordination with the 11th Street Bridge Park regarding viewshed impacts. As you may recall, we had significant public comments at the last review and also a lot of discussion about the project. As such, over the last several months, we have been working closely with the Navy, the Office of Planning, and others, as well as the development team regarding several aspects of the master plan. So this is the final review of the master plan. The Commission is primarily focused on one, determining if the applicant has addressed the Commission's previous comments, and then two, identifying if there are any unresolved issues with the final plan. In general, staff does find that the applicant has responded to previous comments. So just as a reminder, here is the Navy Yard located here in Southeast Washington, D.C. The master plan focus area is the southeast corner, which is located here, just north of the Anacostia River. So zooming in, here is the context for the master plan. It is bounded here in red, so you can see the entire property area. The site does include a number of existing buildings, some historic here in the Marine Railway area, as well as Building 66, a parking garage, as well as some surface parking lots. The project also includes the Riverwalk Trail, which is here, as well as 2 piers. So just to refresh your memory, the O parcels, which are the southeast corner here, will remain federal land while leased to a private developer. The agreement between the Navy and the private developer is part of a larger transaction, which allows the Navy to take control of the E parcels, which are located here at the northwest corner of the Navy Yard. The E parcels are currently controlled by GSA with development rights assigned by the Southeast Federal Center Master Plan. The Navy proposes to obtain the E parcels as part of this transaction to improve their overall security posture and to accommodate a relocated naval museum in the future. So for the O parcels, as I mentioned, there are some existing buildings. Some will be repurposed and reused, while others will be demolished. Portions of the Navy Yard are listed as a National Historic Landmark District, and the mixed-use development will be located outside the modified secure perimeter of the Navy Yard. So as part of this project, that perimeter security will be adjusted, and this will become essentially a accessible development with public access to some of the historic buildings. The Anacostia Riverwalk Trail, also located along the river here, will remain open and part of public use, and the historic piers will also be reinterpreted and reused. So in terms of the context, the master plan does sit within an evolving riverfront area. This, of course, includes the new Frederick Douglass Bridge, as well as mixed-use development on both sides of the river, including the Capitol Riverfront, Buzzard Point, the Bridge District, and also new development happening in Anacostia River East. The planned redevelopment of the 11th Street Bridge Park here will connect both sides of the river, and the Southeast Corner Master Plan intends to contribute to the further activation of the riverfront. So now we'll discuss the final master plan. Up to 1.7 million square feet of mixed-use development is proposed. This is consistent with what you reviewed at the draft master plan. And the applicant has defined 4 basic planning principles for the master plan. This includes increased public access to the historic elements, providing a waterfront experience that enhances the existing neighborhood, preserving and strengthening historic viewsheds, including the 10th Street and Parsons Avenue corridors, which were defined in the L'Enfant plan, and then also extending the historic Navy Yard building kind of orientation, which is north-south, to these new buildings. So it kind of continues that existing building fabric. So as shown in the draft master plan, the final master plan also proposes a mix of uses, including residential and retail. It does replace these surface parking lots with new development. The development will also include affordable housing, which I'll describe a little bit later in the presentation. And the developer has also committed to rehabilitating several historic buildings, improving and maintaining portions of the Anacostia Riverwalk Trail, and also providing public access to this collection of historic buildings in the historic Marine Railway area. So in terms of process, just touching on historic review, the Navy did evaluate design options through the Section 106 consulting parties process beginning in 2019. And this was intended to accommodate the proposed development program while balancing those impacts to historic resources, including the landmark district as well as the L'Enfant plan. As a result of that process, over several years, a programmatic agreement, or PA, was prepared that provides guidance for the height and massing of new development and the treatment of historic properties. This provided a foundation for the master plan, which you'll see today. And this document was signed by NCPC, the Advisory Council, as well as the Historic Preservation Officer, among others. I'll note that this is a master plan and that individual building designs will be developed in the future. They will also be subject to the process set forth in the programmatic agreement. And so, again, this is the master plan is massing. Future designs will be developed and subject to consultation that's outlined in the PA. You've received some testimony that talks about further study for building designs, which we agree can and should happen through that PA process as the individual projects are further developed. So based on discussion and evaluation during the consultation process, the applicant developed a preferred massing approach that allowed building heights up to 130 feet, closer to 11th Street, and then tapering down closer to 110 feet adjacent to the historic district. The intention with this is to minimize visual impacts on historic resources. Building heights are derived from a measuring point on 11th Street, which the applicant coordinated with the zoning administrator regarding that determination. I'll note that there are several existing structures in the Navy Yard that are already 5 to 6 stories in height, so that provides you just a sense of the context, although there are some lower scale buildings as well. Here is a section through a portion of the master plan area that just shows the relationship of new buildings, some of the existing buildings, as well as some of the newer, smaller structures that are proposed to provide that public access to the historic district. I'll just note that these heights that are proposed are not too dissimilar from what's occurring, both existing and proposed in other areas along the riverfront. Here you can see the master plan area. There is a proposed development that was approved by the Zoning Commission just to the east. And of course, there's a significant amount of new development occurring further to the west as well that is higher density and starting to see the build out of the Riverwalk Trail. So moving on to the Bridge Park, as I mentioned, that the draft review representatives of the park had expressed concerns about impacts on views from the bridge to the Capitol Dome, as well as some other sites. The park plans did identify this overlook, which is close to the master plan area located right here. And they again expressed concerns about views that would be impacted as part of the development. And here's just a rendering from the approved plans showing you that overlook, and then in here in context, the master plan area. Again, just to note that this project, the park is not yet built, however, it is in process. So as I mentioned and was mentioned during the draft review, the views from the overlook are not identified as protected views in the National Register nor in the comprehensive plan. However, given the current concerns that were raised, the Commission asked the Navy and the private developer to work with the park team to identify the existing and proposed view sheds and evaluate whether modifications to the master plan could accommodate sightlines to the Capitol, the Washington Monument, or other landmarks without compromising the density or impacting historic resources and view sheds. And the Commission also asked for the parties to develop a process for ongoing coordination between the two projects. So following the draft review, NCPC staff and the Navy, the private developer, and the Bridge Park staff held several meetings, including one on site. These included a review of existing conditions. We went out on site to look at some existing trees that actually are in the view shed. The Bridge Park staff also used a lift to actually take some additional photos. Again, because the Bridge Park doesn't exist yet, this was intended to provide some accurate photo reference locations. I'll note that there are some limited views towards the Capitol Dome, as well as a portion of the top of the Washington Monument today. And so just again, one more image here. Some views of the Capitol would be obscured by the existing trees on site. And again, these were used in terms of further evaluating potential massings and expected views based on the new master plan. Staff reviewed with the applicant and the Bridge Park staff potential alternatives, and we agreed that there was no alternative approach without impacting the project density or the feasibility of the master plan or other historic resources like the L'Enfant streets. So in summary, we do believe the applicant has responded to the Commission's request. Trying to adjust the massings while meeting other projects' goals would render the master plan infeasible. And although the views from the future overlook would be impacted, we do believe there is a general positive benefit in terms of changes to the landing of the park. Most notably, the proposed development will create a much more functional and cohesive landing and entrance to the park. So in lieu of what's there today, which is, again, a secure military installation, there's surface parking. And so this will all be more open and inviting and a better opportunity to connect to the Bridge Park in the future. The applicant and the developer also committed to continued coordination with the Bridge Park team. They've identified several opportunities for partnerships, including further defining that ground plane, the public space, developing interpretation and storytelling, and also identifying new programming and community engagement opportunities. I'll note that the 11th Street Bridge Park did provide a letter of support for the master plan. Okay, so now I'm going to shift to several other topics of discussion that were raised previously. These include transportation, sustainability, and affordable housing. Regarding streets and streetscapes, several internal streets will serve the development. These streets will generally follow the historic alignments of the L'Enfant corridors. And as requested by the Commission, the applicant provided typical street sections for each of these that provide the dimensions, material palettes, as well as the kind of general tree and landscape plantings that would be included. And again, these have been incorporated into the final master plan. Here's just an example of what is shown for O Street. The applicant also provided further details regarding commitments to the provision of bicycle parking, electric vehicle charging, bike share stations, and other related transportation measures. Again, because this is a master plan at a general level, moving forward, the applicant and private developer will work with DDOT as certain components of the plan like these are implemented. So moving on to the environment and sustainability, the project will pursue enhanced sustainability standards such as net zero certification, neighborhood-wide renewable energy production, and climate resilience and floodplain management. Buildings will be constructed to a minimum standard of LEED Gold or comparable standard. In addition, buildings will also pursue carbon net zero, as well as pursuing renewable energy credits under LEED and also comply with the Energy Conservation Code. At draft review, the Commission also requested the applicant develop a stormwater management approach and a summary of potential measures to be included. In response, the applicant has provided details regarding stormwater management to include a variety of low impact development standards approaches. And these will be designed and coordinated with Department of Energy and Environment as the projects move towards implementation. I'll mention that the applicant has also considered flooding and sea level rise in the establishment of the base flood elevations for the new construction. Again, this is relatively consistent with much of the other riverfront development that we see across the district. In particular, the base flood elevation for this project or this master plan is placed at approximately 15 feet. The Riverwalk Trail is also an important transportation or multimodal component of the project. This will benefit pedestrians and bicyclists. The private developer has committed to improvement and maintenance of the trail, and this just shows you a section through the trail and how it will be integrated with the new development. The applicant also intends to reinterpret and reuse the historic pier footprints. We do support this approach where possible, and also consider the integration of sustainability measures, including new wetlands and river habitat. So there's some potential opportunity to integrate those as part of a future design for this project. And we would also request that the applicant continue to coordinate with all the applicable federal and district agencies that have a responsibility and jurisdiction in the river. So now regarding affordable housing, this has been significantly updated since your last review. The developer has committed to an 8% inclusionary zoning set aside for rental units. They've also committed to 8% set aside of for sale units for disabled veterans. The developer will also pursue financial support for an additional 7% affordable housing through tax credit or similar financing programs. These commitments have been coordinated with the District Office of Planning, and importantly, the inclusion of affordable housing aligns with many administration goals. So at draft review, we noted that additional details regarding affordable housing, the program, and other aspects would be developed and worked out by final review. In response, the applicant has coordinated with the Office of Planning and NCPC in the preparation of a Memorandum of Understanding, or an MOU, that outlines the review process as well as the affordable housing commitments. In April of this year, we entered into that MOU with the Navy and OP that outlines the master planning and zoning process for this area to ensure that all legal authorities are met and that the Navy has a predictable process for updating the master plan and implementing the private development through zoning. So per the MOU, NCPC will review and approve the master plan as a guide for district zoning, and properties identified for non-federal uses will be zoned by the Zoning Commission of the District of Columbia in accordance with the master plan. And also they will be subject to the land use controls and process per the District of Columbia Office of Planning. I'll mention and note that this is very similar to the agreement that was prepared for the Armed Forces Retirement Home Master Plan, which many of you would be familiar with. So as such, staff notes that any proposal to update or modify the approved master plan, including changes proposed by the selected developer, will require the Navy to submit a master plan amendment for NCPC review and approval. Overall, staff finds that the final master plan is responsive to previous comments, in particular the commitments to affordable housing and the process for future coordination with the district, which have been addressed. This master plan, much like the rest of the Southeast Federal Center, we believe is an example of the potential benefits of federal, public, and private partnerships. Therefore, staff does recommend the Commission approve the final Washington Navy Yard Southeast Corner Master Plan as a guide for future development, and also adopt the record of decision to conclude NCPC's NEPA process. That concludes my presentation. I'll be available for questions. In the meantime, at this time, I'd like to introduce Mr. Jeff Johnson, Naval District Washington Executive Director, who would like to make some remarks. He is also joined by Nick Tompkins-Flagg and other representatives of the Navy, as well as the development team, who are here to assist and answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fliss. And Mr. Johnson, or do we have comments coming forward?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, and our community neighbors, as previously briefed, the land exchange will enable the Navy to address serious encroachment concerns on the northwest perimeter of the Washington Navy Yard by acquiring the E-parcel and allowing the Navy to relocate the National Museum of the United States Navy into a world-class facility on M Street, bringing over 1 million visitors to the area each year. Locating the museum on the E-parcels outside of the secure perimeter will increase the public access and provide great opportunities for engagement, including spaces to host conferences, veterans reunions, promotion celebrations, Navy educational series, and research seminars, all which draw tourism from around the country and the world to DC and celebrate naval heritage with a larger audience. The Washington Navy Yard Southeast Corner development provides a unique opportunity to allow public access to portions of the Washington Navy Yard Historic District create a mixed-use development that will bring tens of millions of dollars in new annual tax revenue to the district and create a vibrant connection to the existing and future development along and adjacent to the Anacostia watershed. We have worked diligently with federal and local organizations and stakeholders to engage them and incorporate feedback received into the master plan. This collaboration has led to a better plan, and we are committed to continued collaboration as the project continues to evolve. The Navy and Red Brick are excited for the opportunity to coordinate with building bridges across the river and the 11th Street Bridge Park to create a seamless and enhanced experience between the two projects to encourage community gathering and engagement along the Anacostia riverfront. Likewise, the Navy is looking forward to working with NCPC and other stakeholders in the near future on the designs for our new flagship National Museum of the United States Navy. We appreciate all the efforts of NCPC, DC Office of Planning, and other staff over the several months in preparation for this meeting. We look forward to a continued partnership and the opportunity to bring this exciting development to fruition. The Navy and the Red Brick team are here to answer any questions you may have, and I would now like to turn the floor over to Eric Crafton, who will make brief remarks before we answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. It's a real pleasure, Madam Chair and Commissioners, to be here. But before I get started, I'd be remiss if I didn't just take a moment to thank the National Capital Planning Commission staff and Diane, Matt, team. Thank you so much. We would not be here without your help and guidance and support. So thank you so much. It's just, I don't know that I've ever worked with a more professional and responsive agency. So thank you. Also, I'd like to thank Office of Planning for their cooperative and collaborative approach that we used with the Navy. Just thank you so much for that, and we just appreciate that. Just want to remind everybody again, Jeff Johnson said this, but the whole purpose of this project for the Navy was to address the serious national security concerns at the highest levels. But we were understanding of it, working with NCPC and the community and Office of Planning, that we wanted to be good neighbors and create a project that would let us solve for these security concerns, but also create something beneficial to all the stakeholders. And Jeff outlined the National Museum of the Navy. Matt outlined new housing, expanded and improved waterfront. So we think we're there. We think we've done that. And so during several years of consultation, the Navy worked diligently with all the consulting parties to address some of the concerns that Matt lined out. And some of those concerns actually saw the Navy work with OP and other consulting parties to decrease the project's density by 300,000 square feet. So from the Navy's view, I fear, and I'm just being frank with the commissioners, I fear any further loss in density or delay in approvals could actually jeopardize or place this project at risk. So having said that, again, thanks to everyone who helped the Navy get to this point. We don't do this a lot, so we had to rely on a lot of help from the NCPC staff and OP and other consulting parties. So we thank you for that. And, the Navy is both delighted and proud to present this Washington Navy Southeast Corner project for your consideration. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank Mr. Fliss and Mr. Johnson, and also the Navy and Red Brick for all the work you've done, and want to recognize the hard work that's gone on to address concerns ahead of time with the Metro government and with other stakeholders in the neighborhood to bring this project here to us today. So we do have some public testimony. I want to note that Scott Krantz with the organization Building Bridges Across the River has sent a letter of support for the project, noting their commitment to ongoing coordination with the Navy and Red Brick as the 11th Street Bridge project advances. We also received a comment letter from Darren Tuggle, a nearby resident, and Pastor Ricardo Payne, both in support of the proposal. But we have 4 people signed up to speak right now, and I'd like to move to them as They're ready. I think Zachary Burt, you're representing the DC Preservation League, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak and provide testimony. Please let us know when you're ready.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon,
Thank
Chair Goodman and members of the Commission. My name is Zachary Burt, and I am the Community Outreach and Grants Manager for the DC Preservation League. My comments today are focused on Historic Building 166, a contributing property within the Historic District and its replacement Building 5. Based on the diagrams and renderings in the project files, the proposed plan appears to be an example of facadism at its worst, where a shred of a historic feature is retained and then crudely attached to modern construction. In this particular case, only a portion of the historic facade, the northern portion and its porches, will be preserved and restored, and a towering modern addition will be added on, giving the new Building 5 a top-heavy appearance. There is no graceful transition between the historic and the modern, as there is no setback from the historic facade. This allows the new construction of Building 5 to overpower the historic remnants of Building 166. Additionally, the building's distinctive H shape will be completely obliterated, as nothing will remain of the southern portion. A thoughtful design is certainly possible, as Washington has numerous examples of new construction that tastefully incorporates historic fabric and character-defining features. The proposed Building 5 looms over the larger historic district, with its height and massing that is completely out of line with the surrounding historic buildings and structures, some of which are only 25 to 55 feet and thus significantly shorter than the proposed 130 feet. And that's not even counting the proposed penthouse level. The height of Building 5 will further diminish the views of the cityscape from the 11th Street Bridge, Anacostia, and potentially numerous other vistas within Southeast Washington that haven't even been mentioned today. DCPL asked the development team to restudy its proposal for Building 166 to include the retention of significant portions of the historic structure and compatibly integrate the new development into the historic campus and the city as a whole. Doing so is not only more sustainable, but it will also lead to a better design for Building 5. Like our colleagues of the Committee of 100 who are also testifying today, we ask that the NCPC require a higher standard of design on this project, as the Washington Navy Yard is one of the most significant historic sites in the district, as illustrated by its National Historic Landmark District status, which has been referenced here today. We believe that a more compatible design solution that is both forward-looking, yet also respects the historic landscape can be found. I also just want to add that we're really disappointed with the lack of engagement with the surrounding communities on this project, particularly those within Ward 8. I believe Greta Fuller, who is also testifying today with the Historical Anacostia Society, will be touching on that. Also, the lack of engagement with us ourselves, DCPL, the National Trust, and the Committee of 100, especially as it's been mentioned by me and also by the presenter that this is a National Historic Landmark District. So you would think those parties would be involved in the consultation process. So that concludes my remarks, and thank you for considering the views of the DC Preservation League.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burt, and I appreciate your comments. Now we'll hear from Carol Atten, who is representing the Committee of 100, and you also have 5 minutes to speak as representing an organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Goodman and members of the Commission. I'm Carol Atten, representing the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. Over the years, the Committee of 100 has generally been aligned with the guidance and decisions of NCPC, but we are frankly appalled by the plan before you and shocked by the staff recommendation that the Commission approve it. Our objections to this plan fall into 4 categories: height, historic preservation, treatment of the waterfront, and affordable housing. The Height Act says that the height of a building should not exceed the width of the street in front of it plus 20 feet, not to exceed 130 feet, and allows a 20-foot penthouse on top. The measuring point is the curb opposite the middle of the building front. 11th Street is apparently being used for height measurement for the entire property. However, the buildings are not all within a single square, and each building must be measured based on the street on which it fronts. In addition, there is no 11th Street next to the property. It's a freeway ramp, and the 11th Street part ends before the site, and the right-of-way is a paved path along a grassy strip to the water. Given the circulation pattern shown in the plan, it also seems quite unlikely that any buildings will front on 11th Street, so it would not be an appropriate measuring point in any event. There is no evidence that the fronts of buildings were identified or any streets were measured to calculate allowable heights in accordance with the Height Act a federal law that the Navy is subject to and the NCPC should be enforcing. The proposed building heights do not appear to be in compliance with the Height Act and should be revised. Historic preservation. We have 2 points to make about this issue. The first also relates to the height of new buildings. The Navy Yard District is not any old historic property. As has been noted, it is a National Historic Landmark. All prior development within and surrounding the Navy Yard have respected the scale of the historic buildings. The buildings to be preserved are 25 and 55 feet tall, with the lower buildings closest to the new construction. Simply put, the proposed new buildings are inappropriately tall regardless of the Height Act. The second point is that the proposed treatment of Building 166, which was previously mentioned, Building 5 in the plan, which is frankly horrifying. As the worst example of facadism since Red Lion Row, this plan sets a new low bar. Building back the porches is a ridiculous mitigation given the small portion of the facade being saved. Building an additional 10 stories on top adds insult to injury. The remnants of the historic building will look like quaint decoration on part of the lower level. This is not historic preservation. Treatment of the waterfront. Much of the new construction is in the floodplain. Yes, it will be bermed up 15 feet using DC's Band-Aid approach to this looming threat. But shouldn't the federal government be setting an example by not putting new buildings in flood-prone areas? Aren't there federal resiliency and sustainability policies on that? Also, haven't we learned any lesson from past experience about the desirability of keeping waterfront areas open? There are no other tall buildings on the waterfront on either side of the river in the vicinity of the Navy Yard. The proposed buildings are intrusive and inappropriate and diminish the waterfront and the Anacostia Riverwalk Trail. The plan shows the trail right up against the new buildings, with the buildings actually overhanging it. The waterfront should be treated as the environmental and community asset it is, and there should be nothing but sky above the trail. Affordable housing. The zoning and unzoned property triggers IZ plus, not just the state standard 8%, requires 20% affordable housing. The 8% proposal is inadequate, and the commitment to do more if the developer can get LIHTC or historic property, but the HPTF funding is a hollow promise because nothing is available except for already made commitments. We note that a recent MOU with the DC Office of Planning includes proposed zoning language that would exempt the new special Navy Yard East zone from the 20% affordable housing requirement. No explanation is given, and NCPC should not support such an exemption. We note that many similar concerns about height, the waterfront, and affordable housing were raised by the Commission on Fine Arts in November. Why have they been ignored? We urge the Commission to send this project back to the drawing board and direct staff to work with the applicant to develop an alternative plan that is compliant, appropriate, and worthy of a Navy Yard National Historic Landmark District, our waterfront, and our nation's capital. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much for your comments and for being here today, Ms. Etten. I'd like to go to number 3. The speaker, Emeka Monemi, is not here. He had a 3 o'clock stop, and that's long since gone. But he did leave his testimony, and I believe, Ms. Coster, you have that?
Yes, and that was sent to the commission. It is in favor of the project.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And number 4, Ms. Greta Fuller with the Historic Anacostia Preservation Society, and representing an organization, you two will have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Greta Fuller, and good evening, NCPC committee members. I'm testifying today on short notice to express my strong opposition to the proposed construction of a 120 to 130 foot building at the foot of the now existing 11th Street Bridge and in the Ward 8 community. This development not only threatens to obstruct the cherished views of historic Anacostia, but also possesses a significant risk to the visibility and integrity of the iconic Frederick Douglass House. Furthermore, the lack of meaningful engagement with the community and the absence of genuine efforts to obtain community buy-in and understanding are deeply concerning. The lack of community engagement is more than just a missed opportunity. It's a disservice to the very people whose lives are affected by these decisions. By neglecting to seek out and consider community perspectives, decision makers like yourselves risk making choices that are disconnected from the realities and needs of the people who are directly affected. It is my firm belief that true community engagement requires more than just token gestures, as you are allowing me to speak today with no time to prepare and no real knowledge of this project. Community engagement necessitates genuine dialogue and a steadfast commitment to addressing the concerns and aspirations of all stakeholders involved. And being a Ward 8 and historic Anacostia resident, I feel duped. No such word, but I feel duped. I have reached out to several stakeholders in the community once I got this information last night at 6 p.m. And I reached out to businesses, social organizations, civic clubs, ANC commissioners, and individual residents asking if they knew about this project, the height of the building, and if they felt comfortable with this building being at the west end of the 11th Street Bridge Park. And 99% of the people I talked to asked me, what was I talking about? And the other 1% were asking me, does it have something to do with Redbed? Again, when is this happening and what is happening? I feel like we haven't had adequate seat at the table and we do not understand every aspect of this project. The apparent disregard for the voices of the people most affected by this development, as I said, is alarming. It is unacceptable that those who call this community home were not included in the conversation regarding a project that will undoubtedly have a profound impact on our lives. I admit, I am not familiar with all of NCPC guidelines, laws, and what legislation the organization abides by, but you can imagine. I was taken aback when I heard through several avenues that NCPC already decided on this project, and talking today is a waste of my time. But I said I had to go on the record. I thought this can't be true. Why didn't we get to testify? I saw 44 people at Rock Creek Park, but I only see 4 people here, and I don't see the Ward 8 or ANC 8A community speaking about this. I would like to hear from the committee once I have completed my testimony. Is this true that I'm wasting my time? That you've already ruled in favor of this development? Have you already approved the construction of a 130-foot building at the foot of the 11th Street Bridge on the grounds of the Navy Yard? Are you in favor of the wall, as we're calling it? Is this true? Why are we here today to testify? Oh, but you didn't invite me. You didn't invite me to any meetings, nor did you expect me today. This entire project has moved forward without the voice of 70,000 residents in Ward 8 and 14,000 residents in ANC 8A. I received the flyer also last night, just like the information about the meeting, very late, addressing partners and stakeholders of the project. And I didn't see one organization or person from Ward 8 or historic Anacostia as a partner. There seems to be a lack of awareness and caring about the impact that this project will bring to Ward 8 residents. The construction of this 120-foot building at the foot of the 11th Street Bridge in the Navy Yard will significantly obstruct our views, including the long-promised 11th Street Bridge Park. This building threatens to become a barrier rather than a bridge, disrupting the connectivity and vision that the community has been anticipating for years. It's essential that the voices and the concerns of Ward 8 residents are heard and considered before any reversible decisions are made. It feels as if there's an attempt to build a wall to block off Ward 8 from the rest of the city. Red Brick has significantly high buildings on the east bank of the Anacostia River along Howard Road that is blocking views of the capital city. And now they are building this monstrosity on the west bank of the Anacostia. I will urge the committee to heed the shortcomings of the current approach to committee engagement, and I urge you to reject this project and allow Ward 8 to speak. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fuller. We appreciate your comments and your participation today. And this concludes public testimony, but we do have the ability for commissioners to ask any of our presenters today questions. Are there any questions for Mr. Burt, Ms. Adden, or for Ms. Fuller?
Madam Chair, I have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
So I
Commissioner
know
Cash.
these are best directed at Mr. Fliss or at Red Brick. But I did have a question. So we are talking just about the master plan at this point. All of this stuff is very conceptual, but is it anticipated that the private development is going to go on? I know it was mentioned in the presentation it's going to go through zoning. Do we know if this is going to go through as a by right case or if it's planned to be a PUD, or has that not been determined yet?
Maybe can the applicant team respond to that?
Good afternoon. My name is Sohail Shalfla with Red Brick. Commissioner Cash, the project will be going through a text and map amendment process with the Office of Planning as the proponent of the application.
Okay, and also because this is in a historic district, will the eventual project have to go before HPRB for final approvals?
The historic reviews for this project will be completed under the programmatic agreement, given the federal ownership of the property.
Okay. I think that answers my questions for the moment. Thank you.
And I can add on to that. Also, I mentioned the programmatic agreement actually outlines the process for involving consulting parties as well as others who are interested as the project designs develop. And so we would work with the Navy to ensure that all the consulting parties participate in that process.
Oh, and actually, I did have one more question.
Yeah.
So this is a little bit different because it's the consulting parties here. Will NCPC have any design review of anything that goes on the site, or is this the last step for NCPC?
We, at the staff level through the PA, we would participate on that. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Then the rest would go through the zoning process.
Okay, but it will be subject, the private sections will be subject to the DC zoning process.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Good questions. Appreciate that, Commissioner Cash and Mr. Fliss. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions before we move to a motion? We'll start with the motion to approve the final master plan for the Washington Navy Yard southeast corner. Is there a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner McMahon, is there a second?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded by, I'm sorry?
It was Chrissy. Commissioner Tunstall.
Oh, okay. By Commissioner Tunstall Williams. Thank you very much. So it's been moved and seconded. So could we have the roll call, please?
Are we going to provide any?
I think we still are doing the deliberations. Chair Goodman?
Okay, all right. So that's very good. Okay, then we'll have our conversations. So I will go back and find one of the seating charts. Thank you very much. So if we could begin with comments, I'm going to start with Commissioner Hewlett.
Another tough one, kind of. I think I'm going to support the. I don't have any additional comments at this point in time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Vice Chair Hewlett. Then Commissioner Green.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Fliss, did you need to jump in here?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. You can go ahead. I did want to offer, if it's helpful for the commission, for the applicant to kind of walk through the public engagement process, both what's happened in the past as well as what potentially could happen in the future. I know that discussion happened at draft review as well, but I just wanted to offer that if it is helpful. Sorry for the interruption.
Chair Goodman, if you'd like to do that now, I'm happy to wait.
Okay, well then, would we like to have the presenters talk about community engagement?
Thank you.
So we did for this project over a couple of year process. We completed an environmental impact statement
to reflect both the acquisition of the e-parcels by the Navy and the mechanism to make that possible, which is the land exchange. And then therefore, we also analyzed the impacts of the development that would occur on the southeast corner. Throughout that process, we did have community engagement. We completed public scoping, where we mailed out over 150 different letters. All of the ANCs for Ward 8 were contacted at that time. We had public meeting at the public scoping during the public scoping period. Then moving on to the draft EIS stage, it was released for public review for 45 days. We had another public meeting during that time. Our list of stakeholders had grown between scoping and the draft EIS. So we mailed closer to 200 letters during that period of time. The ANCs for all of Ward 8 were contacted again during that time. And then running simultaneously to the EIS, which concluded in September of last year with a record of decision for this action. We had a process with the consulting parties throughout the Section 106 process that fed into the EIS. And that consultation process resulted, as Matt said previously, in a programmatic agreement, which included the process for the continued consultations for the individual building designs as those are developed. And then Julie Darcy is our Cultural Resources Program Manager. So she was the lead on that entire Section 106 process, which was highly involved over a period of a couple of years with our consulting parties. And so I'm going to let Julie talk about that process. Okay.
Chair.
Yes.
Could the people from Red Brick identify who they are when they speak? The gentleman in the middle, we don't know who their names are.
Yes, could you please identify yourselves?
Sure. Running across, we have Sahil Chowfla, Senior Vice President of Development, Tom Skinner, Managing Partner at Red Brick, and then the other three people sitting here to my right are all from the Navy.
I'm Eric Crafton, Director of Real Estate for NAVFAC Washington.
I'm Nick Tompkins-Flagg. I'm the NEVA Program Manager at NAVFAC Washington, and I was also the Project Manager for the EIS, and I'm also the Navy's liaison to NCPC and CFA.
And I'm Julie Darcy. I'm the Cultural Resources Program Manager for NAVFAC Washington.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Are there any other questions for the team on their community?
Madam Chair, we just had a couple of more comments if you would be so inclined.
Yep, go right ahead. Thank you.
Regarding the Section 106 consultation, we did an extensive evaluation of the area of potential effects, identification of historic resources, and assessment of effects. We did a visual survey using the maximum height allowable under the Height of Buildings Act, which is 130 feet. And we reviewed historic properties with the District of Columbia Historic Preservation Office, our records, and the records of the GSA. The District of Columbia Historic Preservation Office provided us with several historic properties that we were not aware of. 11 of the properties we evaluated were on the Anacostia side of the river and included the Anacostia Historic District, Frederick Douglass National Historic Site, St. Elizabeth's Hospital, Anacostia High School, and Kramer Middle School. 9 of those we determined there would be no adverse effect on those historic resources. The 2 that potentially would have adverse effects were the Anacostia Park and the L'Enfant Plan for the City of Washington. Based on a field visit to the Frederick Douglass National Historic Site during the winter when the leaves were off the trees, we determined that the building heights of 130 feet would have a minimum impact on the viewshed from the Frederick Douglass National Historic Site due to its location off to the east of that historic site. We included the Historic Anacostia Preservation Society in the consultation process at the opening of the Section 106 process and throughout the evaluation of the area of potential effects, identification of historic properties, and preliminary determinations of effect. The programmatic agreement also allows for the addition of consulting parties if any further parties would like to participate. Regarding Building 166, it was constructed in 1918 and doubled in 1940. It is not within the Washington Navy Yard National Historic Landmark. It has experienced significant settlement over the years due to improperly compacted soils at the time of construction, and the footers of the building have become displaced, and the west end of the building is now off limits to staff. Returning Building 166 to habitable condition would be prohibitively expensive given its relatively small square footage. The Navy and the consulting parties, which included the District of Columbia Preservation League, consulted on the conditions of and the design for Building 166. The programmatic agreement acknowledges that the demolition and so-called facadectomy of Building 166 would be an adverse effect, and it includes further design review milestones and compliance with design guidelines, as well as mitigation for that adverse effect.
Thank you very much for that additional information. That is helpful. Are there any other questions from the commissioners for the team from the Navy and Red Brick? I do see Commissioner Green has a question.
Thank you. Perhaps I misunderstood. When you were reading the two items, the two resources that had adverse effects, did you say did I hear correctly that one of the adverse effects was upon the L'Enfant plan of the District of Columbia? Did I misunderstand what you said?
Adverse. Oh, sorry. It's the potential for adverse effects, and we agreed that we would continue consultation regarding the effect on the view corridors of the L'Enfant plan.
Okay, so it was yes. I just wanted to make sure I was hearing you correctly.
Yes. Okay. Any further questions for the team or the staff? Okay, hearing no further questions from our panel, then I'm going to go back to Commissioner Green and have you finish your comments in the round robin format for this motion.
Thank you very much. I just two specific items that I wanted to raise is I understand the here now for the first time the description of the reasoning on Building 166. I would have preferred to have seen that in the that level of detail in the application and not just be raised after someone pointed out that the insufficiency of that response. And the second was I am struggling to understand the height of the building and using that section of 11th Street as to determine the height. I'm not yet convinced by that selection as being appropriate, but those are the two things that issues I'd like to raise. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner McMahon.
Thank you. I thank the staff for the work they've done. It's been a long working project as the Navy and Revitalization have highlighted. I'm going back to our November 24 commission meeting where we took a look at the preliminaries and about the amount of public comment we had even back then, details we worked there. So I'm comfortable with what the Navy and NCPC have done to carry this project forward. It still looks to me like a good project. There's some details maybe to be worked. It sounds like they would be worked at in the design phase as I'm listening to it that Commissioner Green has brought up. And so I support this project going forward, and I intend to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McMahon. Commissioner Stidham.
I don't have any questions or comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Argo.
No additional.
I think you froze there.
Additional questions or comments from me.
Okay.
And thank you very much for your presentation. And am I good? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Argo. Thank you. Commissioner Tunstall Williams.
Yeah, I have just a couple of quick comments. recognizing this is a master plan and that there's a lot that happens between the master plan and the design. I would encourage Red Brick, I mean, looking at what's happened at the Yards Park, and think a little bit more about green space. And right now, the access between the river and the development, it feels rather meager. I know it's 75 feet, but it feels quite small compared to what's happening on the other side of the Navy Yard. So to the extent possible, I encourage you to look at expanding that, as well as sort of adding some more green space. This is pretty, I mean, what you're doing is a huge improvement over surface parking, of course, but to the extent that you can do that. The other thing, the heights have been mentioned, particularly the buildings on the front. I think, again, over at the Yards, they've done a great job of at least stepping the height of those buildings back from the river. There's an overhang that I saw in the massing concept that seems kind of looming, and you might want to rethink that. And I really appreciated the clarifications about the impacts to building 166, because I was going to say, as you design that building, if you could find ways to be more respectful to the historic elements, that would be great, but understanding that that may not be feasible given the current conditions. So again, I think the master plan is an improvement over what's there, but I do think that the team could go much further as they design each of these buildings to make it to more placemaking as opposed to building to the maximum limits. That's the end of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Tunstall Williams. Commissioner Dixon.
Yes, I have concerns about the height issue, and I also was attentive to the fact that Navy did reach out to ANC commissioners but Commissioner Fuller, who I know is pretty vigilant. Based on her comments, I'm not comfortable that they got enough engagement in the process for whatever reason. So that's my view at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dixon. Commissioner Cash.
Thanks. I don't want to prolong this too much, but I do want to make a few points, especially in light of the public comment. So I do want to reiterate, this is a master plan. We are essentially saying we think this is where the boxes can go and how big the boxes should be. I mean, that's really simplistic. I am heartened that there will be some zoning interacting so that maybe people can come and have some comments on it. But I do want to say that I think that it's really important for the development team, even though because you get out of some of these other review approval processes as a technicality, because this is another unique federal project. This isn't like when we were looking at armed forces, which is kind of a little bit more of an island farther out in the city. This is like a pretty dense part of town, a politically active part of town. So to the extent that you can engage the ANCs, I would suggest you go out to ANC 8F, which is on the west side of the river, and 8A, which is on the east side of the river, and treat this like it was a contested case at zoning. Treat it like it's going out for HPRB approval. Try and get that buy-in, because DC is really used to, on these development projects, going to the zoning commission, going to HPRB, going to ANC meetings and sharing their views. So to the extent that you can make this feel like and actually engage with folks like this is a contested case with all these different approvals that need to happen. I mean, we've gotten the Bridge Park, who was against this a few months ago, and they've turned it around and they're in favor of it because I think there was some engagement with them and listening to their concerns. Maybe you can get 8A and 8F on board if you sit down with them, listen to them in the process when you're making these building designs, and you can go to DCPL to make sure that they are satisfied that you've done some building design that's not just slapping a facade on it, which I think was the testimony, and just checking the box. So just a long way of saying you got out of a lot of engagement, which this is a federal project, so it doesn't necessarily go through the same steps. I'm glad that it sounds like there's a strong MOU that's been negotiated, and I trust that Commissioner Cozart will make sure that as much engagement from the city's perspective can go on. But I would really, to the extent that you can moving forward, treat this like you are developing it on a non-federal property, get that buy-in, and I think that it will make this whole process move a lot more smoothly. So that's just kind of my comments and recommendations. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Cash. Commissioner Davis.
I believe Commissioner Davis and Commissioner Giacchetti both had a hard stop at 6.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cozart.
Thank you to the staff for all your work on this. Want to thank the Navy and Red Brick for really responding to the commission's concerns from last time, and want to associate myself with Commissioner Cash's comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cozart. And I believe that's everyone. I will keep my remarks short and say that I would like to associate my position with Commissioner Cash and Commissioner Tunstall Williams. So we're very grateful for the time here today presented by the staff and their team. And it's wonderful to see the collaboration that did happen with the 11th Street Park Bridge team. So let's go forward and we look forward to the next phase. But in the meantime, if there are no other comments or questions, we're going to call on Ms. Coster to please confirm the motion, then second and take the vote.
Sure. The motion was made by Commissioner McMahon and Commissioner Tunstall Williams seconded. With that, Commissioner Cozart,
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Stidham,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Argo,
Yes.
Commissioner Hewlett,
Yes.
Vice Chair or Chair Goodman,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunstall Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Dixon,
Yes.
Commissioner Cash,
Yes.
and just double checking, I believe Commissioners Davis and Giacchetti are no longer in the meeting. So.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Coster. The motion has carried and we still have a quorum. I do note in my notes from staff that we can take a 5-minute break right now if you wish, or if you would like, we can just continue. Any preference here? I do also know that the agenda is being changed, and we will be moving the informational presentation that was scheduled for today to the next month's meeting. If we want to continue, or do you want a 5-minute break?
Well,
Please power through.
question, if we're moving the item to next month?
There is still 2 other items by the Smithsonian.
Yes, there'll be 2 more
Bezos
items.
Learning Center and the South Mall campus plan, but we will take a vote to move the information presentation to the next meeting. But our hope is to get through these 2 other action items.
2 other action items. I apologize, Ms. Cozart. It was just that we had been proposed, it was proposed because it was going to be a long meeting, that we take a 5-minute break right now. And I'm just asking, sort of a show of hands, if people are ready to keep moving forward with these last 2 action items, or do you want to break for 5 minutes?
And Madam Chair, you're the one who is the constant here. How do you feel?
I say keep going. I'm a keep going kind of person, but I'm trying to be courteous to the
Good.
team. Keep
Good.
going.
Good.
All right, let's go then. Okay, welcome
And I
back.
also make a motion that we change the agenda as was suggested.
Okay, there's a motion then that's been made by Commissioner Dixon and seconded by Vice Chair Hewlett that we move the informational presentation to the next commission meeting. And that is on our agenda, that information presentation. Well, let's see here, is the Little Falls Parkway improvements in Montgomery County, Maryland. So all those in favor of moving that to the next meeting, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, and opposed? Motion passes. Now, welcome back, and let's move on to the next agenda item, which is the concept plans for the National Air and Space Museum construction of the integrated Bezos Learning Center. And Ms. Free is making the presentation. Ms. Free?
Yes, hi, good evening. Can you hear me and see my screen?
Yes, both.
Great. Well, thank you and good evening, Chair Goodman and Commissioners. The Smithsonian Institution has requested comments on concept plans for the Construct Integrated Bezos Learning Center, or BLC, which is a proposed addition to the east end of the National Air and Space Museum on the National Mall. The impetus for this project is a $200 million philanthropic gift from Jeff Bezos in support of exhibition and construction within the revitalization of the museum and the construction of the BLC. I'll begin the presentation with a brief overview of the site conditions and proposed project information. followed by a review of the design inspiration, architectural approach, and program elements, then the conceptual building and landscape designs, and conclude by summarizing the status of the NEPA and Section 106 processes. So as I mentioned, the BLC will be an addition to the east end of the National Air and Space Museum, or NASM, located on the National Mall. It is bound by Jefferson Drive to the north, Independence Avenue to the south, and 4th Street to the east. NASM's 1988 East End Restaurant addition was demolished in 2022, and the remaining 2.5-acre site will be home to the integrated Bezos Learning Center. The proposed BLC is a 3-story, approximately 80,000 square foot addition. The first level will contain a 600 to 700 seat restaurant with BLC programming on levels 1 and 2. The addition will connect to the museum via a new vestibule, provide 2 new outdoor gathering spaces, and a permanent location for the Phoebe Waterman Haas Observatory. The project is also targeting LEED Gold certification, and staff requests that in the next submission that the applicant detail how the project will meet green building performance targets and encourages the project to achieve the highest level of LEED certification feasible. The submission includes a preferred concept design and an appendix with an alternative options considered for the building composition and design, the connection to NASM, the facade materials, and the overall landscape approach, which were reviewed in consultation with stakeholders. While I will provide an overview of the concept alternatives that were submitted, I will note that staff comments favorably on the applicant's preferred concept design for the BLC and associated site improvements, and also commends the applicant team for the extent of the consultation with agency stakeholders and their responsiveness to the feedback that was received. The conceptual partie for the BLC edition uses the spiral galaxy as inspiration. The building spiral form is meant to metaphorically place the individual at the core of the galaxy, and overall, staff finds that the spiral galaxy design inspiration is a strong thematic element that reflects the BLC's program and NASM's mission, and is elegantly expressed in the proposed concept. Certain aspects of the former 1988 restaurant addition have also inspired the development of the BLC concept and its relationship to NASM, including setting the addition as a pavilion within a garden, minimally connecting to NASM and using the building geometry and massing in deference to the museum. In addition, a programmatic agreement prepared for the demolition of NASM's East End restaurant addition stipulated a design framework for the BLC, which included respecting the formal setting of the National Mall, responding to NASM's architecture and massing, considering the physical connection to NASM and the exterior materials, and respecting the contributing vistas of the National Mall Historic District. So in the next few slides, I will review how staff finds that the BLC concept plans successfully integrate this design framework. The project utilizes several aspects of the contextual framework to define the physical building parameters. First, the site is defined on the north side by the face of the National Air and Space Museum, which respects the 445-foot setback from the McMillan line, which is the center line of the US Capitol here. The project also maintains the formal reflection of open space opposite the site at the National Gallery of Art's West building. To the south, the site is fronted by an urban environment and the Dwight D. Eisenhower Memorial. The project utilizes open space on both the north and the south sides of the BLC addition as a connection between the project site, the Eisenhower Memorial, and the National Mall. And to the east, the edge of the site is defined by the reflection of the additional 30-foot setback from the 4th Street corridor that was established by the National Museum of the American Indian. And the maximum vertical constraint is based on the top height of NASM, which measures approximately 102 feet above sea level. The proposed BLC will measure approximately 72 feet in height. And as such, staff finds that the project limits the addition's overall massing and height in deference to NASM as the primary building. The proposed spiral organization of the BLC originates from the central spine of the museum, creating a symbolic destination for the study of the universe. Together, the site and building design purposefully use the building geometry to distinguish the BLC addition from NASM, with sweeping patterns that reinforce the spiral energy. The BLC also draws inspiration from the museum's existing solid to void pattern without replicating it by locating a courtyard between the museum and the addition on the north side. In terms of program, the BLC activities will occupy the majority of the top 2 floors. All mechanical equipment on the roof will be recessed to reduce visibility, and the ground floor will house the new restaurant and a vestibule connection to NASM. Here we have a look at circulation on all 3 levels. On level 1, the new vestibule includes a dedicated entrance for student groups on the south side. The ground floor restaurant will also be accessible to museum visitors through this vestibule. Another dedicated entrance for BLC program participants and special events is also proposed at the northeast end of the building. And as there are multiple entrances dedicated for different purposes, staff is recommending the applicant develop a comprehensive wayfinding strategy for the site that directs BLC program participants, museum and restaurant visitors, and the public to the appropriate spaces and entrances. And here we have an illustrative plan view of the BLC in context of NASM. And in the next series of slides, we'll discuss the proposed building and landscape designs in more detail. Here we have the north and south elevations. You can see here the spiral form starting to take shape with the glass concourse as the main feature from the north. You'll also begin to see how the fenestration and materiality of the addition's solid volume is articulated above the ground floor restaurant on the south side. The BLC exterior skin is inspired by the linear movement and energy of stars streaking across the night sky, with aluminum plating cladding the upper 2 floors of the solid volume. A dynamic texture of light and shadow is created by thin tapered fins in the aluminum facade material. This is the preferred alternative because it allows the skin to capture the sense of energy and reflectivity in the spiral galaxy. By day, the fin provides texture and dimensionality by modulating natural light and shadow. And by night, artificial lighting gently uplights each fin, resulting in a streaking effect reminiscent of the stars streaking across the night sky. And as with all lighting on the National Mall, staff requests that the proposed building and exterior lighting should respect the hierarchy of memorials and monuments and other important civic buildings and spaces within the monumental core, with the U.S. Capitol and the Washington Monument as the most prominent features in the night sky. Here we have a close-up detail of the tapered fin extending between 0 and 8 inches from the facade, with a 2-inch reveal to incorporate the lighting. Other material alternatives considered aluminum plating with a dense fin and a tube fin. Agency stakeholders agreed with the applicant's preferred tapered fin option as it best captures the streaking effect of the night sky. The color of the aluminum plating will continue to be studied. An eye-level view here of the concourse shows 3-dimensional radial lines expressed in the fully glazed canted walls. And staff requests the applicant provide as part of the next submission details regarding the size, placement, and spacing of the horizontal fin system used in the spiral concourse to better understand the design approach and the visual effects. Both the spiral concourse and the solid mass of levels 2 and 3 sweep upwards towards the National Mall, as you see here on the left. However, the applicant also studied sloping the concourse roof up towards NASM, which you can see here in option 2 on the right. And here we have a rendering of the BLC addition from the north. You can see a proposed outdoor terrace here on the 3rd level and the upward slope of the concourse in the solid mass. And the next few images here walk around the site, viewing the building from the northeast. Here you can see the viewing terrace extending over the existing loading dock on 4th Street, and also begin to see the fenestration detailed on the east facade. And a view here from the south, where you can see a green roof proposed on the new vestibule connection to NASM, and the Phoebe Waterman Haas Observatory located at the southeast corner. Overall, staff finds that the BLC addition equally engages its frontage on both the National Mall and Independence Avenue, with an appropriate balance of facade materials and fenestration, thoughtful placement of the building entrances, and ground floor activation from the restaurant use. The applicant studied 2 options for the BLC's connection to NASM, and option 1 seen here. This is preferred because it allows the required east egress door from the museum to exit through an integrated vestibule and provide a physical gap between the museum and the addition. The roof connection at this point will be glazed as it touches NASM. You can see here in the rendering on the right, allowing visibility to the museum's full existing exterior wall from the interior of the BLC. Alternatively, the applicant studied a physical gap between the vestibule and the museum facade. This would allow the existing wall of NASM to remain largely untouched. However, this may create security and maintenance concerns. The applicant also studied sloping the upper portion of the BLC facade, as seen here on the left, to relate more to the other sloping elements on the BLC. However, the straight option seen here on the right is preferred for simplicity and its relationship to the glazing below. So I will now discuss the conceptual landscape design in the next series of slides. For background, the original 1972 Obata site plan shows the strongly axial and nearly symmetrical organization of the NASM landscape, which was comprised of terrace planters and sloped turf areas. As I mentioned before, the restaurant pavilion was added in 1988 and demolished in 2022. The perimeter east end planter walls were retained as part of the revitalization plans and remain the historical context for the BLC site. The NASM revitalization reconceived the landscape design with diversified plantings, additional native trees, shrubs, and herbaceous understory and pollinator species within the refurbished planters. The proposed BLC landscape derives its organizational structure from the original 1970s site plan. However, the original plan predated the Americans with Disabilities Act and did not consider the need for universal accessibility. And the preferred landscape alternative for the BLC, a galactic spiral, introduces an outwardly expanding landscape scheme with two program areas: the north-facing Learning Courtyard, which fronts the National Mall, and the south-facing Astronomy Park, fronting Independence Avenue. The Learning Courtyard will include a gathering space for BLC programming, offer views of the National Mall, and provide an elevated shading viewing platform over the loading dock ramp. The Astronomy Park will provide a permanent location for the Phoebe Waterman Haas Observatory, a queuing area for school groups, space for small group facilitated programming and seating, and views, and a visual connection to the Eisenhower Memorial. The applicant also considered an orthogonal layout that maintains the revitalization plan's orthogonal organization with ramp access for visitors from Jefferson Drive, retention of the stairs on 4th Street, and refurbishment of the ramp on Independence Avenue. The spiral concept shapes the paving design, ramps, new plantings, and program elements. The planting concept builds upon the revitalization palette to recall the American landscapes where stargazing and space exploration are prominent interests. And overall, staff supports the approach to use mostly native plants and fine grading to integrate the BLC's planting palette with the NASM Revitalization Project's planting concept and evoke the broader national prairie landscape. Staff also recommends the applicant evaluate opportunities to specify origin plant species rather than cultivars to best support pollinators as the planting palette is refined. In the Astronomy Park, a new permanent observatory will replace the previous temporary structure located on the South Terrace. The proposed location for the observatory here was located to offer the best views of the night sky. The design of the observatory is an extension of the spiral galaxy partie of the landscape and the architecture of the BLC. The Astronomy Park educational installations will occupy the terrace to the west and to the north of the observatory, integrated with space for small group facilitated programming and seating. And staff recommends incorporating low planting beds into the Astronomy Park to reduce the amount of paving and define circulation and seating areas without interfering with visibility from the observatory. And here we have an eye-level view of the Learning Courtyard. Staff requests additional detail on how the design and program of the central space in the Learning Courtyard will incorporate shade, be unique to the BLC, and differentiated from other gathering spaces on the National Mall. And a view here from the observation deck or viewing terrace that's over the 4th Street loading dock, looking west towards the museum's east facade, which may be used to view program-related imagery projected on the building. So now, before I conclude, I'll briefly touch on the status of the NEPA and 106 processes. NCPC is the lead agency responsible for compliance with NEPA for this project and will work with the Smithsonian Institution in preparing an environmental assessment. A 45-day public scoping period was held last fall, and the draft EA will be released for public comment in the fall of this year. It is anticipated that a finding of no significant impact will be issued in the spring of 2025. Now, the Smithsonian Institution is the lead agency responsible for compliance with Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, and as such has hosted 3 consulting parties meetings to date to consider the effects of the BLC on historic properties, including the National Mall Historic District. These effects will be analyzed as part of the NEPA process, and it is anticipated that the consulting parties will execute a Section 106 agreement also in the spring of 2025. So this concludes my presentation. I've incorporated the executive director's recommendations into the presentation, so I will not repeat them here. And I would like to now introduce Mr. Ron Cortez, Smithsonian Undersecretary for Finance and Administration, who would like to say a few remarks, followed by Ms. Marisa Scalera, Landscape Architect with Smithsonian Gardens, and myself and several representatives from the applicant team are also available for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Free, Chair Goodman, and members of the Commission. We are excited to hear your comments and address your questions about our concept design for the integrated Bezos Learning Center project. This project will allow us to realize the vision set out in the 2013 National Air and Space Museum's master plan to replace the former restaurant pavilion with a new educational facility, a new restaurant, a permanent home for the Phoebe Waterman Haas Observatory, and improvements to the existing basement level, loading and back of office spaces. The project will complement the major revitalization of the main museum building previously approved by the Commission and now in its second phase of construction, following opening of the west portion of the site and building in fall of 2022. The Bezos Learning Center will feature programs and activities that inspire students to pursue innovation and explore careers in STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics fields. And it will help teachers better utilize the Smithsonian collections. The center will be located at the National Air and Space Museum. It will both focus on the work of NASM and connect to all Smithsonian museums with particular engagement in under-resourced communities in Washington, D.C. and across the nation, both at the National Mall site of the new facility and virtually through remote capabilities. The project will begin construction next year and would be completed after the 2026 reopening of the east side of the museum building and exhibits now undergoing revitalization. NCPC have shared comments from the coordinating meeting and from the public with us. We intend to meet with DDOT prior to returning for preliminary design review in the fall. Specifically, we have received Mr. Burns' thoughtful written testimony with respect to the inclusion of pollinator species in the landscape design for this project, as well as the Revitalization Historic Core Castle project. Smithsonian Gardens staff, landscape architects, Marisa Scalera and Lauren Brandis have submitted written testimony in response. Finally, we wish to thank the Commission staff for their contributions to our projects through their participation in the Historic Preservation Section 106 consulting parties and the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, process, as well as additional meetings with the Smithsonian's project team and other external staff. And I now turn it back.
Well, let me thank Ms. Free. Thank you very much, and all the staff involved in preparing this presentation. And also thank you, Undersecretary Cortez and Ms. Scalera. We're very grateful. This is an exciting project. Do commissioners have any questions at this time? Any questions?
Ms. Scalera has not spoken.
My apologies. Ms. Scalera.
Good evening, Commissioners. In reviewing both the original and the revised written testimonies provided by Mr. Bernard Byrne, the Smithsonian Institution notes that our goals for this project are very much aligned with Mr. Byrne's regarding support for pollinator habitat. Quoting from the submission package, the planting concept is mostly native perennials as well as trees that serve to foster biodiversity and support a diverse array of pollinators. On the National Air and Space Museum major revitalization project, which is the partially completed phased renovation of the main museum building, which has already received final approval by NCPC and which is under construction currently. The plant palette includes 80% native species for the shrub and perennial layer and 100% native species for the tree layer. And we anticipate a similar percentage of native plants in the final planting plans for this project. 80% native species for the shrub and the perennial layer, and 100% native species for the tree layer, with an emphasis on a diversity of plants that are native to our ecoregion. For the tree selections at the National Air and Space Museum major revitalization project, biodiversity and ecological services were primary considerations. The project landscape architect for that project prepared a pollinator and wildlife phenological calendar that tracked ecological services for each of the proposed trees, including forage value. Does the tree have fruit and seeds that are used by birds and mammals for forage? Pollinator habitat value. Does it have canopy, leaves, or bowl cavities used as either habitat or a larval host by pollinators? And pollinator forage value. Does it have nectar or pollen that are used by pollinators? As the National Air and Space Museum Bezos Learning Center project develops, we anticipate a similar effort and focus on biodiversity and the ecological services provided by the trees, including benefits to pollinators. Because the design must weigh several factors in addition to ecological sustainability goals, including respecting the cultural and historic landscape, the specific trees suggested by Mr. Byrne in his original testimony, black cherry tree, sassafras, and buttonbush, have not been included in this particular design, though they are included elsewhere on the Smithsonian campus on the National Mall. For this project, the design team adopted an architectonic approach to the tree layout to respond to the Gio Abato design building and landscape, and black cherry, sassafras, and buttonbush are not well suited to an architectonic tree planting. However, a diversity of oak trees are included on both the National Air and Space Museum projects, and that genus, Quercus, supports more life forms than any other North American tree genus, including insects, birds, and mammals, and over 400 species of caterpillars. Oak trees are a fabulous host plant for butterflies. Similarly, the ground plantings at the Bezos Learning Center are focused on pollinators, pollinator focus. They're organized into 3 thematic garden exhibits, and the selections of plants in each of those areas are guided by their contributions to their interpretation, which again is pollinator focused. So our 3 thematic gardens, we've got the pollinator garden, which is an interpreted garden exhibit that explores habitats of flight and how plants and their pollinators have co-evolved, how plants have adapted to attract things that fly for the purposes of pollination and seed dispersal, and how the two form an interconnected system. Plants and their pollinators are dependent on each other for survival. We've got the night blooming garden, which is interpreted as a moon garden surrounding the observatory with nocturnally flowering and nocturnally scented plants, where we are talking about attracting nocturnal pollinators, plants with strong fragrance at dusk that attract nocturnal and crepuscular pollinators. And lastly, the NASM revitalization perennials are interpreted as a wind garden. Stories of how plants have adapted to utilize wind for dispersal of seeds and pollen, and how seeds and pollen dispersal strategies have inspired humans in flight innovation. Moving into the project's design development phase, the Smithsonian Institution will continue to work with the design team to refine the project plant palette and will continue to consider pollinator contributions, including additional incorporation of milkweed and a diversity of keystone plants native to our ecoregion as one of several critical goals in plant selection of these garden exhibits. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a don't miss presentation and closing. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Trowbridge, for pointing out that I missed Ms. Scalera. So now, do any of our commissioners have questions for Ms. Free, Undersecretary Cortez, or Ms. Scalera? Any questions?
I do.
Yes, Commissioner Turnstall Williams.
Yeah. And this is for Ms. Scalera. Currently on the site that surrounds sort of the platform that the Bezos Learning Center will be on, there's a pretty mature plant palette and trees, particularly in the northeast corner of the site. Will those remain, or is the site going to be cleared and replanted? Just curious.
The intent is for the site to be cleared and replanted, and that ties in with the need to re-waterproof the structure that is below. We are retaining 4 of the mature oak trees that are present on campus.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none, once again, what a great presentation, what an exciting project. We do have one person signed up to speak, Mr. Byrne, and I do know they have your testimony and there was some response to your prior input, but if you are there, you have 3 minutes to speak. And please begin.
Okay, thank you. I have read the letter that Ms. Clara sent to you for this project in response to our original comments. Most of these are quite good. My testimony will therefore discuss my remaining concerns. Several entries and omissions of the project's planting plan are not consistent with the NCPC's Pollinated Best Practices Research Guide. For example, the present planting plan will contain butterfly weed, Asclepias tuberosa. However, the NCP guide states on page 5, studies have shown that monarch butterflies lay fewer eggs on some milkweed species, such as Asclepias tuberosa, than on others. This has been confirmed by observations and by a publication. Plantings of A. tuberosa would therefore have little or no benefit to monarchs. Please instead add common milkweed, Asclepias syriaca, which is really the most important milkweed for monarchs. It grows everywhere, and if the monarchs need that, as the NCP guide strongly recommends the plantings of A. syriaca, and also add, that's for sunny areas, add poke milkweed, Asclepias exultata, to your shadier areas. These are important things. As I have informed Ms. Clara and the planting plan contains 21 trees, shrubs, and perennials that are not native to the National Capital Region. 12 of these are not native to North America. Some may not provide forage for native plants or food for the caterpillars of native butterflies and moths. Some are invasive and may become so in the future. For example, Japanese Zelkova, which is on that list, has been reported as growing outside of cultivation in 6 states and is on the list of non-native invasive plants for the city of Alexandria, Virginia. Please, therefore, replace Zelkova with native trees that benefit many pollinators and native wildlife. You should also replace all plants that are not native to the National Capital Region with species that are native to the region. That is all species, not just most species. The planting plan contains 14 cultivars. Some of these may be sterile or have deformed flowers that do not benefit pollinators. As was said in the staff's presentation, the staff report recommends the applicant evaluate opportunities to specify origin plant species rather than cultivars to best support pollinators as the planting plan is refined. Please, therefore, follow this recommendation so we don't have these cultivars. In addition, I noticed that there'll be a green roof on the top of the lower building. I think it's on the west side of the building.
That's 3 minutes, Mr. Byrne.
Okay, please plant
Thank you.
pollinate plants
Mr.
there.
Byrne,
Okay,
thank you very
that's all.
much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Byrne? Hearing none, that concludes public testimony. Now, is there a motion to approve the comments on concept plans for the National Air and Space Museum construction of the integrated Bezos Learning Center? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Commissioner Dixon. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner McMahon. We are now open for discussion. So if you can turn on your cameras, and I'm going to begin with Commissioner Green.
Thank you very much. No, I think this is a really interesting project, and I like very many things about the design. One detail I would hope that would be further refined is I think it could be quite lovely, but that step recess with the lighting in it in the fin panel, just to be really careful to make sure it's not creating a drip situation where you get staining down those angled curtain walls that others have tried and some have failed to do that. And it's such a prominent part of this building, and it's such a lovely detail that just be really careful with that. And I do prefer, and I think that and of the option for the fin, I think that exterior fin system, the tapered is the much better option, is the applicant preferred, as well as the connection option 1. I thought was a much more elegant connection to the building, but lovely, and look forward to this. And thank you for your patience in remaining with us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Tunstall Williams.
Yeah, and I apologize. I do have some comments here, and I know everyone is anxious to go. Overall, I think it's terrific. The party and the concept are very, very strong. However, I think there's this tension, right? You want it to differentiate itself from NASM, but you also want it to be related. And right now, it feels a little bit divorced. It's deferential to NASM only in scale. And there was actually, and I wonder whether that's successful. Previously, I participated in some of the consulting party meetings. There was a little bit more dynamism in the roof line and how it broke away from NASM. I would encourage you to go back and look at that. I think it was a little stronger. Now it's kind of diminutive. The other things that I will say is that the way that the form and the striation and textural facade has evolved, it actually relates much more to Native American Museum right next door than to the NASM Museum. And so I encourage you to go back and look a little bit at ways to tie the two together. I think the tension and differentiation is great. It should be forward looking. However, I think make sure like color palette, not material necessarily, but color palette is a way to tie the two together. Also on the southern side, there's those deep recessed window bands on the NASM building that maybe the way you've got the recess on the southern side also of the Bezos Center, maybe there's a way to relate those better, to try to build or follow a datum or something to try to connect them so they seem like they are of a whole, even though they're differentiated. I agree with Commissioner Green that the option 1, is a much better option for how it connects to the building. And I believe the spiral landscape approach versus the orthogonal is much more successful in terms of the broader party. Overall, I think it's great, and I think this is a concept, so these are just comments for refinement. So, good work.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Tunstall Williams, and now we will hear from Commissioner Dixon.
I think it's great, very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dixon. Commissioner Cash.
Yeah, and I want to prolong things, but just a couple of observations. So I did notice in the EDR that it mentioned that there's still some discussion over the exact coloration of the fins. I think that's something really important to look at because I agree with Commissioner Tunstall Williams. It does feel very divorced, and from the renderings that we have, everything just looks very bright and white and silver. And I don't think that's necessary. I think that may be a little too modern next to an otherwise even modern building, but we all went out when we were choosing the new material to put the new stone on the facade of NASM. We spent a couple hours out there looking at like 5 pieces of stone and throwing water on it to see what color it would look like. So I think this is an opportunity to make sure like maybe you have something a little bit more muted or closer to the color of the building. You still want to differentiate, but it's going to differentiate based on the design. So that's the one big point I wanted to make. The other point, now that Commissioner Wright is gone, I did want to bring up something before this comes back to us. I noticed that every single rendering that we saw of the building, I've kept looking where the sidewalk meets the entryways, and there's always a tree covering it or just a very interesting angle, so we couldn't see the eventual bollards that I know are going to come back at next time we review this. So I'm urging you to think about this so you won't be surprised when you come back to us, and when you're looking at whatever security treatments you're going to do to connect this to the street and the sidewalk, to make sure that we aren't just doing a last minute bollard or something. Start thinking about that now, so when you come back to us, we don't have to yell at you, because I mean, at least there's not antennas on here, but bollards I know are a big concern. So I'm just hoping that the next time this comes to us, we kind of have that open and frank conversation at the outset, so that security is not kind of just like a last minute throw in that we do something that's not designed very well, because there are bollards all along there now. So I just wanted to throw that out there as an idea before you come back to us to discuss what the security needs are going to be, and that they're well designed and not an afterthought. So that's my comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Cash. And Commissioner Davis, Chiquetti are gone, so Commissioner Cozart.
Thanks to the staff for their work and analysis on this. It's a very exciting project. I'll associate myself with the comments of Commissioners Tunstall, Williams, and Cash, and that's all I've got.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Kozar. Commissioner McMahon.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll also associate myself with the comments here of the commissioners. An exciting looking project. Looking forward to see its development and construction. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner McMahon. Commissioner Argo.
I would like to also associate myself with the prior comments. It's not because we're all getting tired. It's because they were on point and observant, and it just.
Oh dear. Commissioner Argo.
One last point. I really do.
Commissioner Argo, can I
think
suggest
for the-
that you turn your video off and perhaps that will
the
improve
mention
your
of the
sound?
bollards too. Yes. What?
You were
Oh,
breaking
thank you.
up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, well, I was kind of done. So,
Okay. Did you want to say something else?
So,
I think Commissioner Argo, you're chopping up a lot, so I'm going to move to Commissioner Hewlett, and I'll come back to you, or Vice Chair Hewlett.
that's fine, and I
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like everyone else, I think this is tremendously exciting. You know, it's just going to be a wonderful addition, and I am pleased to support this. And I echo the sentiments of the previous commissioners.
Thank you, Vice Chair
appreciate
Hewlett.
the attention. Oh, you can't hear?
Oh, we can hear you now. Go ahead, Commissioner Argo. Thank you.
I was just very supportive, and I wanted to say that I really do think it's this seems almost superfluous, but paying attention to the things, those horrible things that we have to live with in the District of Columbia, the bollards everywhere we go, and paying attention to that in any way that can be integral to the design of what we're trying to do is really important. Just I don't mean that to be a throwaway comment. I really think it's important.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Argo. And I just want to, again, briefly, but I do want to say that this is such an important structure. I know that it's probably amongst the most popular tourist destinations in the capital region, and the mission for and programming that directs itself at youth and the STEAM emphasis is just fabulous. I was at the site yesterday, and I was really impressed by the new siding on the new facade on Air and Space, and frankly, I think it's going to go great with this new white and silver. I mean, I was surprised. I think it's going to complement it actually. When I was actually in the space looking at that and then at the design, I also asked about the oak trees, and I'm really happy they're going to stay. I think the presentation by Ms. Scalera on the landscaping was phenomenal, and I just am very excited about this project, and I think it was a great presentation, and I want to compliment staff and team for that. It was very, very good. Now, are there any further comments or questions? I see a hand raised. I see Ms. Trowbridge. Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to respond to all your kind comments, and thank you, but also say that with respect to the materials, our Director of Historic Preservation, Carly Bond, will be scheduling a future consulting parties meeting to specifically look at materials against the building. So we will let Commissioner Cash and the staff know about that as consulting parties. And secondly, with respect to perimeter security, the existing terrace walls and new terrace walls do most of that work. We will have a few bollards in the middle of the paths that are wide enough for a vehicle. But relatively few on this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Trowbridge. Ms. Coster, can you confirm the motion and the second and take the vote, please?
I would be delighted to. The motion to approve comments on concept plans for the National Air and Space Museum construction of the integrated Bezos Learning Center was made by Commissioner Dixon, Commissioner McMahon seconded, and with that, Commissioner Cozart,
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon,
Yes.
Commissioner Argo,
Yes.
great, Commissioner Vice Chair Hewlett,
Yes.
Chair Goodman,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunstall Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Dixon.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. And Commissioner Cash?
Yes.
Thank you. I believe Chair Goodman, the motion is carried.
Yes, it has. Thank you very much, Ms. Coster. Agenda item, and this is our final agenda item based on our prior vote. 6D is to approve final site and building plans for the South Mall Campus Historic Core Revitalization Phase 2 as submitted by the Smithsonian Institution. Mr. Fliss, please.
Thank you, and I promise this will be a short presentation. This is the final review of Phase 2 of the South Mall Campus Historic Core Revitalization submitted by the Smithsonian Institution. You've reviewed this several times before, various phases, and now again, this is back for just final approval. So very quickly, I think everybody's familiar with the location of the Smithsonian Castle on the National Mall. This project includes many components that are intended to rehabilitate the castle and also the surrounding grounds, essentially to make this facility more accessible to the public. Here's a summary of the components that were included in Phase 1. You will recall this included new areaways, critically the seismic protection for the castle, and other excavation around the castle, which does, have an impact on the existing landscape. Phase 2 builds on that, includes more details, a series of finishes, the final perimeter security, which, as you remember, was much scaled back, the replacement and restoration of their building envelope components. So we're talking about the roof, towers, elevator towers, things like that throughout this Phase 2. And I will mention all of these were consistent with the Commission's previous reviews. So in the interest of time, just focusing on the landscape, again, as mentioned, due to the proposed land construction, the landscape will need to be removed to allow that to happen. The landscape will be restored to meet the mission of the Smithsonian, as well as to be compatible with and consistent with the existing landscape. So Smithsonian Gardens, as you know, is responsible for curating and maintaining the landscape. It's important to also note that this is a cultural landscape. It is a living landscape that the Smithsonian does curate, much like an exhibition space. And as such, the applicant has selected a variety of trees that are compatible with the setting, but also meet the Smithsonian's mission. This does include a number of native species, but also non-native species that are non-invasive. Likewise, the understory plantings will be compatible with the cultural landscape. The palette is general, but we recognize that there will be a variety of native and pollinator species. And as I mentioned, because these are heavily curated, they can rotate throughout the year. Therefore, the planning approach is general, but it does meet the intent of the cultural landscape. So in this particular case, the applicant has indicated that milkweed would not be appropriate to the setting. This is not a meadow, but other plant pollinators will be provided. And this is consistent with our pollinator resource guide, which acknowledges that cultural landscapes can sometimes have a different approach. So therefore, given the unique setting of the castle, the cultural landscape, and the role of gardens within the Smithsonian's mission, we do find that the landscape is consistent with NCPC policies. And we do recommend approval of the project. So that concludes my presentation. I'm now going to turn it over to Lauren Brandis, who is a landscape architect with the Smithsonian Gardens, who will provide some brief remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fliss.
regarding Mr. Burns' comments on the tree selection for the South Mall Campus Historic Core Revitalization Phase 2 planting, it is important to note that Smithsonian Gardens is a living museum accredited by the American Alliance of Museums. We extend the Smithsonian's museum experience in a public garden setting with over 180 acres of outdoor gardens, including 14 public exhibition gardens. As such, our living collections, including our tree collection, are museum collection items managed with stewardship and collection guidelines. The primary goal of selecting trees for our collection is to grow a diversity of trees, with a priority on rare, interesting, unique, or underutilized taxa not commonly used in the DC region that are horticulturally appropriate. This includes cultivated selections chosen for outstanding horticultural characteristics, such as flowering attributes, interesting foliage and tree structure, disease resistance, and beneficial fruiting attributes. This diversity of trees, including cultivars, expands the cultural and scientific stories that the Smithsonian Institution can share. A well-documented, intensively managed collection of woody plants has the potential to answer research questions posed by Smithsonian researchers and make other contributions to the Smithsonian's legacy of scholarship. Our tree list for this project balances selections that are native to the region with ones that are not native to meet these tree collection goals. Please note that none of the trees selected for this project are considered invasive. Furthermore, 21 of the 30 total trees to be planted are native. The current planting design for the garden surrounding the castle achieves a 62% native plant coverage. The design, however, must also balance this with the goal to maintain the character of the cultural landscape around the castle. The planting plans provide a framework for re-establishing the gardens after the construction of this project with a mostly native palette. After an initial period of establishment, it is the intent of the Smithsonian Gardens horticulture team to continue to curate the castle gardens with additional plantings focusing on perennials, and we will commit to having a minimum of 65% of those being native. I would like to note that we curate all of our garden exhibits across the National Mall to tell different stories. Milkweed is an element in some of those stories, for example, at the Pollinator Garden at the National Museum of Natural History, the landscape at the National Museum of the American Indian, and the gardens currently being installed at the National Air and Space Museum. However, we do not support the inclusion of common milkweed or poke milkweed for this project, since it does not meet our curatorial objectives for this specific garden. We would like to thank Mr. Byrne for his commitment to promoting pollinator plants. The Smithsonian Gardens team endeavors to provide habitat to support pollinator species within the cultural landscapes that we steward. While this project will include small portions of lawn in keeping with the cultural characteristics of the landscape, the lawn is designed as a pollinator lawn, which will be overseeded with a low-growing, flowering plant mix, which has been shown to support more than 60 species of bees. Additionally, the woody layer of plantings includes native species such as American holly, box huckleberry, flame azalea, and honeycup, all of which are native plants that support pollinators. Furthermore, they provide an important food source and habitat for birds and small mammals. It is our intent to provide a garden to support pollinators and wildlife with woody plants as well as the understory plantings. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. Thank you, Mr. Fliss and Ms. Brandes. We really appreciate the presentation. Do commissioners have any questions? Any questions? Hearing none, and I don't see any hands raised. We do have one person signed up to speak. Mr. Byrne, you'll have 3 minutes to provide testimony. Please let us know when you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready. I read the red letter that this architect just spoke to you, was sent to you in response to my original comments on this subject. My testimony will therefore discuss my main concerns. The project does not adequately follow the recommendations of the pollinator in the NCP's pollinator-based research practice research guide, except perhaps the one that says these may have to be plantings maybe have to be individualized. For example, as I've said, and as landscape architect stated, the proposed project does not contain any milkweeds. The NCP guide supports the planting of milkweeds to help restore the region's declining monarch butterfly populations. There's a reason for this, and you just don't do it because you have an aesthetic reason on purpose. I've submitted my comments. I suggested that the Smithsonian add either common milkweed or folk milkweed to the project. However, the architect does not support the addition of these blue plants, stating in the letter, its form would feel out of place with the overall character of the garden. Many people would disagree with this subjective opinion, which is only subjective, and it's something that maybe this is justifying a position that was already taken. The Smithsonian, the architect also wrote, we extend the Smithsonian Museum experience in a public garden setting with over 180 acres of outdoor gardens, including 14 public exhibition gardens. As the architect stated, 2 of those, the native landscape architect at the American Indian Museum and the pollinator garden, contain milkweed. This is really too small to do anything to help the district's monarch population. A sign, and more importantly, a sign is titled, "How can you help pollinators?" in the National History Museum's Pollinators Garden states, you can help pollination by containing a pollinator-friendly garden without sacrificing aesthetics. Add diversity to your landscape with a beautiful tapestry of native plants that have evolved with local pollinators and thrive under the conditions of your region. That includes milkweeds. Nothing prevents the Smithsonian from adding milkweeds to this project without sacrificing aesthetics, as it advises the public to do in another area. The Smithsonian wrote that the project, the architect wrote, the project includes cultivated selectives for outstanding horticultural characteristics, such as flowering attributes, etc. However, the NCPC guide states, take care with selecting plant cultivars. Some plants are selected for trees attractive to humans, but not pollinators, size, color, and shape. Therefore, the architect is ignoring the latter fact that many of its pollinators may be, as the NCAC guide states, attractive to humans, but not pollinators. And that's an important point, really. You're trying to help pollinators, even in gardens like this, which are carefully curated. And there are
Thank you, Mr. Byrne.
Okay, that's
3 minutes.
That's about it. Add
Thank
common
you
milkweed to
very
that.
much. We appreciate your input. Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Byrne? Hearing none, seeing no hands up, then we are going to conclude public testimony. And is there a motion to approve the final site and building plans for the South Mall Campus Historic Core Revitalization Phase 2? Yes, motion by Commissioner Green raised his hand. I saw that, and Vice Chair Hewlett has seconded that motion. Would you please turn on your cameras, and we will all start deliberating right now. And I'll begin with Commissioner Cash, please. Thank you.
For the first time, no comments, but I'm sure I will associate myself with everyone else.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cash. Commissioner Davis and Giacchetti have moved on. Cozart, Commissioner.
So I want to thank the staff for their presentation and appreciate the updates that have been made since the last time we took a look at this.
Thank you, Commissioner Cozart. Commissioner McMahon.
Yeah, I have no comments. Great presentation. Thanks to the staff. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Stidham. Commissioner Argo. Oh, Commissioner Argo.
No additional comment.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Argo. Vice Chair Hewlett.
Wonderful presentation.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank the staff for the presentation, and it is a wonderful presentation, and this is exciting as well. And no additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Hewlett. Commissioner Green.
I just want to thank both the architectural and landscape architectural teams for the thoughtful detail they put into this project. I know folks are tired and we've been here a long time, so I hate to rush through this, but I just want to say how much I appreciate the level of detail that went into this, and I think it'll be a fine thing when it's built. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Tunstall Williams.
Yeah, I associate my comments with Commissioner Green. It's a lovely space, and I always enjoy visiting that garden. And I have great confidence that it will continue to be as such. So nice work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tunstall Williams. And Commissioner Dixon.
I associate my comments with Commissioner Cash. And also want to also that's it. Thank you very much. Everybody's ended up very strong. Everybody.
Amen, Commissioner Dixon, you betcha. And I do want to thank the Smithsonian and staff for this presentation. I too associate my comments with Commissioner Tunstall Williams. It's such a beautiful garden. It is so beautiful. And I appreciate Mr. Burns' thoughtful input at every meeting. And I really appreciate the Smithsonian in both of these last presentations responding to him and to his concerns. It's a learning experience for all of us, and I appreciate that very much. So are there any further comments or questions? Thank you to our friends and partners at the Smithsonian. That was an exciting way to finish a long day. Ms. Coster, would you please confirm the motion and the second and take the roll or the vote, please?
Of course, the motion was made by Commissioner Green and the second was by Vice Chair Hewlett. With that, Commissioner Kozar,
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon,
Yes.
Commissioner Argo.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hewlett.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Goodman.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Tunstall Williams.
Yes.
Commissioner Tunstall Williams.
Oh, sorry. Yes. I wasn't on mute.
Commissioner Dixon.
Yes.
Commissioner Cash.
Yes.
I believe the motion has carried, Chair Goodman.
Motion has carried, and I want to thank everyone for their tenacity, endurance, and thoughtfulness through this day. And appreciate the fact that, as Commissioner Dixon said, we're all together finishing this up with a few who had to drop off. But thank you very much. And our next meeting, this concludes our open session, and our next regular commission meeting will be Thursday, June 6th at 1 p.m. And unless there's any further business, Vice Chair Hewlett.
I just want to say a heartfelt congratulations to our General Counsel, Ann Schuyler, again. Thank you.
Amen. A little bit of a round of applause. There we go. Here we go.
Thank you.
Yay,
You guys
yay.
are the best.
Thank you.
You guys are the best.
After today, you're going to enjoy retirement, I think.
Marcel's afraid that if any of our applicants watch the meeting, they might be scared off.
I suspect that's the case. But anyway, I think we're just fine. It was a good long meeting. And
It was.
Thanks to the staff too. They put in long days here in preparation for this, and today was a long day. Thank you all very much.